Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Call. Xiao Lu exhaled to blow away the white smoke from the muzzle of the gun. As expected of a special curse tool version of Barrett, one shot actually destroyed half of Hanamiya's body. And there's no need to worry about bullets, because they are all generated by curse power. The only drawback is that the recoil is quite strong. An ordinary person would probably be blown away by the recoil. But to be honest, through observation through the sniper scope, he found that Hanami, Moxaluo, and the Curse Queen Rika all looked a bit similar. Is it a distant relative? Itadori blinked. Hit. Xiao Lu. Well, it's a pity that the opponent used his ability to protect his vitals, but half of his body was gone. Half of his body is gone? Is it that powerful? The opponent is a special grade curse spirit. Gojo Satoru smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not just me. I'm afraid the escaping curse spirit never dreamed that Xiao Lu would actually pull out a sniper rifle, right? It's really hard to see through this kid. He brought Itadori here specifically to broaden his horizons. But who knew that Xiao Lu would not play by the rules at all? With just a glare, he inexplicably broke through the opponent's territory. Itadori learned nothing, and the exciting duel he expected did not happen. Now it's even more outrageous. He actually took out a sniper rifle. Looking at Itadori's eyes shining with gold, he was obviously fascinated by the sniper rifle. What's so fun about the sniper rifle? Is it as powerful as its virtual form? The next second, it smells really good. Gojo Satoru placed his hand on Xiao Lu's shoulder and whispered, Ahem, Xiao Lu-kun, this sniper rifle should be a special grade curse tool, right? Can you lend it to me to play with? As for the source of this gun, he was too lazy to care. Since Xiao Lu didn't say anything on his own initiative, he naturally wouldn't ask too much. On a golden beach, the sea breeze blows on your face. Torgen Field. The real person was leisurely looking at a notebook, which was filled with densely packed names and their information. These people were all artificial curse spirits that he had created through transformation through inaction in recent years. As if realizing something, he closed the book and glanced sideways. You're back? Lohu looks very embarrassed. It seems that this time, it was the forest, Hana, that protected the earth. Lohu. Xiao Yoja looked at Lohu and smiled. Facing Gojo Satoru, it's already pretty good to be able to save ahead. How do you feel? In front of him, the areas you are so proud of have become vulnerable. But there's no need to lose hope. After all, he is Gojo Satoru. Luhu, who was held in Huayu's palm, sighed. Xiaoyu, is there a second one in Yumenjiyang? I want to arrange one for Xiao Lu as well. As soon as these words were spoken, the three of them looked at Lu Hu in confusion at the same time. Even the octopus head, Torgen, suddenly emerged from the sea and looked at the people on the shore curiously with his big round eyes. Xiaoyojia, Lo Hu, do you want to look at what you were saying? Lu Hu's face was extremely ugly. In the area, Gojo Soru did not make a move. I am like this because of that look from Xiao Lu. What did you say? Hearing this, the usually calm and composed Suguru Jia could no longer sit still, and the real person ran over unbelievably. Then, Lohu recounted everything that had happened in the area. That's how it happened. I thought it was Xiao Lu who had only a head left, but the truth is it was me. Until now, I still feel a little scared. Lu Hu looked dazed, with that pair of strange eyes all he could think of. The scene suddenly became quiet. Is it really as scary as Lo Hu said? Can a glance change one's mind? That's too unfair. After a long while, Xiaoyu touched Lo Hu's head and said, So, who do you think is a bigger threat? Him or Gojo Satoru? Lu Hu looked hesitant and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Judging from reputation, Gojo Satoru is indeed more dangerous. At least they couldn't think of a way to break the limit. But this time it was really scared by Xiao Lu. Let the chamber pot be the chamber pot. In the future, it would rather fight Gojo Satoru than face Xiao Lu. At least it can die with peace of mind. Don't be fooled by Xiaoyojia and the other's calm appearance. That's because they haven't experienced it themselves. If I were in their shoes at that time and was stared at by those eyes, I probably wouldn't have asked this question. Only those who have experienced it personally know the horror of it. It even made it doubt for a moment, is 6 eyes really the strongest in the world? Forget it. You decide for yourselves. Luhu looked confused. The real person was surprised. The always hot-tempered Lohu actually showed such an attitude. It seems that this Xia Lu is not simple. Xia Yuja took out the prison gate in his hand and introduced it. This thing is the prison gate that the monk Genshin transformed into after his death. There's only one eminent monk, Yuan Xin, so there is only one Yumenjiang. So I prefer to use it on Gojo Satoru. After saying this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I wanted to take this opportunity to let Lohu and the others have a deeper understanding of Gojo Satoru's strength. As a result, Xia Lu was accidentally revealed. The calculations that he had been planning for thousands of years seemed to be starting to go astray. Haha, things are getting more and more interesting. Sure enough, only the unknown can bring fun to people. The real person suddenly had an idea. Well, actually there's a solution. The only difficult thing about Xia Lu is his eyes, and it seems that his only function is illusion. We, the 4 calamities, are different from others. Even if we lose an eye, it won't have a big impact on the battle. Just like Hanamiya, who has no eyes at all and has always relied on magical powers to sense and fight, right? Luhu's eyes lit up. You mean if I meet Xia Lu in the future, I will fight him with my eyes closed? Don't you dare say that. If I was in the area at that time, I would have known the information in advance and avoided looking into his eyes. Will the result be reversed? Thinking of this, Luhu suddenly felt that he was fine again. Xiaoyojia said with satisfaction, well, this is a good idea. The real person is getting smarter. When we face him again, we don't need to close our eyes. We just need to be careful not to look him in the eye. Lehua, you hold Xia Lu back from now on. It happens to have no eyes, so we don't need to worry about his illusion. Jinren sighed. Before, Xiaoyu said that intelligence is particularly important, but we didn't take it seriously. This time we have completely realized its importance. Hearing this, Xiaoyojia smiled with satisfaction. In that case, let's leave the prison gate to Gojo Satoru. The premise is that we have to take advantage of the right time and place and make reasonable use of all advantages to have a chance to seal it. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression solemn. The location is set in Shibuya, and the time is at night. College dormitory. Xiaolu lost in thought. Judging from Lohu's expression before, he must have been scared into silence by the illusion. After returning, I will definitely discuss countermeasures with Suguru Geto and others so that I can pay more attention to myself. Your own trump cards will continue to increase as you complete tasks. So what if we give them some illusion information? Moreover, considering how much importance Suguru Geto attaches to Gojo Satoru, the prison gate border should not fall on his head. Open the system panel. The tasks of angrily criticizing the top management and regarding Lohu have been completed. The next step is to deal with the matter of Yoshino Junpei. Hashirama cells are about to be obtained, and Junpei can also be persuaded to join the Akatsuki organization. By then, both the Eternal Mangekyo and Hashirama cells will be available. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Shibuya incident will also begin after the sister exchange meeting ends. At that time, I will have nothing to worry about with Hashirama cells and the Eternal Mangekyo. In this regard, Xiao Lu wants to say to Naohua and the others, Shibuya big stage, come if you're lucky enough. A small forest and a college. 3 bad boys in school uniforms pushed a thin boy with long hair covering his eyes into a corner. That's him. He kept staring at my breasts with his obscene eyes. So disgusting. 3 brothers. Please teach him a lesson. Bang. Yoshino Junpei was knocked to the ground by a punch, and his left eye was bruised. Ha ha. Isha's pet bear is really impressive. It's very dazzling when it walks. But it's not something you a kid can watch. The 3 bad boys rolled up their sleeves and started punching and kicking him again. Junpei Yoshino did not resist, nor did he have the ability to resist. At school, this kind of bullying has long been commonplace for him. But that doesn't mean he has no resentment in his heart. It was already very hard for his mother to raise him alone, and Shunping didn't want to make her worry anymore, so he didn't tell his parents. A coward, a poor guy without a father, a disgusting guy. Shunping curled up on the ground, protecting his head with his hands, and his ears were filled with venomous words. The scar on his right eye, covered by his long hair, was left after a classmate burned him with a cigarette butt. Growing up in a single-parent family, he has an introverted and cold personality. He is an invisible person in school and is the target of bullying by school bullies. Fortunately, the 3 people who beat him did not insult his mother. Otherwise, Shunping would have fought them without hesitation. Unconsciously, he no longer felt the pain, and instead his eyes were bloodshot. After years of repression, he now has an immense desire for power in his heart. After a while, the perpetrator had left, and Shunping sat on the ground with a dull look in his eyes. Tonight, let's go watch Earthworm 3. In the early morning of the next day, the weather gradually became hot. Inside the training ground, an iron nail with blue curse power instantly pierced into the body of the puppet's curse skeleton in front. Hairpin, with a loud shout, the cursed corpse exploded instantly. Kujisaki Nobara looks happy. Awesome. Why didn't I think of this method of compressing the magic power? In the past, she simply attached the cursed power to the surface of the nails to increase their speed and power as much as possible. But the nail is too small, resulting in a very small area for the magic force to attach. Now, after learning Xia Lu's method of compressing mana, the power has been greatly improved. She suppressed the joy in her heart and cast a grateful look at Xia Lu, who was lying under the tree. Unexpectedly, this guy turned out to be quite reliable after becoming a teacher. Fushiguro, who was learning how to compress his cursed energy, was itching to do so. Although his main means of attack is to summon Shikigami, if he could become stronger, why not learn it? I don't know what's in Xia Lu's head. He actually developed a training method to compress magical power. I really admire you. Come on, Fushiguro-san. Xia Lu said something encouraging and then closed her eyes again. Ever since he came back, Gojo Satoru has been pestering him, hoping to teach his students how to make meatballs. However, he believes that the compressed cursed power in the Rasengan can be learned, but rolling balls is not suitable for everyone. For example, there is no need for Nobara Kujisaki, who possesses the grass spirit spell, to roll balls. Wouldn't it be nice to compress the spell power to further increase the damage of the nails? In this way, the upper limit of the hairpin is infinitely raised. How strong it can be depends on how much she can compress the cursed power in a short period of time. Sister Hammer, you should just use the hammer honestly. Judging from the time, Yoshino Junpei should be arriving soon, but the exact time cannot be confirmed. Fortunately, the shadow clone he sent out has found Junpei, and once Lizzie Junren appeared, he began to brainwash Junpei. The shadow clone will automatically disappear and leave coordinates. It can also share memories with the original body. At that time, he would directly transmit his divine power and teach the real person how to behave. While Xia Lu was thinking, a man and a woman walked in at the door, looking aggressive and with a hint of contempt in their eyes. The man was Dongtang, who was tall and strong, and every inch of his muscles seemed to contain explosive power. The woman was wearing a black cheongsam and had a slim figure, somewhat similar to Maki. Xia Lu immediately remembered that this girl was the sister of Zen Temple Mai. Maki, if I remember correctly, a fight was about to break out, which could be considered a test before the exchange meeting. However, the two's actions were beyond Xia Lu's expectations. Dong and the other man just looked at Kujisaki and Fushiguro with disdain and walked straight towards him. Fuin secretly said, "Not good." Given the personalities of these two seniors, they must have heard about Xia Lu's deeds. The belligerent senior Dongtang is probably here to spar with Xia Lu. What he was worried about was not Xia Lu, but these two seniors. Fighting with Xia Lu is just asking for a beating, right? Fushiguro Megumi reminded. My senior, I advise you not to provoke him. Nobara Kujisaki crossed her arms across her chest, looking as if she was enjoying the show. Okay, Fushiguro, I've heard about his deeds. You actually said that his talent might surpass that of Okatsu back then? I want to see what this person is capable of. Daunting walked in front of Xiao Lu and looked down at her condescendingly. Hello, you must be Xiao Lu. What type of women do you like? As soon as these words were spoken, the tense atmosphere was instantly broken. Why? Fushiguro, Kujisaki, and Maki all twitched their lips, with 3 big question marks above their heads. No, buddy, you are so aggressive, and this is what you say? What a play. Dong Tang was extremely serious and urged. Answer quickly. This question is very important to me. Men are fine too. Oh my God, the classic quote of Curse has appeared, and it has fallen on my head. What type of women do you like? That's too much. He looked at Dong Tang's expectant eyes and said seriously, Since you ask sincerely, I will tell you mercifully, in order to prevent the world from being destroyed and to protect the peace of the magic world. At this point, Xiao Lu paused, causing everyone to look at him. Dong Tang clenched his fists and said in a trembling voice, So what type do you like? Xiao Lu said seriously, Black silk royal sister, white silk lowly, mature young woman. It is not convenient to give examples later. When these words were spoken, everyone was dumbfounded. Does this guy like such a wide range of genres? It's fine if it's just a mature lady or a little girl, but they even don't let go of young ladies? There are so many people here. Can't you be more restrained? Shut up. Dong Tang, who was stunned for a moment, suddenly started to yell and hold his head like a madman, tears streaming down his resolute face. He stared at Xiao Lu with extremely disappointed eyes. A tough guy crying? Xiao Lu was speechless. Didn't he just mention a few types of people he liked? Why did he react so strongly? Your hobbies are surprisingly not exclusive. After saying that, Dong Tang suddenly stepped forward and punched Xiao Lu in the face with his sandbag-sized fist. Bang! Xiao Lu easily blocked his fist and locked it in his hand. Just as Dong Tang was about to launch another attack, Xiao Lu's eyes narrowed slightly, with a red light flashing. Dong Tang's body instantly stiffened, his eyes became unfocused, and his pupils trembled. After a few seconds, he suddenly pulled back. Gasping for breath, he looked at Xiao Lu in horror. In just a few seconds, the suffocating feeling of drowning and the feeling of being gnawing by countless ants swept over his body and almost destroyed his will. I never want to experience this feeling again in my life. Did he show mercy just now? Xiao Lu came to his side and said calmly, Go ask Itadori. Maybe his answer will satisfy you. Dong Tang swallowed his saliva and nodded obediently. Seeing this scene, Chan Yuanmai was dumbfounded. What happened? She must have seen it right. Dong Tang, who had always looked down upon the principle of Liyan Temple, could be so obedient? Chan Yuanmai came forward with a puzzled look in his eyes. Dong Tang, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly so cowardly? Hush! Stop talking. Go! He turned and left, not caring whether Chan Yuanmai followed him or not. Chan Yuanmai frowned slightly, looked at Xiao Lu deeply, and left with Dong Tang. As for Fushiguro Megumi and Kujisaki Nobara, they were not too surprised. After all, they knew the horror in Xiao Lu's eyes. Kujisaki, by the way, Xiao Lu, how do you know that Itadori's answer will satisfy that big guy? The two looked at Xiao Lu with puzzlement. Guess. After saying that, I secretly added in my heart, that's strange. As for the reason, it must be Itadori's territory. All people in the world are brothers. Tudu will soon become his brother. And there's also his future Oni-chan accountant, and even Sukuna is somewhat related to him. The most outrageous thing is that the villain brain is actually Itadori's mother. So Itadori's father was a fool. In one word, absolutely. So, in Jujutsu Kaisen, is there anyone with a stronger relationship than Itadori? Suddenly, Xiao Lu's expression changed. You guys continue practicing. I have something to do. After he finished speaking, a space vortex appeared behind him and disappeared in an instant. Just now, the shadow clone that was sent out was automatically disbanded, leaving behind the coordinates and related memories. Yoshino Junpei is about to meet Rakuko Masato. Looking at the place where Xiao Lu disappeared, The two couldn't help but complain. Mysterious guy. Inside an old movie theater. Earthworm 3 is currently on air. Perhaps the subject matter is too heavy and the visual impact is too strong, resulting in very few viewers. Three bodies, rotten and completely out of human form, stood stiffly in place. They still had a look of fear on their faces, as if they had experienced something extremely horrific. Yoshino Junpei looked at the three people who died tragically in front of him in disbelief. Although they were unrecognizable, he recognized the three bodies at a glance. They were the bad boys who beat him in the morning. A sense of pleasure flashed through my heart. Is this something a human can do? Suddenly, a picture of a man with pale face and blue hair full of stitches appeared in his mind. Just now, these three people were shouting and making a fuss in the cinema, and the man with blue hair walked up to them to communicate. Then, this scene appeared. He did all this. Just by touching him, he killed three bad boys who had been bullying him for a long time. Thinking of this, he not only did not feel the slightest bit of fear, but was instead filled with a desire for power. I'm going to find him. Yoshino Junpei didn't hesitate at all and ran after him. At night, in a deserted alley. Please wait a moment. Junpei Jia stopped and looked at the back of the real person, panting. You did all those things just now, right? The real person raised his mouth and looked sideways. So what if I did it? Don't those people deserve to die? Or are they important to you and you want revenge? After saying that, his forearm changed and formed into a sharp bone knife. Yoshino Junpei has been the focus of his attention during this period. What if the tragic experience, bullying by classmates, and the tragic death of the mother were added to it? When all kinds of negative emotions pile up together, what kind of cursed spirit will be created? At the very least, it can become excellent experimental material. Shumping opened his chin slightly, his eyes completely attracted by the bone knife. So powerful. If I could also obtain his ability, who would dare to bully me? No one dares to mock my mother anymore. I can become as strong as you. Before he finished speaking, the dark wall next to him fluctuated, a vortex appeared, and Xia Lu walked out. The real person's pupils contracted, and he closed his eyes without hesitation. You can't go wrong. This person is Xia Lu. Ever since the last Lohu incident, Huayu had used his magical powers to simulate his appearance, so he recognized him at first sight. Hey, don't be so nervous. Xia Lu looked at the real person with interest. I didn't expect that the other party was so decisive. He chose to close his eyes the first time he saw me. The real person closed his eyes tightly and smiled calmly. Your ability is indeed strange, so you'd better be careful. This is information that Lu Hu obtained at the cost of half his life, so of course he has to take it seriously. Although he also wanted to fight with Xiao Lu, this was the city, and the three people who died in the cinema would probably be discovered soon. By then, the police and sorcerers will come. So, let's keep the opportunity in Shibuya. However, Xiao Lu's appearance did not delay his plan, but he just needed to act in advance. In the past few days, he has completely figured out Yoshino Junpei's home address. All you have to do is hide Sukuna's finger quietly in his home. He couldn't wait to see Yoshino Shun's desperate expression. The real person's brain worked quickly, and he made a choice immediately. Bye. The real person waved his hand mischievously. His body squirmed and turned into a worm shape, then burrowed into the ground to escape. God's power! The ground space twisted, rubble exploded, and a severed tail fell to the ground, twitching continuously, running really fast. It has to be said that Jinren's combat power may not be the strongest among the four natural disasters, but it's definitely the hardest to kill. During battle, it can change the shape of its body and the position of its vital organs at will. In this way, you can move vital parts in time in critical moments to avoid fatal attacks. However, Nobara Kujisaki's spirit spell, Resonance, can restrain the real person's ability. Once the nail is driven into the target's body, it can directly reach the soul level and cause damage. Who are you? Shumping couldn't help but take 2 steps back and looked at Xiao Lu warily. This person seems to be stronger. I couldn't even see how he launched the attack, just now. If you kill. Xiao Lu turned and approached him, chuckled, and said, Young man, do you desire power? Xiao Lu spent about 10 minutes giving him a brief introduction to the world of spells. Curse, sorcerer, curser. Shumping lowered his head and muttered to himself. He received too much information at once, and his heart was unable to calm down. It turns out that this world is so interesting and yet so dangerous. Shumping had no doubts about what Xiao Lu had just said. After all, with his strength, killing himself is no different from crushing an ant, so there's no need to waste time beating around the bush with him. Besides, haven't we already witnessed these supernatural phenomena? Xiao Lu leaned against the wall, silently waiting for his answer. Of course, if soft methods don't work, then use hard methods. The sky is big and the earth is big, but the system's reward is the biggest. I promise you that I will become a sorcerer and a member of Akatsuki. Now that I know the other side of this world, I don't want to be an ant that can't even protect itself anymore. Besides, my mother has raised me alone for so many years. It's my turn to protect her. Yoshino Junpei clenched his fists and looked determined, as if he wanted to join the party. Xiao Lu's lips curved slightly. Then, on behalf of the Akatsuki organization, I welcome you to join. Please give me your hand. Yoshino Junpei didn't know why Xiao Lu suddenly asked him to stretch out his hand, but he still did as he was told. You should have sensed a vague power emerging in your body recently, right? That is what is called mantra power. Now I will guide you to mobilize the mantra power. Yoshino Junpei did as he was told, and soon a flame-shaped curse power appeared in his hand. Then, Xiao Lu asked him to try it a few times on his own initiative. Success. I succeeded. After many failures, Junpei Yoshino finally succeeded in mobilizing the cursed power independently. Looking at Xuanping's extremely excited expression, Xiao Lu nodded slightly. The mission of Akatsuki is to recruit sorcerers to join Akatsuki. Now that Junpei can mobilize cursed power on his own, he is qualified to join the Curse High School and can naturally be considered a Curse Master. Even if you don't have enough strength, it should be no problem to be an assistant supervisor. Now, take me to see your mother. Brother Xiao Lu, are you coming to my house? My mom is a great cook. Xiao Lu, no, it's to save your mother's life. In the original novel, the real person secretly placed a Sukuna finger in Junpei's home. This caused a curse to be summoned, and Xuanping's mother, who was alone at home, was killed. Since the last mission is to save Junpei's miserable life, his mother is an important factor that must naturally be taken into consideration. Moreover, his other shadow clone that was guarding near Junpei's house just now discovered the real person's trace. Did the damned old man, Zhenren, know that Shunping had no chance and launched the plan in advance? Hearing this, Shunping was horrified, as if the sky had fallen. You mean my mother is in danger? Yes, the man with stitches all over his face has been paying attention to you for a long time. He has investigated everything about your experience and family situation. Yoshino Shunping showed a look of horror and realized, the purpose is to completely detonate the negative emotions in my body so that I can become a cursed spirit for him to control. Just now, through Xia Lu's introduction, he already knew the general ability of the real person. So, the scene in the cinema was deliberately performed by real people for themselves to see. He knew that he had been subjected to school bullying for a long time, and he must have an immense desire for strength. Thinking of this, Shunping broke out in a cold sweat. If Xia Lu hadn't appeared in time, I am afraid I will fall into an endless abyss. Xia Lu nodded. If I hadn't intervened, the real person's actions might have been even more disgusting. He would place Sukuna's finger into Junpei's house to attract the cursed spirit to kill his mother, and then put the blame on the classmates who bullied him. The dark Junpei will confront Itadori. The image of wearing a college uniform will ultimately remain a fantasy. In the end, Junpei also disappeared in the flow of betrayal and despair. Junpei, not at all peaceful. Shunping was so anxious that tears were about to flow out. Xiao Lu, let's go. Xiao Lu, Hold my shoulders firmly. Shumping, who trusted Xia Lu immensely, did as he was told immediately. A space vortex appeared, and the two disappeared on the spot. Same thing. A small but warm room. A beautiful woman with a pretty face and short wavy hair was sleeping soundly on the dining table. The dining table was filled with the dinner that had been prepared long ago, waiting for the son's return. Little did they know that in an inconspicuous corner, there was a dried finger that had torn off the ceiling cloth. The black air that contains the power of curse will surely attract cursed spirits soon. The real person hiding outside the door grinned evilly. Beautiful things are meant to be destroyed. If the only light in Junpei's heart were to dissipate, it would surely give rise to an unimaginable curse power, right? Although I don't know why Xia Lu suddenly appeared and disrupted my plans. But do you think this will stop him? Instead, it hastened the tragedy. Ha ha! Junpei, go hate this world and all the sorcerers along with it. After doing all this, the real person disappeared into a dark corner. At the dining table, the beautiful woman who was sleeping soundly frowned slightly, as if she was having difficulty breathing. Behind her, the curse was thick and dark, and a cursed spirit with a hideous face appeared. Human, delicious food. A strong sense of death arose in her heart, and the beautiful woman felt a chill on her back and woke up suddenly. Looking back, I saw an extremely horrifying scene. Just then, a whirlpool appeared and two figures walked out. God's power. The space was distorted and the cursed spirit's head was twisted off. Thump! The headless body fell down, struggled a few times, and then became motionless. The flames burned the bodies on the ground into ashes. Xia Lu used Fei Leixing's perception technique and quickly found Sukuna's finger hidden in the corner, and put the fingers into the divine power space. After doing all this, he looked at Xuanping's mother, who was still in shock, and comforted her softly. "Auntie, it's okay. Junpei, Mom." The beautiful woman looked at the corpse of the cursed spirit on the ground with dull eyes, and then looked at Xia Lu, who was smiling. "What the hell is going on here? What is this ground monster? Also, is the handsome boy standing next to my son the superpower in the movie?" Thank you. Although her worldview was challenged again and again, she still immediately bowed to express her gratitude to her savior. After Shumping helped her onto the stool, he looked at Xia Lu with great gratitude. If it weren't for him, his mother might have met with an accident. Moreover, he also taught himself how to use cursed power and gained the ability to protect himself. I'm afraid I can never repay such a favor in my lifetime. Xia Lu injected a gentle chakra into the beautiful woman's body, helping to soothe her frightened mind. By the way, he also left the flying thunder god mark on his neck. "Xia Lu, Shumping, come out with me." "Okay." In the corridor, Xia Lu patted Xuanping's shoulder and looked towards a dark corner of the corridor. "Come out. You are a special grade curse spirit after all. It's too cheap to be a mouse, right?" Shumping, who was standing by, was confused for a moment. Then he immediately guessed something. Could it be that? Snap! 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 The real person closed his eyes, clapped his hands, and walked out, revealing a harmless smile. "Mr. Xia Lu is really a worm in my stomach. He actually guessed my plan, but I'm very confused. How did you find out about my existence?" The real person was very curious about this. It was fine if the plan was exposed, but how could his hidden tricks be discovered so easily? Could it be that his perception is far superior to mine? Xia Lu smiled disdainfully in his heart. Not to mention the meticulous observation of the Manjiki Sharingan, which makes it impossible for any weak fluctuation of cursed power to escape these eyes. With flying thunder god's perception alone, there is nowhere for the real person to hide. Moreover, he could also see that this real person was not the real person, but just a clone. Xia Lu's current flying thunder god perception technique can almost cover the entire block nearby, but still couldn't find the real person's location. Then there is only one possibility. The real person is hiding very far away, beyond the range of perception. I have to say, this is the real Lao Lu. No comment. As soon as he finished speaking, the space behind the real person's head distorted. The crisis of death surged into his heart, and he had no time to think and dodged instantly. Bang! Half of his head was directly crushed by the distortion of space, and blood gushed out. The real person covered his head and stared at Xia Lu in horror. What kind of ability is this? I couldn't detect the fluctuation of the spell power at all. It's the eyes. It's his weird eyes again. If I hadn't been one of the four calamities and had a strong intuition for avoiding death, I would have probably died. I'm about to activate the illusion. Xia Lu's frivolous tone fell into his ears, and the real person suddenly closed his eyes. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Damn it! I was humiliated like this. The other party is playing with me like a child. The real person suppressed his anger. It seems that the last time I tried to use Lohu, I failed to bring out the full power of this guy. In addition to illusion, he also has the ability to manipulate space. This guy is far more terrifying than you can imagine. The trip was worthwhile, and we gained another piece of important information. As a clone, even if it is blown into powder, it can still transfer its memories to the original body, because he is a soul that evolved from a real person and is closely connected to the main soul. But that's why he decided to find a chance to escape. Once he dies, his soul will be damaged, and his body will naturally suffer backlash. Ah, you are really a hidden talent. I'm sorry I can't keep you company. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xia Lu's figure suddenly disappeared from sight. Then, a pair of large hands locked the real person's head like an iron clamp. Whoosh! A whirlpool appeared, and the two disappeared. Shumping was stunned and exclaimed, "Great, so fast. Brother Xia Lu, are you really just a first-level sorcerer?" In the previous introduction, he had said that Zhenren was one of the most powerful cursed spirits among the special grade. But just now, it seemed like a complete beating. I must become stronger. While protecting my mother, I must also provide value to Brother Xia Lu. At least, I can't be a burden to him. In the divine power space, the real person's limbs were nailed, and he was forced to crawl on the ground. Xia Lu was on the high platform, looking down at him. I didn't expect your clone to be so real. Hearing this, the real person's pupils shrank sharply, and he looked up in horror at Xia Lu, who had a playful look on his face. How did this guy know this? Although he is a clone, except for the difference in strength, he is almost the same as the original. But even so, it was still discovered at a glance. Also, where is this strange space? Why can't I feel any magical power? It's as if I'm completely isolated from the real world. It was not until this moment that he realized how terrifying the man in front of him was. No wonder since the last battle, 2 out of 3 senses of Lohu can't be separated from Xia Lu. At first he just thought that Lohu was just shadowed by Xia Lu's illusion. Now that we know how to deal with it, there is no need to take it so seriously. We should focus on Gojo Satoru. But now it seems that they were all wrong. This person's methods are probably far beyond their imagination. The real person, recognizing the reality, asked, "Is this your territory?" As a clone, he knew that he had completely lost the chance to return to his original body. This question is simply to satisfy my curiosity before death. Field? You can assume so for the time being. After what the real person said, it does make some sense. In this divine space, there is no so-called cursed power, and all spells cannot be performed here. However, there is no restriction on ninjutsu, so it could be considered half a domain. In other words, he is the absolute king of this divine space. Even if you don't do anything, you can starve the other person to death. Of course, the prerequisite is to be able to pull people into the divine power space. The real person stared at Xia Lu. If he were in the outside world, he could mobilize the power of the spell to self-destruct. But in this space, he could do nothing except wait for the other party to take action. Suddenly, the real person laughed like crazy. "Ha ha! So what if you kill me? I'm just a clone. Everything I see after death will still be transmitted to my original body. Your space distortion ability in this independent space area will be exposed." Xia Lu slowly came to him, looking at him as if he were a fool, and said calmly, "So, guess I didn't just kill you, but pulled you into this space. Although he didn't know whether this clone of the real person was the same as the shadow clone, and could share memories with the original body even after death. Therefore, to be on the safe side, it is better to brainwash. Hearing this, the real person was shocked and had a bad feeling. You, what do you want to do? If I'm not mistaken, you are not an ordinary clone, but a soul attached to the original body, so your words and actions are so realistic. The real person's breathing stagnated, and he suppressed the shock in his heart. It's fine that he can see through that he is a clone at a glance, but he even knows a trace of soul hidden deep inside? No, there is no way that can be seen through those eyes. How could he know so much about me? Could it be that the information was provided by the High Commissioner? No. With the intelligence capabilities of the Academy, the best they can analyze is that they are the incarnations of the 4 great natural disasters. It is absolutely impossible to achieve such a subtle level. In fact, Xiaolu's Sharingan was indeed unable to see through the soul of this clone. But he has read the script. During the Shibuya incident, one of the clones created by the real person was restrained by Nobara Kujisaki, and the resonance of Nobara Kujisaki can directly hit the soul and harm the real body, thus bringing great help to Itadori. Therefore, he guessed that the real person's clone might be attached to and connected to the original soul. So what if you know? The real person said with forced calmness. Haha, what will happen to me? Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Xiaolu leaned close to the real person's ear and whispered, I'll tell you in secret. The illusion your friend was hit by last time was just a low-end version. Low configuration? The real person widened his eyes and said to himself, Oh no. Then Xiaolu roughly pried open his tightly closed eyelids and forced him to look into the Sharingan. Tsukuyami. The real person's consciousness became blurred and everything went black before his eyes. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself tied to a cross. The sky was blood red and countless crows were flying by. Immediately afterwards, countless Xiaolu clones holding sharp swords pierced his body mercilessly. The screams never cease. 3 seconds passed in reality, but the real person was tortured for 3 whole days and 3 nights. During this period, Xiaolu also used illusion to erase all information about his abilities. However, this move is just a precautionary measure and can even be said to be redundant, because after 3 days of torture, the soul of the real person's incarnation has completely collapsed. Simply put, he has become a fool. Not only can it not provide any valid information to the main body, but it will also share all the happiness suffered in these 3 days. This is the correct way to treat Le Zizhenren. Whoosh! A vortex appeared, and Xiaolu returned to the corridor. Shunping hurried over, looked at the vortex behind him, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Xiaolu raised his mouth. Don't look at it, he died very happily. Unfortunately, it's just a clone. Junpei thanked him, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Is it only the clone that died? At the same time, in a dim alley, the real person held a notebook and used a pen to put a big check mark on Yoshino Junpei's name. He showed a sinister smile. According to the time, Xuanping's mother should have been killed by the cursed spirit, right? I believe my clone should be here soon. Thinking of this, he stretched himself lazily with a look of enjoyment. I wonder what kind of expression Xuanping would have when he saw his mother's tragic death. Despair? Fear? Anger? Or will he directly transform into a bloodthirsty and crazy cursed spirit? No matter which one it is, he is looking forward to it. Just as the real person was imagining the events in his mind, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his head. Ah! The real person clenched his scalp tightly with his 10 fingers in so much pain. His eyes were bloodshot, and tears and saliva could not stop flowing out. This kind of pain is unusual. It comes from the depths of the soul. The real person was rolling on the ground like a madman. If Xiaolu saw this scene, he would definitely sigh. Isn't this the scene when Wukong was being cursed? At this moment, the real person only felt that his soul was being repeatedly minced by a meat grinder. At the same time, I was extremely confused. What on earth happened? Why is there no footage of Xuanping's mother's tragic death? The memories transmitted back are completely fragmented. There is no useful information at all. Could this all be Xiaolu? However, the intense pain did not allow him to continue thinking. Soon, he foamed at the mouth and fainted on the ground. This is not the real person's fault for having weak willpower. After all, this was all the happiness that the clone had experienced during the 3 days of Tsukuyami. Inside the house, the lights were bright, and 3 people were talking and laughing at the dining table. Well, Aunt Yoshinonagi's cooking skills are really good. Xiaolu praised from the bottom of her heart. This should be the taste of mother, right? Having grown up in an orphanage, he had never eaten such a warm meal. Perhaps it is the wonderful atmosphere that adds points to these dishes. It gives me a great sense of accomplishment to be praised by our benefactor. The beautiful woman held her chin with one hand and looked at Xiaolu with a smile. Her face was slightly red because of drinking. She was also happy to see that her son, who had been introverted since childhood, had made friends with such a good older brother. Shumping has also found his own friends. Moreover, she seems to be beyond the scope of ordinary people. As a mother, I am proud of her. Before this, Xiaolu did not hide anything from her and told her the other side of this world and Xuanping's situation. I thought Xuanping's mother would find it difficult to accept it for a while. But now it seems that I have underestimated her ability to bear it. This is very consistent with her carefree character in the original work. However, the trace of sadness hidden between their brows obviously did not escape Xiaolu's eyes. Needless to say, everyone is worried that the real person will make a comeback. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and said soothingly, "Don't worry. The other party's plan has been discovered, and it is very likely that they will not cause trouble again. Besides, I left a mark on your house. If there is any danger, I can rush there in an instant. If you're really worried, you can move to the technical college. After all, I am a teacher at the technical high school, and Junpei is about to join the technical high school. I believe that Masamichi Yi can agree to this small request. This is also the safest method." Shunping, "Mom, listen to Brother Liu. Let's move to the technical college. There's no one here worth staying with anyway. They will only make sarcastic remarks." Yoshinonagi was stunned and hesitated. She naturally knew that Shunping was referring to the nearby neighbors. Because they were from a single-parent family, the mother and son had always been unpopular, and she didn't care about what the neighbors said behind their backs. It was not until now that she realized that she could ignore the gossip, but she ignored her son's feelings. Thinking of this, she suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Xiaolu. "I don't know how to repay your kindness. I can only—" A high school in spells. Xiaolu roughly described the experience of Shunpei and his mother to Masamichi, and in the moment of their hesitation, he took out the trump card, Sukuna's finger. So, Masamichi immediately arranged accommodation for Junpei and his son that night, and his attitude was as good as it could be. After saying goodbye to Shunping and his mother and returning to the dormitory, he couldn't wait to turn on the system. Long-term mission. The top sorcerers are corrupt. I refuse to work for them. Please create the Akatsuki organization and invite sorcerers to join. Progress. 3/3 completed. Reward. Eternal Kaleidoscope. Just as I was about to receive the reward, a reminder came to my mind again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Hashirama cells are being distributed. Xiaolu was so excited that she sat up straight immediately. The eternal kaleidoscope she had been dreaming of was finally in her hands. Receive. As the words fell, I could feel my pupils trembling wildly, and the cytokines in the Sharingan seemed to be transforming. Accompanied by a needle-like stinging pain, hot tears dripped into the palm of my hand. Hiss! Xiaolu's breathing became rapid, and she quickly closed her eyes and covered them tightly with both hands. This feeling is somewhat similar to the first time I got the kaleidoscope, but the after effect is stronger and longer lasting. A full half-hour passed. The pain was gone, replaced by an incomparably comfortable warmth. He slowly opened his eyes, and a dazzling blood-red light flashed. It was already night, and it was pitch black all around, but now he could clearly see every corner of the room. Even outside the window, the patterns on every leaf can be seen clearly. Is this the eternal kaleidoscope? The most intuitive feeling is the further improvement of observation ability. But he knew it was much more than that. The biggest difference between eternal kaleidoscope and kaleidoscope lies in their side effects and abilities. The side effects of the eternal kaleidoscope are almost zero, and you no longer need to worry about going blind due to overuse of your eyes. Moreover, Xiao Lu could clearly feel that this transformation of his eyes had brought him a new ability. Amaterasu, the black flame that never goes out. Once the enemy is ignited by Amaterasu, they will either have their limbs amputated or be burned to death. Although in Naruto, no one has ever been burned to death, except for White Zetsu. This can be found out through this fight with a real person. They are very cautious when facing themselves. The real person even fought with his eyes closed the entire time, not giving himself any chance to perform magic. Now I have one more trump card, Amaterasu. Xiao Lu smiled evilly in his heart. Unknown information has been born again. Who among the 4 disasters will come to explore next time? Go ahead and check, and no one will say a word. Not only that, after evolving into the Eternal Mangekyo, it can also activate the 3rd or even 4th stage of Susanoo. As for the complete form of Susanoo, it requires the Mangekyo to be developed to the extreme and possesses a huge amount of chakra to open it. Xiao Lu already has the former, and as for the latter, he looked at the needle test tube medicine filled with golden blood in his hand, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It seems that the test tube medicine contains Hashirama cells. The most outrageous thing is the note. Concentrated perfect native Hashirama cells. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are determined by God. Use with caution. All this. Can't the system just guarantee delivery? He knew very well that the risk of transplanting Hashirama cells was a life-threatening one. For most people, the moment of injection, they would probably not be able to withstand such a strong force and die suddenly, and reunite with their grandmother. After all, with the powerful vitality of Hashirama cells, the moment they come into contact with blood, they will turn into a deadly poison. It would be fortunate if one died from blood vessels bursting, internal organs being unable to bear the burden, and body collapse. The most frightening thing is that because of the good physical strength, they don't die instantly, and thus suffer continuous torture, but ultimately fail. Therefore, without a strong physique and will, it is tantamount to seeking death. With his current physical strength, he can barely open the injury gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, but the side effects will be serious after that. From this perspective, it would be difficult to withstand the extremely powerful force of Hashirama cells. Xiao Lu put away the medicine and lowered his head in thought. By the way, since coming to this world, I've always been very steady, only doing the safest things and never taking a gamble. But how could I not use the Hashirama cells that I had obtained with so much effort? He decided to take a gamble. As the saying goes, take a chance, and your bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. He never wanted to experience the emptiness of lacking blue again. However, you can gamble, but the risk must be reduced to the minimum possible. Although he couldn't do what the gambler Chingjinsi did, after opening the field, sitting and killing gamblers, to gain infinite magic power and automatically operate the reversal technique, frantically repairing the injuries on his body to achieve the effect of almost immortality. But he can shake people. Soon, Shoko's beautiful face appeared in his mind. Her reverse curse technique was very effective on others. If we can convince her to help, the success rate of fusing Hashirama cells will definitely increase. But considering that Shoko may run out of cursed energy, he will need new help. This reminded Xiao Lu of Yudaheim, who wore a red and white shrine maiden costume and always had a bow tie behind her head. If Shoko is the strongest nurse in the world of sorcery, then Yudaheim is definitely the strongest assistant. Her unique technique, Solo, Forbidden Zone, it can increase the total amount of curse power of people, including yourself, within the range of the spell. If Yudaheim can continuously provide amplification for Shoko, and Shoko can continuously provide milk for himself, then the probability of success will increase again. As for the remaining risks, You can only leave it to your willpower and physical strength. Apart from that, he couldn't think of anyone's technique that could help him. Just in case, you need to ask someone you can absolutely trust to protect you. For example, Mei. I know her own strengths and weaknesses, and she also knows her own strengths and weaknesses, so she is trustworthy. He thought about going to the Shunwei space for the injection. After all, it was absolutely safe there, and he didn't have to worry about being disturbed. But considering that there is no cursed energy in the Kemui space, Shoko and Yudaheim cannot be replenished, so they are directly passed. Or why not just occupy Tinyuan's lair? After all, it's safe there, and no one will disturb us. Anyway, this old guy screwed Jujo Yuki badly in the later period, so Xiaolu would not feel guilty at all. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. Tinyuan's strength is unknown, and a fight would probably cause a big commotion. Just as he was struggling with this, the system prompt came to his mind again. Ding! Trigger life choice. Task option 1. I am the natural disaster. At the sister exchange meeting, use fire style to crush Lohou, wood style to penetrate Hanami, and water style to submerge Togen. Reward, Samsara Eye. Mission option 2. King of Going. What's the difference between such a low success rate and committing suicide? Give up fusing Hashirama's cells. Reward, 1 Karta Chakra. Task option 3. Gambler. How can a child cry every day? How can a gambler lose every day? Please fuse Hashirama's cells by yourself. Reward, Domain. Kill the gambler while sitting. Looking at the 3 task options in front of her, Xiaolu indeed gave up the third one. A gambler who ended up with nothing. Even though he knew he could seek help to reduce the risk, he still fused Hashirama's cells alone. That's no longer a gambler, but a reckless man. No, it's a fool. Although the sitting kill gambler is powerful, it is not very attractive to him. As for the second task, asking him to give up on fusion, and the reward is so little. 1 card of chakra to get rid of beggars? Just rule out. Now only the first option remains. The reward is the Eye of Reincarnation. The Samsara Eye is known as the eye that controls life and death, and is an existence that transcends the eternal kaleidoscope. Just imagine, during the Shibuya incident, Shinra Tensei flattened Shibuya, and then a few Chibaku Tensei came along. That must have been a great feeling. He began to resonate with the feeling that Pain had when he went to Konoha to carry rice. However, Xiaolu believes that, to some extent, the eternal kaleidoscope is more practical. For example, the divine power possessed by his current eyes, whether in attack or perfect virtualization tolerance, is no weaker than the Samsara Eye. If I have to change it, I will only change one, and I have to keep the blur no matter what. This is the biggest guarantee for facing Sukuna's lone space cut in the later stage. There is no way. In the original work, Sukuna was able to borrow money for the first time to kill Gojo Satoru. Xiaolu could not guarantee whether Sukuna would borrow money for the second time, or even more from him. Therefore, when it comes to loans, Uchiha Xiaolu would like to call him the best. Retracting his thoughts, he carefully analyzed the requirements of this task. Sure enough, the first option is suitable for him. If he wants to use would release to penetrate Hanamike's, he must fuse with Hashirama's cells, otherwise he cannot use it. But is this thrusting proper? However, from the above information, we can see that Toagen Lohou will also come. This is very different from the original. It should be that Geto Suguru considered that in addition to Gojo Satoru, he also had his own reasons. If this is the case, what is the point of the students from the 2 universities competing against each other? In the original novel, Huayu alone could chase and beat everyone, not to mention Lu Hu and Tua Jian. Then it doesn't need to be called a sister exchange meeting, but a sister battle royale. The butterfly effect is getting bigger and bigger. Maybe even Xia Yojia will take action. But on second thought, the chances are slim. After all, Gojo Satoru is still here. That's right. This way you don't have to choose a location. Fusion of Hashirama's cells directly in the forest battlefield of the exchange meeting. By the way, you can also fill the place with the marks of the flying thunder god in advance. For now, let's deal with Shoko and Yudaheim first, and try to fuse Hashirama cells before the exchange meeting begins. The next day, early morning, Gojo Satoru is not at school because he received information about Natsu Yugia. Therefore, the task of guiding the students was given to him. But he always felt that Gojo Satoru disappeared on purpose. Afterwards, Xiaolu also held a special meeting with Nobara Kujisaki, Maki Zenin, and Junpei Yoshino. After all, these three are members of the Akatsuki organization, so their strength must be impressive. After doing all this, Xiaolu came to the infirmary. When I opened the door, I found Shoko and Yudaheim enjoying the air conditioning, with soap operas playing on their phones. A domineering CEO, at first glance, a melodrama. Xiaolu, have you finished teaching your students? Shoko glanced sideways at Xiaolu and smiled. Yudaheim looked at the two of them meaningfully and said, "Well, I won't interrupt you guys while you guys chat." However, Xiaolu raised her hand to stop her and said with a smile, "Would you two like to go for a drink? I'll treat you." As soon as these words came out, Shoko's eyes flashed and her face turned slightly red. Ever since she was snatched away by Mei Mei last time, she hasn't found a chance to invite Xiaolu. Unexpectedly, Xiaolu would take the initiative to invite me? Yudaheim stepped forward with his hands on his hips, frowning and examining Xiaolu. "You are quite ambitious. Aren't you afraid that Mei Mei will make you kneel on the washboard?" Xiaolu's mouth twitched. "This time, I actually have an important matter that I would like to ask you two for help." "Izakaya." "What?" Yudaheim, who was sitting opposite Xiaolu, couldn't help but exclaim, causing the guests around to look at him strangely. Yudaheim leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Are you serious about such a dangerous thing?" Xiaolu had already anticipated the two women's reactions and was not surprised. After all, this kind of thing does sound crazy. Shoko at the side had blurry eyes, took a sip of sake, moaned comfortably, and looked slightly tipsy. I agreed to Xiaolu's request. Hey. Sister Shoko, are you serious? This matter involves life and death. You must be drunk. Shoko's sudden reply surprised Yudaheim, and Xiaolu beside her was also surprised. Shoko actually agreed to her request so easily? Originally, he planned to teach the two of them the 8 Gates ninjutsu and some of his own experience in exchange for their help. After all, the 3,000 paths lead to the same destination. Although the nature of chakra and curse power is different, the methods of using them are different. There are many things to learn. For example, the method of compressing chakra is also applicable to cursed energy. Shoko looked at Xiaolu with a flushed face. "Xiaolu is my savior. Isn't this a good opportunity for me to repay you? So, whether I'm drunk or not, I will agree to his request without hesitation and won't ask too many questions." This was said to Xiaolu and also to Yudaheim. Xiaolu cast a grateful look at Shoko. She is indeed an intellectual sister who understands human nature. Yudaheim curled her lips. "Tisk, I'm not that gossipy. Everyone has their own secrets, so she wouldn't force them to answer. Besides, it would be even more difficult for her to ask further questions about this mysterious guy Xiaolu. It's very generous of him to share his experience and teach students. The Jiu-Jitsu high school should be grateful to him." However, she still wanted to complain. What a lunatic. Seeing that Shoko was easily dealt with, Xiaolu looked at Yudaheim and was about to speak. Yudaheim said angrily, All right. You said it's so dangerous. How can I just leave a genius like you alone? If something unexpected happens to you, it will be a huge loss to the college." Although she is a teacher at Kyoto Prefectural Jiu-Jitsu College, it is under the jurisdiction of Rakaganji Temple. But she thought there was no difference between the two institutions. The stronger Xiaolu was, the better it would be for the entire Jiu-Jitsu high school. Therefore, after learning that her ability would play a key role, she had no intention of refusing from the beginning. Xiaolu said awkwardly, "Ahem, drink some wine." In the evening, the three of them were walking on the street. Shoko seemed very happy today, so she drank a lot of wine, which resulted in her needing Yudaheim's support to barely stand. It suddenly started raining heavily. As the three sorcerers, they would naturally not be affected by this little rain. However, Shoko on the side complained, It's so annoying that the cigarettes are all extinguished. Boom! Above Xia Lu's head, purple flames burned and condensed into a skeleton arm, wrapping the three people inside and completely blocking the rain. It doesn't matter if I'm a man, but I'm afraid it won't be long before Shoko and Yudaheim start to show off their wet body temptations. Yudaheim raised his lips slightly and praised, "Oh, that's quite thoughtful." Then Xiao Lu snapped his fingers. A wisp of black flame relit Shoko's extinguished cigarette, then immediately dissipated under his control. What? Black flame? So magical. The drunken Shoko opened her beautiful eyes slightly, sighed, and took a sip with a look of enjoyment. Xiao Lu smiled secretly in his heart. Susanoo holding an umbrella and Amaterasu lighting a cigarette. He has finally figured out how to use the eternal Mangekyo. Yudaheim on the side looked at Xiao Lu as if he were a monster. Even though the black flame disappeared very quickly, she could still clearly feel the terrifying temperature in the black flame. What a monster! How many abilities does this guy have yet to show? Xiao Lu, my reverse curse technique is related to medical skills to some extent, so I hope to borrow your potion. If we can figure this out, we might be able to better target treatment when you fuse. Don't worry, I will only take a small drop for inspection and will carefully put it back afterwards, so it won't be wasted. Although the boy was drunk, he was still very clear-headed. Hearing this, Xiao Lu thought for a moment and handed the potion containing Hashirama's cells to Shoko. Shoko's medical skills are beyond doubt. It would be great if we could improve the treatment effect of the reverse curse technique by studying the composition of Hashirama's cells. At this time, Yudaheim suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, Xiao Lu, when do you plan to start the integration? Have you chosen a location? After all, this is a matter of life and death, and all preparations must be made before starting, without any room for carelessness." Xiao Lu said in a deep voice, "It will start tomorrow, and the location will be at the venue of the Sister Exchange Meeting. Kyoto Sisters Exchange Meeting, deep in the forest, inside a cave." Whoosh! As a whirlpool appeared, Xiao Lu, Shoko, Yudaheim, and Mei walked out one after another. Shoko handed the potion containing Hashirama's cells to Xiao Lu and said with a serious expression, "Xiao Lu, do you really want to take such a big risk to inject it?" After saying this, Yudaheim and Mei looked at Shoko at the same time. Mei frowned and asked in confusion, "Shoko, what on earth is going on with this potion?" Just last night, Xiao Lu suddenly appeared in her dormitory and told her roughly what happened. But what about the major risks that Shoko mentioned? Didn't Xiao Lu say there was only a little risk? Shoko pointed at the golden blood flowing in Xiao Lu's hand and said in a complicated tone, "After my observations last night, I found that the energy contained in the golden blood in the test tube is beyond imagination. It is an unknown primitive cell, and its phagocytic and differentiation capabilities far exceed those of the cancers we know about. Once injected into the human body, these protozoan cells will flow through Xiao Lu's bloodstream to the blood vessels throughout the body. By then, the blood in his body will be hotter than boiling water. His body temperature will soar to an unimaginable level. Blood vessels will inevitably burst, and the internal organs will be under unimaginable stress." Xiao Lu took a deep breath and asked in a concentrated tone, "How long will these symptoms last?" He had actually anticipated these symptoms a long time ago, but what he was most concerned about now was time. Shoko lit a cigarette and said solemnly, "If it were an ordinary person, the moment the drug was injected, he would probably die suddenly, and all the pain would only last for a few seconds." At this point, she looked at Lu helplessly. "But as a sorcerer, you are very powerful and have an amazing physique. The symptoms will last at least 1 day, or even longer, but the longest will not exceed 3 days. So you can rest assured that this will be completed before the Sister Exchange Meeting. In short, this will be a life and death battle. It depends on whether Xiao Lu's cells are killed by these protozoa first, or whether he can produce enough antibodies to resist before that, so that a balance can be achieved between the two, and they can live in peace. Yudaheim and I will do our best to treat your physical breakdown, but the mental torture. Shoko didn't continue talking. Everyone knew what was going on. Last night, the whole process of her research was so terrifying that she couldn't sleep all night. Just extracting a small drop contains such terrifying energy. But Xiao Lu wanted to inject the entire bottle of medicine. This Xiao Lu is really crazy. Yudaheim and Mei Mei couldn't help but gasp after hearing this. Yudaheim, is this so scary? Even though Xiao Lu said yesterday that there would be a risk to her life, she never thought it would go to this extent. No wonder Xiao Lu asked her and Shoko for help. If he were alone, he would be in great danger. Mei Mei sighed helplessly, came to Xiao Lu, and glanced at him. Is this the little bit of risk you told me about? I think it's a few billion, right? You guy, do you want me to be a widow for you? Xiao Lu smiled awkwardly and touched his head. Isn't it that Shoko Yudaheim is helping me? I'm very confident, don't worry. TSK, I really can't do anything with you. You can only succeed and not fail. Mei Mei did not try to persuade him further. As his woman, she should not stop him at this time, but should do the best she could. She stood in front of the hole with a huge axe in hand and began to share vision with the summoned crows. Although this is a dedicated venue for sister exchange meetings, no one is allowed to enter before the meeting starts. But there is always a chance of something happening, and under the observation of the crow, she would never allow any person or animal to disturb the three of them. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are determined by God. Come on, Shoko. Xiao Lu leaned against the rock wall and handed the Hashirama cell potion to Shoko, while rolling up his sleeves and stretching out his arms. This made him think of the times when he had been receiving intravenous drips and injections. Only this time, the anti-inflammatory potion was replaced with the deadly Hashirama cells. It's already this late, and you still have the heart to laugh. Shoko rolled her eyes at him, but still took the potion carefully. Call. She calmed herself down a bit, made sure her hands were not shaking, aimed the tiny needle at the front of the test tube at Xiao Lu's blood vessel, and slowly pushed the syringe down. At this moment, all the concentrated Hashirama protocells were injected into Xiao Lu's body. Almost at the same time, Shoko and Yudaheim started their respective techniques. Boom! Yudaheim's solo restricted area enveloped Shoko. With her current quasi-first-level strength, she can completely cover the entire cave. But in order to further enhance Shoko's power, she focused the range of the technique on Shoko alone. Shoko can clearly feel that her own magical power has been amplified, and the healing effect of the reverse curse technique has been further improved. It was silent in the cave. All that could be heard was the four people's nervous breathing and Xiao Lu's extremely fast heartbeat. A second passed. Xiao Lu closed his eyes tightly. Except for the fever all over his body and swollen blood vessels, he had no other discomfort. At this moment, he not only did not feel nervous, but his heart was extremely calm. He wondered what was all this for? In fact, he could have stayed alive and developed steadily. With his current strength, as long as he was steady, it would be difficult for him to die. Is it to have a huge amount of chakra? To master would release? To complete the mission and obtain the samsara eye? Probably all. He wants to become stronger. So strong that he can turn a jujitsu kaisen into a punch kaisen. Gradually, the blood in the body began to boil. The blood vessels and meridians gradually expanded, and the veins bulged. Boom! Xiao Lu's heart beat violently, as if it was hit by a sledgehammer. His eyes widened, and his eyeballs turned outward. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed onto the stone wall, dyeing it blood red. Xiao Lu's eyes were bloodshot, his clenched teeth made a clicking sound, and his fists were clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh. At the same time, the skin on his body turned red, as if it had been burned by a branding iron, and the scalding heat gushed out of every pore in his body. The three girls were shocked at the same time. Mei Mei, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, bit her red lips lightly and gripped the axe handle tightly. Yudaheim felt the warmth coming from Xiao Lu's body and was extremely horrified. Upon seeing this, Shoko quickly placed her hand on Xiao Lu's chest, and a warm and soft white light emanated, indicating the activation of the reverse curse technique. The moment her palm touched Xia Lu's chest, she even wanted to pull away subconsciously. The reason is simple. It's too hot. Fortunately, her reverse curse technique can be effective without touching the body, and it won't make the slightest difference. Shoko whispered softly, "If you want to scream, just scream. This kind of pleasure is beyond human endurance. If you try to hold it back, it will be counterproductive." Xia Lu actually wanted to scream a long time ago, but as someone who always cared about his reputation, he really didn't want to scream in front of girls. But the next second, there was no room for him. There was a click and a muffled sound came from the body, which was the sound of a blood vessel ruptured. Severe pain swept through Xia Lu's body, and he became stiff with pain. Until this moment, the real integration has just begun. The concentrated earth pillar cells are constantly devouring the original cells in Xia Lu's body. At this moment, cells and organs are all crying out in grief. Oh! Xia Lu's 10 fingers dug into the deep rock wall in pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. At the same time, there is a hot spring somewhere in the mountains. White mist slowly rises into the air from the spring, as if covered with a hazy white veil. Beside the hot spring, Lu Hu held the pipe in one hand and took a deep puff with a look of enjoyment. After a few days of soft and hard persuasion, Huayu finally agreed to make a new cigarette holder for it, and even engraved a special volcano head logo on it. Ah, found it. Found it. Lu Hu is secretly enjoying himself here. The real person took off his shirt, revealing a body full of seams and long blue hair flying. He spread his arms, sprinted like a child, jumped into the hot spring, splashing water all over the sky, and extinguished Lu Hu's pipe. Lu Hu wrinkled his forehead and summoned the flame again to light the pipe. The real person popped his head out and laughed heartlessly. "It seems that you have recovered well. Let's go to the college together to make trouble this time." Lu Hu looked unhappy. "I want to go too." Ever since it experienced Xia Lu's illusion last time, it was somewhat reluctant to fight with Xia Lu again. With one Gojo Satoru and one Xia Lu, it really couldn't think of a way to win. At this time, Xia Yoja slowly came behind the two of them and said with a smile, "The original plan does not require you, but considering the variable Xia Lu, Huayu alone may not be enough. So this time, except for me, all of you 4 natural disasters will go out together to turn the high school upside down. This way, the real person will have a chance to take all the Sukuna fingers collected by the high school. Tawagan is going to come as well." Lu Hu looked surprised, but quickly added, "Let's make it clear first, Xia Lu. You guys take care of it." Shuguru just said, "Don't worry. Just leave it to Hanamiya. Even if we can't defeat her, we can definitely escape. There will also be a curse master to cooperate with us." At this time, the real person suddenly interrupted with a distressed look on his face. "Speaking of Xia Lu, I suffered a lot last time when I collected artificial curse spirits. I seriously suspect that he has other cards hidden." Xia Yoja smiled helplessly. "I have warned you guys a long time ago not to get too angry, but you guys are all more stubborn than the other." The real person put his hands behind his head, lying flat on his back, floating on the hot spring, his eyes full of fighting spirit. "I've decided, Lu Hu, let's stick to Geto's plan. Only Sukuna can deal with Gojo Satoru. I am really looking forward to it. What a scene it will be when the strongest fights the strongest. It would be great if I could transform Gojo Satoru and Sukuna into my artificial curse spirits." The real person began to daydream. Interesting. Lu Hu's fighting spirit rekindled, and the Mount Fuji above his head was ready to erupt, and the temperature around him suddenly rose. It doesn't matter if the whole army is wiped out. I don't have to be the one standing in the wilderness laughing out loud 100 years later. But as long as we can eliminate these filthy humans, that will be enough. After all, we are the new humans. Real person. Calm down, Lu Hu. The hot spring has turned into boiling water. 3 days later, the weather was fine. Today is the day of the JD Sisters exchange meeting. On the tiled path through the forest, all the 1st and 2nd grade students of Tokyo Academy have arrived. What? Instead of going to Tokyo Institute, they are communicating with Kyoto Institute at Tokyo Institute. Nobara Kujisaki stood motionless like a petrified statue. She looked at the pink suitcase beside her, as well as the large and small bags of snacks and clothes, and fell into deep thought. Pucci, ha ha ha, only a woman like you who is obsessed with shopping would miss here. Itadori Yuji burst into laughter. Do you want to die? The laughter stopped abruptly, and Itadori immediately hid behind Fushiguro and continued to tease. What a violent, wild woman. Only Xia Lu can deal with you. Stop it. The people from Kyoto will be here soon. Don't let them laugh at you. Maki raised her hand to interrupt the two of them. Panda and Gojuin also agreed, with fighting spirit burning in their eyes. There was a sound of footsteps coming from far away at the bottom of the stone steps. Itadori and others all looked over there. Oh my, it's been a long time since we last met. I wonder how much your strength has improved. Zen and Mai, who was walking in the front, glanced at everyone and finally stopped at Zenting Maki. TSK, still looking so superior. There were a few people following behind him, including Sanluan Xia, who had long blue hair draped over her shoulders, had a dazed look on her face, and was looking around carefully. Kamo Kinji crossed his arms, looked calm and cool. A cute little girl with golden twin ponytails, Nishimiya Momo. And mechanical pills. Wow, Full Metal Iron Man. Itadori and Nobara Kujisaki exclaimed. Apparently, they were surprised by the mechanical pill covered in mecha. But on second thought, if a panda can be a sorcerer, then adding Iron Man to the mix wouldn't be surprising. For a while, the two sides confronted each other, and the atmosphere was filled with gunpowder. After Gojo Satoru and Yudaheim have finished introducing the rules of this competition, Itadori raised his hand and asked, Teacher, where is Xia Lu? I haven't seen him for several days. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their eyes to Gojo Satoru and Yudaheim. Gojo Satoru. Oh yeah, where's Xia Lu? Everyone was speechless. As a teacher, don't you know this? At this time, Yudaheim stepped forward to explain, Xia Lu is currently researching a new technique. He may be late, but he will never be absent. After saying this, Yudaheim was deeply moved. After these few days, she has come to admire Xia Lu completely. He fainted, then woke up in pain, and this cycle repeated for 2 whole days, but he still managed to hold on. With such perseverance, she even suspected that even without her and Shoko's help, the guy might be able to get through it on his own. Suddenly, I realized why this guy is so strong. Now, is the 3rd day. Xia Lu's condition has gradually stabilized, but half of his body is covered with strange-shaped wood. However, he said there was no need to worry, and it could be resolved with just a thought. Now, the danger is basically over, and only Mei Mei is left to accompany him. Everyone, oh, that's how it is. This is absolutely nonsense to other people, but makes sense to Xia Lu. They were already looking forward to it. What new technique would Xia Lu come up with this time? Kyoto Temple, pre-war meeting room. All the students of Kyoto Academy stood quietly on the tatami, looking at Principal Rakaganji, who had called them over. Follow the plan and kill Itadori. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Lu Yinsi's old face. This is what the higher-ups mean. Itadori Yuji is always an unstable time bomb. No one knows how many Sukuna's fingers he can accommodate. If we can't bear it anymore and Sukuna wakes up completely, the consequences will be disastrous. So, I want you to kill him accidentally by hitting him too hard in the team competition. Sanluan Xia curled her lips and complained in her heart. How annoying. Can't we all just live in peace? It's such a hassle. Zenyuan Mai frowned. I'm afraid this matter is not that simple, right? Although Okatsu Yuta and Hyakinji are not here this year, they have Xia Lu, who is really strong. Having said this, she turned her gaze towards Dongtang, who was leaning against the wall. When Dongtang heard the name Xia Lu, he felt a chill down his spine. I couldn't help but recall those strange eyes in my mind. Lu Yinsi explained, according to the news, Xia Lu's strength is comparable to Okatsu and others, so he will not participate in the competition. What? On par with Okatsu Yuta? Doesn't that mean he's a top-class sorcerer? Everyone looked at the principal, Lu Yinsi, in disbelief, and saw that he was still sitting on the tatami as motionless as a mountain. Obviously, as the principal, Lien Temple would not lie about this matter. If we calculate it this way, doesn't that mean the Jiu-Jitsu high school has one more special grade Jiu-Jitsu master? They had heard teacher Yudaheim mention this Xiao Lu. It is said that he is a rare talent who was introduced by Gojo Satoru not long ago. But who could have thought that in such a short time, he would become so strong? Not long after entering school, he has already reached the special level. Dong Tang's eyes lit up and the haze in his heart dissipated. So, the one he faced last time was a special class? That's understandable, not shameful. Zenemai then asked, but principal, killing is clearly prohibited at the exchange meeting, right? If I kill Itadori, how will I face Gojo Satoru? Don't worry, it is clearly forbidden to kill people, but Itadori is not a person strictly speaking, so he will not be held accountable. Lu Yin-si said impatiently. All right, just do as I say and don't ask too many questions. Yes, the whole crowd sighed in amazement. If they could, they would not want to kill their fellow sorcerers. At least in their hearts, Itadori is Itadori and Sukuna is Sukuna. The principal of Lien Temple no longer seems to be the same person as before. It's all the fault of those old guys at the top. Sorry to keep you from talking too much, Dong Tang said with disdain and stood up and left. Kamo Kinji looked at Tong Tang and said in a deep voice, Dong Tang, come back. Dong Tang paused and stared at him. Are you teaching me how to do things? The principal is still talking. Dong Tang, do you want to see what bullshit the old man is talking about? I don't want to kill my own people. What a bullshit strategy. Go play it yourself. Goddess Takata will appear as a guest on the walking show. How can I let her down? Is this why you're in such a hurry to leave? The game is about to start, okay? Mao Shinji frowned and said calmly. You can watch the replay later, come back. Dong Tang seemed to be irritated by this. As a true fan who has been following her for 2.5 years, you let me be absent? I want to go live. I can't miss the replay either. Even the gods can't stop me. I say it. Or, do you want to fight with me outside? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became solemn. Miwa, Kasumi, and Nishimiya Tao shrank their necks and stepped back silently, wanting to persuade but not daring to. Seeing that Lien Temple's face was becoming increasingly gloomy, Chan Yuanmai held his forehead helplessly and was about to speak. Dong Tang's curse power suddenly erupted, and he glanced at everyone. Listen to me, including the old man. I have long given up hope on you guys who have terrible taste in women. Go ahead and kill Itadori yourself. I won't interfere. But do you dare to command me to give a try? See if I dare to kill you. Boom. The terrifying aura spread instantly, shocking everyone in the room. A bunch of puppets of the top leaders, pathetic. After leaving these words, Dong Tang slammed the door and walked out. Inside the viewing room, teachers from both schools have arrived. Gojo Satoru, Yudaheim, and others sat in the first row. At the back are the two principals, Yago Mazamichi and Rakaganji. At this moment, Meimei suddenly pushed the door open, sat down next to Yudaheim, waved her hand, and said with a smile, Sorry, I'm late. Yudaheim's lips curved slightly, and he leaned closer quietly, lowering his voice. Sister Meimei, we are alone in the cave. Nothing happened? Meimei crossed her legs, opened her red lips slightly, and said with a lack of interest, Hey, he's almost become a wooden man. He can't do it even if he wants to. I just applied facial cleanser to him a few times. Dust. Yudaheim blushed slightly, looked at Meimei's tall and round pet bear, and thought to herself, wouldn't this kind of reward method really suffocate Xiao Lu to death? Gojo Satoru. Teacher Meimei, why hasn't Xiao Lu come yet? The teacher in charge has his list. As Gojo Satoru finished speaking, the others also turned their eyes to Meimei. A glimmer of light flashed in Lien Temple's dim and turbid eyes. As someone who often deals with high-level executives, he is almost tired of hearing the name Xiao Lu. It seems that the top management has a very bad impression of Xiao Lu. What on earth did he do to make those old guys hate him so much? Mei leaned lazily on Yudaheim's shoulder. Don't worry, he should be there soon. Well, I also want to know what Xiao Lu has taught during this period of time. Have my lovely students made any progress? It seems that the only way to draw a conclusion is through the next game. There's still 5 minutes left before the game, but Gojo Satoru can't wait any longer. He picked up the microphone and looked at the students on the screen. The game will start soon. Let our teacher Yudaheim give a pre-game speech. Hey, the microphone is in your hand, so can't you speak for yourself? Also, is it really okay to start the game early? After a round of complaints, Yudaheim picked up the phone, cleared his throat, and said gently, Well, it's inevitable to get injured during a game. Well, everyone should cooperate with each other. Teacher Yudaheim is a little socially anxious. Students don't mind it. Then the exchange meeting will start now. The sudden roar startled Mazamichi the night goose. Gojo Satoru, what are you yelling about all of a sudden? What should we do if old man Lu Yin has a heart problem? Lu Yinsi raised his eyebrows and picked up the microphone. Humph, my heart is very healthy. In the mountains and forests, students from both schools twitched their lips as they listened to the voices on the radio. After complaining in their hearts, they all set off and galloped through the woods. At the Kyoto Academy, for people ran quickly. Kamo Kinji frowned. Hasn't that guy Tudu come back yet? Tisk. Chan Yuan helplessly spread his hands. Who knows about that guy? He won't come back even if the sky falls, if he doesn't shake hands with his goddess Takata. Let's just follow the principal's instructions. San Lungxia quietly turned her face to the side and complained in a very low voice. What a hassle. Can't you just try to keep peace? How annoying. Kamo Kinji, it doesn't matter if Tudu is gone. Panda and Gojuin are the only two who are a bit troublesome, but the others are nothing to be afraid of. We just need to disperse them one by one, and then we can easily kill Itadori. In previous years, with the presence of these two perverts, Okatsu and Hyakinji, they were completely crushed. But now, one of them has gone abroad, and the other has been fired by the top management, so Tokyo is very weak. Mechanical Maru and Momo Nishimiya, flying in the sky, are carefully searching for Itadori's target. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zenin Maki holds a spear, looking extremely fierce. Following behind her were naturally Itadori, Nobara Kujisaki, Panda, and Inagami. There is also the Jade Dog summoned by Fushiguro. Itadori. By the way, where is the hidden cursed spirit? It should be at the junction of the two parts of the forest, but it will definitely not sit there and wait for us to kill it. Panda explained as he ran. Maki calmly analyzed. Anyway, if we cross this path, we will split into two groups. Fushiguro will lead Kujisaki and Inumaki as one team, relying on the Jade Dog to search for the scent of the cursed spirit, and the rest will follow me to search in another direction. I'll leave Tudu to you, Itadori. Itadori was full of confidence. Don't worry. I've been wanting to try out the Rasengan that Xiao Lu taught me to see how powerful it is. In response, Zenin Maki smiled with fighting spirit burning in his eyes. She couldn't wait to try out the results of her training in the 8 gates of Duinjia. Just then, Fushiguro Megumi suddenly shouted, Maki-senpai, be careful. Suddenly, a magic bead cursed spirit with a human face emerged from the dense woods ahead. Go there. It was hanging upside down, attacking everyone. The panda said disdainfully, just a small fry. However, the next second, boom, an extremely powerful fist gust of wind whistled past, like a torrent pouring down, breaking down trees along the way and raising a cloud of dust. When the smoke and dust cleared, an extremely strong body stood in front of everyone. As for the cursed spirit, it had already been blasted into pieces. Dongtang was extremely excited at this moment, and he seemed to have endless energy. Just now, he successfully shook hands with Goddess Takata. Next time, it will be time to confess his love. He has already thought of a name for the child. He looked forward. Oh, they're all here. Let's go together. I want to fight 10. Dongtang grinned, and his fists collided with each other, making a loud, muffled sound. Itadori, I leave it to you. Yes, Maki and others quickly moved around from both sides. Just as Tadu was about to block, Itadori came up with a knee. Boom! A solid knee strike to the face of Tadu. Inside the viewing room, the teacher's eyes lit up when they saw this scene. As expected, you're the strongest fighter in Kyoto, and Tadu. It's fine that he killed the cursed spirit with one punch, but he was completely unharmed by Itadori's full-strength attack. I admire you. I really admire you. Knight Goose Mazamichi found the right opportunity and applauded. Liu Yinzi snorted coldly and did not respond. The other party's sarcastic tone was not a compliment at all. It was obvious that he was just using Tadu to highlight Itadori's excellence. Itadori, a student who had just joined the technical high school, was able to hit Tadu so quickly that he was caught off guard. Liu Yinzi looked at the screen with cloudy eyes and sneered in his heart. I'll let you be proud for a while. Kamo should be making a move soon. The minor feud between the presidents of the two institutions had been going on for years, so Gojo Satoru and the others did not intervene. In the forest. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures clashed at high speed, punches colliding. Dongtang roared angrily and punched out with great force, knocking Itadori away and hitting him hard against a tree. Dongtang rubbed his nose and looked at the person in front of him with interest. Are you Itadori? He vaguely remembered Xia Lu once said that a man named Itadori might be able to give him a satisfactory answer. Itadori ignored the blood flowing from his forehead, assumed a fighting stance, and looked at the tall man in front of him warily. What a tough guy. With all the knee strikes and punches, he wasn't hurt. No wonder everyone attaches so much importance to this guy named Dongtang. Thinking of this, Itadori not only did not retreat, but became even more determined to fight. At this moment, Dongtang slowly stepped forward, crossed his arms, and shouted with a serious expression. Tell me, what kind of woman do you like? Hearing this, Itadori's momentum collapsed instantly, and he was obviously overwhelmed by these sudden words. 1 second she was fighting for life and death, and the next second she was asking him what kind of woman he likes? Are you kidding me? However, looking at Tudu's expectant eyes, Itadori couldn't bear to refuse. Why? Why are you asking me this all of a sudden? Tell me, this is very important to me. Dongtang took another step closer, staring into Itadori's eyes with burning eyes. Itadori swallowed and stepped back subconsciously. Finally, he held his chin, thought for a while, and said seriously, if it is really said, I think I like tall girls with big butts. Something like Jennifer Lawrence. At this point, Itadori himself touched his head a little embarrassedly. After all, it's better to keep this kind of thing in your heart. It's still a bit embarrassing to say it out loud. Dongtang's eyes widened when he heard this, and his body shook violently. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and 2 streams of clear water dripped down his cheeks to the ground uncontrollably. He kept muttering, It's true, he didn't lie to me. Xia Lu didn't lie to me. If Xia Lu saw this scene, he would just say, Itadori's domain triggers. All people in the world are brothers. Dongtang. The password is correct, the screen is loading. Memories that didn't exist are about to appear. Dongtang will automatically imagine the 10-year deep brotherhood with Itadori. Soon, Dongtang fell into a wonderful world. There, he spent a wonderful high school time with Itadori, and the two were inseparable friends. Afterwards, Dongtang mustered up the courage to confess his love to the goddess Takata, but was rejected and won the good guy card. Takata's answer was, Tadu, you are a good person, but we are not suitable. Under the cherry tree, Tadu was in a daze, letting the petals fall to his head. Suddenly, Itadori appeared like a ray of light. After that, Itadori patiently comforted him and helped him out of his emotional difficulties. From then on, I made up my mind to be a Sigma man, the end of non-existent memories. In just a few seconds, Itadori's position in Dongtang's mind has become irreplaceable. At this time, Itadori was already stunned. Looking at the tough guy in front of him who suddenly burst into tears, he spread his hands helplessly. Are you okay? Should we still fight now? After all, we are rivals. Did this guy cry just because of my answer? Dongtang wiped away his tears. No, We are close friends. If I remember correctly, this is the first time we meet, right? No need to say more. Let's learn from each other as close friends. Without waiting for Itadori to react, Dongtang took a step and attacked Itadori. The two men fought again. Rather than a fight, it would be more like Tudu was feeding Itadori with moves. At the same time, in the sky, the cute little girl Nishimiya, Tao, rode on her magic broom and looked at the two people below. After hesitating for a while, she finally dialed the phone. In the forest, not far away, Kamo Shinji answered the phone. It doesn't matter. What the guy said himself will not stop our action. Mamwa, Mekamu Itadori is right in front. Let's go. Inside the viewing room, everyone stared at the picture on the screen. The scene just now was obviously seen by everyone, causing Gojo Satoru and others to laugh so hard that their stomachs were about to cramp. Only Li Yinsi had black lines on his face, and the cane in his hand was almost crushed. Ha! This Dongtang is really interesting. It's quite to my taste. How about poaching Dongtang over here? Gojo Satoru laughed and looked at Masamichi Yagoshi behind him. Cough, cough. Masamichi coughed twice and gave him a crazy look. The principal is sitting right next to you. How can you say such a thing? Don't you give him any face at all? However, at this moment, the screen playing Itadori and Tudu suddenly went black, and then countless snowflakes appeared. Hey, what's going on? Is the surveillance broken? That shouldn't be the case. I specially asked someone to renovate it before the competition. Gojo Satoru was very confused. Just when everyone was worried about it, a smile appeared on Lien Temple's lips. It's normal. Maybe it was caused by a fierce fight. Everyone nodded in response to this without too much doubt. After all, similar situations had occurred many times in the previous two sessions. At that time, with the existence of Okatsu, more than one surveillance camera was damaged. Yudaheim looked curiously at Mei Mei, who was standing next to him with a calm face and holding her fair chin with one hand. Sister Mei Mei, don't you find the scene just now interesting? Mei Mei closed her eyes tightly and put a finger in front of her red lips. Shoo. I'm looking at Xia Lu. Upon hearing this, Yudaheim understood immediately that Mei Mei had been using the crows to share information about Xia Lu's situation. As for the competition, she didn't seem to care at all. The plan to kill Itadori is about to begin. On the other side, deep in the forest inside a cave, Xia Lu walked out leaning against the wall, with the golden sunlight shining on her cheeks. He spread his hands, narrowed his eyes, and welcomed the sun's bath, as if he was reborn. The fusion of Hashiroma's cells is nearing completion, and the inhuman pain that had been felt before has disappeared. Taking out the mirror given by Mei Mei, Xia Lu's mouth twitched. At this moment, half of his body had almost completely turned into wood. Branches had grown from his right arm, and flowers had even bloomed on his face. Shit, I become would release, White Setsu. That's impossible. As the words fell, boom, Xia Lu's body shook violently, and the wood, branches, and flowers on his body instantly turned into powder. Instead, there was a sturdy body with clear lines, and every inch of muscle seemed to contain explosive power. Transformation has been successful. Is this the power of concentrated Hashirama cells? Every cell in the body is filled with infinite power, almost ready to burst out. And every cell contains a huge amount of chakra. From now on, the word lack of blue will no longer exist in his dictionary. Xia Lu walked out of the cave and raised his hand slightly. Would release. Cutting technique. Rub, rub, rub. Countless sharp wooden sticks suddenly pierced out from the ground, instantly sealing off the entire cave. Seeing this scene, Xia Lu's mouth curled slightly and nodded with satisfaction. As the saying goes, high risk, high reward. This time, after fusing with Hashiroma's cells, he not only gained a huge amount of chakra, most importantly, he can successfully perform the wood release technique. His strength made a qualitative leap at this moment. Later, the system said that it would penetrate Huayu, and the technique of insertion would be the most suitable. By the way, Hinamiya seems to be very good at controlling trees. In the original work, it controlled the giant tree and chased Itadori and others to kill them. I wonder if my wood release. Tree World General Birth can beat it? Xiao Lu can't wait. Mei Mei had just left not long ago. Calculating the time, the sisters' exchange meeting should have already started. In that case, he clapped his hands and instantly created several shadow clones. Xiao Lu said calmly, "Find a location of everyone in the academy and place the flying thunder god seal everywhere." Yes, the shadow clones quickly ran deep into the forest. Facing the upcoming 4 natural disasters, Xiao Lu will not become arrogant just because of his increased strength. The flying thunder god seal must be deployed as it should be. Fusion with Hashirama's body and mastering the power of wood release is just the beginning. The next step is the Samsara Eye. Therefore, Xiao Lu did not plan to return to the viewing room, but waited here for Lu Hu and his companions to arrive. Then he slowly raised his head. He smiled and waved at the crow on the tree, and a vortex appeared and disappeared on the spot. Let's return to the playing field. Bang! Itadori exchanged punches with Tudu and was knocked back several meters. TSK, this guy is really powerful. It seems that I can only use that move. Itadori bent his body slightly, put his palms together, and a red energy ball formed by the compressed and condensed curse power appeared in his palms. This is exactly the Rasengan that Xiao Lu taught him, but with his current ability, he can only condense it into the size of a basketball. Sensei Gojo Satoru once said that he is currently unable to use any techniques because most techniques are inherently present in the body. Unfortunately, there is no magic formula in his body, and his physical fitness is his only advantage. But Xiao Lu's Rasengan is different. After initially mastering it, I discovered that the Rasengan is not strictly speaking a technique at all, but a special way to compress cursed energy. As long as you have the power of spells and master this magical compression method, you will have the opportunity to perform it. But it was precisely because of this that he admired Xiao Lu even more for being able to come up with such a wonderful method. Dong Tang looked at the red energy ball in front of him and asked curiously, "What kind of spell is this?" He could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within the energy ball, and it was constantly increasing as Itadori accumulated power. At this moment, Itadori became alert and decisively threw out the Rasengan, but the direction was not towards Tudu, but above the tree trunk beside him. Almost at the same time, bang! A bullet made of cursed energy was fired and collided with the Rasengan. The bullet was quickly destroyed, but the power of the Rasengan remained undiminished. What? Before the Rasengan arrived, the violent gust of wind had already caused pain on my cheeks. Chan Yuan Mai's eyes widened. He suppressed the shock in his heart, jumped back, and barely dodged. Boom! The big tree was instantly crushed by the Rasengan. Looking at the big tree, where he was before, Chan Yuan Mai took a deep breath. What a powerful force! Didn't they say that Itadori had no other means of attack besides brute force? What's going on with this red ball of energy? Hey, are you satisfied with the power? This is the unique skill that Xiao Lu taught me step by step. Itadori shook his numb wrist and smiled excitedly. Zen Yuan Mai, is that Xiao Lu? Teacher Yudaheim once said that the most frightening thing about Xiao Lu is not his strength. It's the terrifying creative ability. Presumably, this strange energy ball should be one of the spells he created. This is just the power that can be exerted on Itadori. What would it be like if Xiao Lu himself performed it? The more Chan Yuan Mai thought about it, the more frightened he became. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely get to know Xiao Lu better. Nice power. Suddenly, an indifferent male voice sounded. Itadori turned around suddenly and saw Kumo Kenji on the tree trunk behind him, pulling the bow and arrow to its full length and aiming it at him. At the same time, a figure composed of mechas flashed by his side. Mecha 1 opened his palms, and an energy cannon condensed in his palms. The hunting time begins. Itadori looked around intently and gritted his teeth. Am I surrounded? Wrong. He looked at the muzzle of the revolver pointed at him, the bow that was drawn to its full length, and the mechanical bullet that was about to fire. I had a bad feeling in my heart. Do these people want to kill me? Just at this moment. Bang! Applause. Itadori and Tudu instantly took over. Everyone was stunned, and Kamo Kenji found Itadori suddenly appeared on the top of the tree with a confused look on his face. Is this Tudu's technique? Boom! A punch came at them fiercely, and everyone quickly moved away to avoid it. I told you if you dare to get in my way, I'll kill you. Dongtang was like a ferocious beast, his eyes sweeping over everyone. Kamo Kenji was upset and retorted. You clearly said that. I dare to command you. Get lost. It's all the same. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by an angry roar. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. After a brief silence, Kamo Kenji put away his bow and arrow and passed by Tudu. Seeing this scene, Itadori in the tree was even more confused. What on earth is going on? You wanted to kill me just 1 second ago, and now you're fighting among yourself? Zenenmai, an annoying guy. Mechanical Maru. Looks like we have to evacuate temporarily. Sanlunxia clenched her fists and said excitedly. That's great. Kamo Kenji said calmly. With Tudu blocking us, we can't kill Itadori. But we cannot disobey the order of the principal of Lien Temple. We must evacuate temporarily and slowly look for an opportunity. After they left, Tudu looked at Itadori and said, Finally, no one can disturb us. Come on, let's continue the competition. But before that, Dongtang suddenly walked up to Itadori, hooked his shoulders, and smiled. Since I saved you just now, can you teach me about that energy ball you used just now? You mean the Rasengan? No, this is what Xiao Lu taught me. He holds the copyright, so I need his consent. Dongtang was shocked. Hey, we are close friends. High in the sky, watching everything below, Shi Gong Tao sighed. This is a complete mess. Anyway, keep going. I'm extra cute today, too. However, at this moment, a Shikigami with lightning wrapped all over its body and a face like an owl suddenly appeared above her. Is this Fushigiro's new? Oops. Boom. Nishimiya Tao was caught off guard and struck down by the lightning summoned by Nu. Kamo and others who were running below saw this and were about to provide assistance. Bite! An iron nail with cursed power flew by at high speed, and several people narrowly avoided it. The iron nail cut through the air, spun at high speed, and suddenly pierced into the thick tree trunk. After a slight obstruction, it actually pierced through the trunk directly. Kamo Kenji and others looked at the pierced tree in the distance with lingering fear, and were extremely shocked. What a powerful piercing power. What on earth is going on? Forget about the energy ball that Itadori used before. How come even Kujisaki Nobara is so powerful? Although the mastermind of the sneak attack had not yet appeared, they had already done their homework before the game. Among the students of Tokyo Academy, only Kujisaki Nobara can use nails as weapons. But shouldn't she be so strong? If it was their bodies that were struck just now, they would have been pierced instantly, just when they were puzzled. A voice was heard. Yes, the speed and power of the cursed energy have been greatly improved after being compressed. Xiao Lu's compression method works really well. Nobara Kujisaki put one hand on her waist, holding a heart-shaped hammer, and walked out of the bushes with a satisfied smile on her face. Following behind her were Maki, Panda, and others. Just now, the clever Panda recalled what Gojo Suru had reminded him before the match. Kyoto Academy might target Itadori unfavorably. In addition, they had not run into them before, and the other party seemed to be deliberately avoiding them. This was very different from previous years' competitions. All the horses thought of this possibility. The other party's target is Itadori. Xiao Lu again? Chan Yuanmai exclaimed. Kamo Kenji and the others also looked at Kujisaki Nobara with serious eyes. It seems that their increased strength is related to that person named Xiao Lu. In this case, we can no longer have the contempt we had before. Fushiguro Megumi looked at them fiercely. Kamo-senpai, are you planning to kill Itadori? What responded to him was a flying arrow. For a moment, everyone fought in a group. Maki swept Kasumi Miwa away with a gun, and Fushiguro Megumi faced Kamo Kenji. The panda roared and swung his fist at the mechanical pill. The moment Zenimai saw his sister Maki, he clenched his fists and held the revolver in his hand ready to shoot at any time. But she won't do that. She will wait until Maki gets rid of the useless Kasumi Miwa before fighting her alone. Even though I'm a younger sister, it doesn't mean I will lose to my older sister. In the distance, Kujisaki Nobara continued to hit nails, chasing the falling Nishimiya Tao. My cute little sister, be careful to dodge. Shigong Tao's cheeks puffed up with anger. Damn it, I'm your senior. The students from the two academies started a battle in the forest. At this moment, they had already forgotten about the search for the hidden cursed spirit. At first, the two sides were evenly matched. But with Zenamaki's 3 sharp shouts, "Open the door! Open it! Open the door! Open the gate of life!" With a loud bang and a surge of air, Maki was surrounded by wind and burned with materialized blue energy. At this moment, she is like a female war god who has killed countless enemies. At this moment, the might of the second generation of Tianyu Tyrant was revealed. Kumo, my mechanical Maru, and others were all shocked by this momentum. The situation suddenly turned, and the Kyoto Academy was losing ground. Miwa Kasumi was the first to be knocked dozens of meters away by Maki. What a terrifying aura. Could this be another spell created by that guy, named Xiaolu? But wasn't Maki born with 0 curse power? What? Before the useless Samluin Xia could figure it out, a cold female voice suddenly came from behind her. Congratulations, you guessed it right. A knife-like blow hit her on the back of the neck, and Samluin Xia's head tilted and she fell to the ground in a faint. Maki did not stay for too long and attacked the rest of them while the 8 Gates ninjutsu was still active. At the same time, outside the venue, a bald curse master was particularly excited. Gojo Satoru is 1.9 meters tall, right? A clothes hanger made of him must be the most perfect work of art. Lohu was speechless. Master, why hasn't Xiao Jie come yet? And the helpers you found are all so perverted and arrogant. Do you want to turn Gojo Satoru into a clothes hanger? Who gave him the courage? The real person touched Tawagan's round head, causing the latter to squint his eyes comfortably and smiled. That guy said he was going to prepare the cursed tool to break the barrier. After all, the barrier in front of us was blessed by Tianyuan. Except for the special flower palace, we are unable to enter for the time being. Hearing this, the 4 natural disasters looked towards the barrier that enveloped the entire forest. Sorry, I'm late. Xia Yojia walked over slowly, holding a tiny silver needle in his hand. You're finally here. The real person jumped down from the roof and asked curiously, are you going to use this thin needle to break the barrier? Lohu Huayu also gave him a disapproving look. It's hard to say whether he has broken it or not. After all, that Master Tianyuan is the most powerful barrier master in the world. So, we just need to open a gap for you to pass through. And there is also an advantage in doing this, which is that it is not easy for Tianyuan, who is far away in the depths of Hongxing Palace, to notice it immediately. He, the Master of Barrier, is second only to Tianyuan. It is not too difficult for him to do this, not to mention that he has this silver needle that is specifically used for barrier. I will open a gap in the center of the highest point of the barrier to make it easier for you to drop from the sky and reach the center. Oh, by the way, we must also set up a tent that specifically prohibits Gojo Satoru from entering. This is of utmost importance. The real person looked expectant. Then let's proceed according to the plan. I'll be in charge of borrowing the Sukuna finger from the high school. Let's go and make a big scene. Lohu, Hanami, and Togen. The bigger the noise, the better. As for you, the real person looked at the bald curse master. I'll leave Gojo Satoru outside to you. Is that okay? When the real person said this, he smiled secretly. The only purpose of this guy is to attract the attention of Gojo Satoru and the others in the high school. To put it bluntly, they are cannon fodder. No problem. Let me beat Gojo Satoru. He's the perfect clothes hanger material. Well, I wish you success. The real person nodded and reminded. Finally, a reminder. If you meet Xiaolu, don't look in his eyes. Inside the viewing room, Lu Yanxi was stunned. He looked at the scene on the screen in front of him and fell in a deep thought. What's going on? When did the people in Tokyo schools make such great progress? It's fine that the girl named Kujisaki Nobara was chasing after Nishimiya Momo. But how come the 4th-level sorcerer Zenin Maki, who was born with 0 spell power and was despised by the Zenin family, suddenly became so powerful? Even Kamo and Mechanical Maru were beaten by her alone. After a long while, he turned to look at Mazumichi, who was grinning from ear to ear. Tell me the truth, what is going on? Seeing Lien Temple's expression, Yi was so happy. He suppressed his joy and said proudly, "You should ask the new teachers in our school about this question." A trace of doubt flashed across Lienzi's eyes, and then he immediately thought of someone. "You mean Xiaolu?" At this time, Gojo Satoru spoke up. "Old man, you have a quick mind." He's right. During this period, I deliberately lied and said that I had received news that Xia Yojia was not in school, just to let Xia Lu come forward to guide the students. After all, I know his talent better than anyone here. Except Mei Mei. At this point, Gojo Satoru sighed, but I didn't expect that Xia Lu is so good at guiding students. Their progress has opened my eyes even to me. Yudaheim, who was standing by, also showed praise, and, at the same time, an idea came to his mind. It is definitely unrealistic to poach Xia Lu and ask him to join Kyoto Institute. But if I can invite Xia Lu to guide my Dongtang and others, it will definitely help my students make great progress. It just so happens that I helped Xia Lu this time. If I invite him, he won't refuse, right? She then looked at Mei Mei, who looked lazy. "Sister Mei Mei, aren't you surprised?" Mei Mei said boredly, "I am not interested in anything other than money." "Really? Then I don't know who is using the crows to keep an eye on Xia Lu." Mei Mei's expression froze for a moment, and she sighed. "Yudaheim, you're also starting to learn how to tease people." Hearing this, Lien Temple sighed inwardly. It seems that the plan to kill Itadori has failed, and even this exchange meeting may be lost. He has done his best with Itadori, so let the top management decide for themselves. He is already old. However, at this moment, brush, brush, brush. At this moment, all the talismans stuck on the wall suddenly burned, emitting light white smoke. At the same time, the screen in front of me went black and lost the picture. This is the end of the game, and it's all red. But the students were clearly still fighting just a second ago. Yudaheim quickly stood up with a bad feeling in his heart. Gojo Satoru and others were also confused. At this time, Mei Mei suddenly spoke up. "They are foreign invaders, including the volcano head in the last Gojo Satoru video. Just a reminder, there are 3 accomplices beside it." Mei Mei was a little angry at the moment, because the blue-haired man with stitches all over his face actually gave her crow a little finger. That expression is as cheap as it can be. What? How did they break Master Tinyuan's barrier? Lien Temple suddenly stood up and said in disbelief, "Oh no, that volcano is an unrecorded special grade curse spirit. Judging from its appearance, the reference book calls it a natural disaster. The exchange will stop immediately, and we must rescue the students as quickly as possible. They are completely powerless to resist a cursed spirit of this level. If they are a step slower, the consequences will be disastrous." Knight Goose Mazumichi is extremely anxious. Gojo Satoru patted the dust off his butt, stretched himself, and said in a rare, serious tone, "If nothing unexpected happens, those 4 are all special grade ones belonging to the 4 great natural disasters, and their strength far exceeds that of ordinary special grade cursed spirits. Everyone, let's get going. Our lovely students are waiting for us to rescue them." Every teacher had a serious expression, and even Lu Yinsi took out his weapon, the electric guitar. The rock old man is coming. Only Mei Mei did not show too much panic, because she knew that Xia Lu was about to take action. A tent that blocked out the sky, and the sun fell from the sky. The originally bright and clear sky suddenly became a little darker. Not far away, several figures were running rapidly. Gojo Satoru glanced at Lien Temple, who was following closely behind him, and said jokingly, "Not bad, old man." Your legs and feet are still quite nimble. Yudaheim looked anxious. Quick! Gojo, go in first before the tent is completely put down. It's too late. Yudaheim, the tent has actually been completely set up, but because the effect of the spell was prioritized, it caused a visual delay. Thinking of this, Gojo Satoru thought to himself, it seems that the other party has a unique understanding of setting up the account. As they were talking, several people had already arrived in front of the tent. Now that you've let it go, just break it. Gojo Satoru raised his hand and placed his palm against the tent. However, the moment of contact, boom, a powerful repulsive force pushed Gojo Satoru back. Seeing this, Yudaheim and others were shocked. Even Gojo Satoru can be forcibly repelled? Is this tent so strong? Wait, why were you bounced away but I was able to go in? As she spoke, Yudaheim had already reached her hand into the tent. The whole process was unobstructed, as if the tent did not exist to her. Then, Mei Mei and Lien Temple also successfully reached their hands in. Gojo Satoru's face suddenly darkened. It seems that the other party came prepared. You're restricting others from coming and going freely in exchange for your absolute rejection of me. That is to say, except for me. You can all come and go as you please. As soon as these words came out, Yudaheim and the others were shocked. Such intention couldn't be more obvious. The purpose is to prevent Gojo Satoru from entering. It seems that the other party is not only a master, but also has a certain grasp of the intelligence of the high school. Things are getting more troublesome. The other party has obviously put in a lot of effort this time. The 4 natural disasters have all been dispatched. Do they want to kill all my students? Even if you enter now, I'm afraid you won't be their match. Gojo Satoru's tone became more serious, because apart from that volcano head, the other 3 are also very likely to have domains. Hearing this, Yudaheim clenched his fists and felt powerless. At this moment, Mei Mei suddenly spoke up. Yudaheim, don't forget that Xia Lu is still inside. Yudaheim's eyes suddenly lit up, his tense heart relaxed, and he felt an inexplicable sense of security. Yes, the incident happened so suddenly. How could she forget Xia Lu? That guy will definitely protect the students. Gojo Satoru breathed a sigh of relief and complained, Teacher Mei Mei, why didn't you say so earlier? Only Lien Temple was somewhat puzzled. Xia Lu, why was she in there? But obviously, now is not the time to worry about this issue. Well, I guess except for old man Lien, we all know Xia Lu's strength. But we can't let down our guard because of the sense of security he brings us. After all, those are the 4 great natural disasters. Even if Xia Lu can handle alone, what if the other party is determined to target the students? I'm afraid he alone doesn't have the time to take care of the safety of so many students. So everyone hurry in. I will break through this tent as soon as possible and come to support you. As he was talking, Gojo Satoru had already risen high into the sky and began to look for the weak points of the tent. Yudaheim and the others nodded to each other and walked into the tent. The scene outside is completely different from the moment you step into the tent. The skies seem to have changed color. Under the cover of the tent, the bright day turned into sunset. As soon as I stepped onto the ground, an incomparably huge curse force came over me like a tsunami. The 3 of them looked solemn. Yudaheim couldn't help but shrink his neck, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Mei Mei put away her calm attitude and clenched the giant axe in her hand. Liu Yanxi placed his old and skinny fingers on the electric guitar, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. What a terrifying aura. Is this the curse power fluctuations emitted by the natural disasters that are far superior to ordinary special grade curse spirits? Suddenly, a figure came forward, yelling like crazy. Hello, hello, hello. Why is there an old man and 2 women here? Where's Gojo Satoru? Looking at the bald man holding a kitchen knife in front of him, Liu Yanxi frowned slightly. Curse Master? Although it is not the source of these terrifying auras, its strength should not be underestimated. Mei Mei Yudaheim, go protect the students first. I'll leave this to you. Lien Temple holds the electric guitar in front of him, and a rock song is about to be played. At this moment, A dazzling light suddenly flashed in the sky. A high-speed spinning spiral smashed down from above the cursor's head. Rasengan! Boom! The wind is blowing. A huge spiral blew directly into the face, almost swallowing the bald cursor hole. When the smoke and dust cleared, the curse master who shouted that he would turn Gojo Satoru into a clothes hanger was already lying unconscious in the deep pit. Is this what it feels like to block a Rasengan shot? Not bad. Xiao Lu suddenly appeared beside everyone. Xiao Lu, the three of them suddenly looked to their side. Lien Temple opened his mouth with a dull look in his eyes. He is Xiao Lu? That energy ball just now actually killed the curse master instantly? Before, Lien Temple had only heard that Xiao Lu was very powerful, but had never seen it with their own eyes. Now that I see it, it is indeed extraordinary. Judging from her appearance, she is probably less than 20 years old. You all have misunderstood. I am just one of his clones. My real body is in the center of the forest. The specific battle situation is unknown. After saying that, the clone Xiao Lu disappeared into white smoke with a bang. The mission here has been completed, and the memory will soon be transferred back to the main body. Clone? That guy actually came up with another weird technique. Mei Mei and Yudaheim murmured in their hearts. Lien Temple was greatly shocked. Just a clone is so powerful. What about him? Don't be in a daze, old man. Xiao Lu is in the center of the forest. I'm afraid he has already started fighting with the four natural disasters. Let's go and help him. Mei Mei picked up the axe and quickly rushed towards the center of the forest. Principal, let's follow suit. Even if we can't help, we should at least protect the students and share the pressure on Xiao Lu. Moreover, my technique can also provide an increase in Xiao Lu's power. As long as we can hold off until Gojo Satoru breaks through the tent, everything will be solved. Lu Yinsi nodded, and the two of them quickly rushed towards the center of the forest. A desperate battle royale is happening. The students from both schools had already stopped fighting and started running away desperately. Behind him, Lohu was bathed in a curtain of fire composed of a sea of fire. Hua Yu stepped on the giant tree, and with every step he took, the tree would extend forward hundreds of meters. Tua Jin was floating in the ocean like a child, occasionally spitting out a few water arrows from his mouth, shooting at the people below. Boom! A turret device, similar to a volcanic crater, protruded from the ground. Raging, the flames burst out and burned toward the students of the technical secondary school. Lohu stood on the flames with a crazy smile in his eyes. Looking at the technical college students running away desperately in front of him, Luhu felt extremely happy. Xiao Lu had beaten it up before, and it almost forgot its identity. It is a natural disaster. It is a powerful being that is superior to all special-grade cursed spirits. The flames were about to engulf everyone. The usually quiet Gojuan pulled off his collar that covered his mouth and shouted at the oncoming blazing flames. Turn it off. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames containing terrifying high temperatures were actually extinguished instantly and turned into thick white smoke. Puff! Cough cough! Gojuan only felt a sharp pain in his throat and a rusty taste rising up his throat, but he still swallowed it down hard. So powerful. After only using it once, it caused such a huge backlash. It seems that my strength is far from being on the same level as the other party. Gowan was extremely shocked. Itadori turned around and asked anxiously, Senior Gojuin, are you okay? Zen and Maki warned, don't stop. These three cursed spirits are far beyond our ability to deal with. We can only wait for the teachers to come to our aid. The panda said in a deep voice, Dongtang, I will need you to perform a spell to help everyone later. Dongtang said angrily, I know. Why did these three damn guys suddenly show up in such a good game? It actually disturbed his wonderful time of sparring with his best friend Itadori. If he could beat them, he would have wanted to tear their heads off and use them as basketballs to relieve his hatred. Lu Hu, who was standing behind him, looked a little surprised. I didn't expect that there would be such ability among these ants. Is this the curse caster that Geto Sugura mentioned? It's really eye-opening. However, I want to see how many backlashes you can withstand. Lohu looked at Huayu, who was standing on a huge tree beside him, and to Kujin, who was floating on the seawater. You two should do it too. Turn the jujitsu high school upside down. Hearing this, Huayu Tawagan nodded. Boom! As Huayu waved his hand, countless huge tree roots broke out of the ground, twisting wildly as if they had life, and shot towards Itadori and others. In an emergency, Togen summoned a terrifying sea wave, which broke through countless trees like a flood. Lohu was not to be outdone, and summoned a raging fire that swept over. Wherever it passed, no grass would grow. Huayu looked at the destroyed vegetation and snorted coldly, feeling a little unhappy. Shigong Tao, who was flying in the sky, turned pale with fear and said in despair, It's all over. There is no way to dodge such a horrible attack. What should I do? Below, the people from the academy have already stopped. With such a large-scale attack, there is nowhere to escape. It would be better to work together to set up a barrier. Maybe we can barely stop it. But they all knew that they had to face this kind of extraordinary terrorist attack. The barrier is no different from thin paper in front of these things and can only play a psychological role. Just when everyone was in despair, Gojuan stood up again. He slowly pulled down the clothes covering his mouth. His eyes were determined. His mouth was slightly open, and blood could be vaguely seen inside. Fushiguro Megumi grabbed him and said, Gojuku Senpai, the backlash is too great. If this continues, you will... Gojuan patted his shoulder, looked at the people behind him, and said in a hoarse voice, At this moment, only the ultimate spell can save us. As a spellcaster, he knew what this meant. It takes a huge amount of mana to release the spell, especially when encountering an opponent whose level is too different from your own. There will be a horrible backlash. Just stopping Lu Hu's attack just now almost made him vomit blood. This time, he faced multiple attacks at the same time, and their power was far greater than before. The cost of stopping these attacks would be unimaginable. At the very least, your throat will be completely destroyed, and you will never be able to be a spellcaster again. In serious cases, death on the spot. In just 1 second, countless memories flashed through his mind. Faced with the coming flood, sea of fire, and giant trees, Gojuan's thin body seemed extremely small. Itadori and others behind him watched this scene, gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. An unprecedented feeling of powerlessness surged in their hearts. Dog roll. Stop. Gojuan ignored it, but took a deep breath, and with the determination to die, he shouted with all his might, Stop! Bang! Before he finished his words, a yellow flash appeared, and a slender hand covered Gojuan's mouth. Gojuan, you've done a great job. Let me do the rest. After that, Xiao Lu formed seals with his hands and poured chakra into the ground. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. Boom! With a loud bang from the ground, an extremely tall and thick earth wall rose from the ground. Although in the Naruto world, this jutsu is only ranked B level, but that also depends on the caster. Xiao Lu is no longer the same person he used to be. With a huge amount of chakra, the earth wall he summoned is like a majestic city. Boom! The earth flow wall shook violently for about 10 seconds, then blocked the attacks of Lu Hu and others, and there was still no sign of damage. At this moment, everyone just reacted. Xiao Lu, Itadori, and others said happily, Is he Xiao Lu? Students at Kyoto schools have heard this name many times. The intuitive feeling they get is mysterious and powerful. Now I have finally seen his true appearance with my own eyes. Looking at the extremely tall rock wall in front of them, they were extremely horrified. Good, so strong. Just by casually making a move, he was able to summon such a huge earth wall, and he easily blocked the attack that had put them in a desperate situation. Xiao Lu, indeed, lives up to her reputation. Dong Tang swallowed his saliva and suppressed the shock in his heart. So, this is his true strength? I thought that his eyes were his greatest reliance. But now it seems that it is just icing on the cake. Even without those eyes, he could still easily defeat me. Speaking of which, I have to thank him for introducing me to a close friend who is worthy of my lifelong trust. Chan Yuan Mai was also extremely shocked, and she was thinking silently in her heart. With such strength, it is no wonder that Dongtang, who was always domineering, suddenly became strangely timid when facing Xia Lu last time. Now it seems that Dongtang backed down at the right time, otherwise he would have been punished. Recalling the Rasengan used by Itadori, Nobara Kujisaki's strength surged, and the powerful physical skills that Sister Maki suddenly mastered. All of this has something to do with the man in front of me. In the sky, riding on a magic broom, Nishimiya Tao placed her hands in front of her, her face slightly red, and said infatuatedly, "Amazing! Is he the Xia Lu that Yudaheim teacher often mentioned? He looks very nice too. I don't know, does he like his kawaii self?" The mechanical pill beside him breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that we are safe for the time being. Xia Lu turned around and looked at the people who were standing there in a daze, and said with a smile, "Everyone remember to stay away later." After saying that, he snapped his fingers and instantly removed the wall of earth blocking his way. Next, it is a great time to complete the system tasks. Xia Lu looked at the 3 natural disasters that were chasing after him, waved his hand, and said with a smile, "Long time no see, chamber pot." This time, Lu Hu did not get angry, but instead reminded Ta Jin beside him urgently, "Quick, turn your head away. Don't look him in the eye." Following Lohu's exclamation, Tawagan immediately lowered his head, staring at the ground, not wanting to meet Xia Lu's gaze, even with his peripheral vision. Lu Hu was even more exaggerated. He actually closed his single eye tightly. It will never fall in the same place twice. Seeing this scene, Xia Lu was speechless, with the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? At this moment, a shout came from behind. "Xia Lu!" Everyone looked back and saw Mei Mei, Yudaheim, and Lien Temple rushing over. Itadori and others were delighted when they saw this. "Wait a moment." Xia Lu looked at Lu Hu and the other 2 and said calmly. Then, under the gazes of the 3 people, he walked towards the crowd. Seeing Xia Lu dare to ignore her, Huayu looked at Lo Hu Tawagan and asked, "Are you really going to be obedient and wait for him?" Lo Hu waved his hand and said indifferently, "The main purpose this time is to attract the attention of the senior specialist so that the real person can steal Sukuna's finger. The longer we wait, the better it will be for us, right?" On the other side, Yudaheim said seriously, "I will use the spell to increase the restricted area for you, as long as we can hold it out until Gojo Satoru breaks out of the tent." "No need, you, and may still have." Xia Lu dragged out the ending and looked at Lu Yanxi, who was standing aside with a serious expression and holding an electric guitar. "Isn't this the old-age version of Gao Jianli in Jujutsu Kaisen?" As a conservative, he seemed to want to kill Itadori this time, but his plan obviously failed. Yudaheim explained, He is the president of Kyoto Academy, Rakaganji." "Oh, then please take the students and hide away." Xia Lu glanced at Lien Temple indifferently. He had no good impression of this person. After saying that, Xia Lu turned and walked towards Lu Hu and the other 2, his eyes full of excitement. Yudaheim stamped his feet and said anxiously, "Hey, do you really not need an increase?" She certainly knew that Xia Lu was very strong. Especially after this transformation, she might be able to go even further. However, what he has to face this time are 3 special cursed spirits of natural disaster level. "Okay, Yudaheim, Xia Lu just doesn't want you to be in danger. Your spell has a small range. If you want to provide him with an amplification, you must be close to the battlefield. Just imagine, can you withstand a battle of this level? Even the aftermath? And we don't rule out the idea that they will attack the students. Our mission is to protect the students and let Xia Lu have no worries." Hearing this, Yudaheim nodded with a complicated expression, lamenting his own weakness. Soon after, except for Xia Lu, the rest of the people had evacuated to the rear. Chan Yuan couldn't help but ask, "2 teachers, why did the 3 cursed spirits react so strongly when they saw Xia Lu? Either you look away or you close your eyes tightly, as if you're really scared?" As soon as these words were spoken, they attracted curious glances from others, and even Lien Temple felt puzzled. After hearing what Zen Mastermind said, it seemed to be true. The moment Xia Lu appeared, the momentum of the three cursed spirits that had been chasing them collapsed a bit, and was replaced by fear. Kujisaki Nobara said playfully, "You can ask Senior Tudu about this question. He knows it better than anyone else." Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Dongtang. Dongtang coughed twice and cursed Kujisaki in his heart. "Why are you talking about something that is not relevant? With so many people around, doesn't he have any dignity to lose?" And in front of his best friend, Itadori. But he couldn't stand the curious gazes of so many people, and finally, he said awkwardly, "It's all because of his weird eyes. Once you look into its eyes, you will fall into endless pain. It can only be described in 4 words. Having said this, Dongtang paused for a moment and said with a serious expression, "It's so terrifying. And that volcano head, if it goes as expected, should have been attacked by me as well." Suddenly, Itadori's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands violently, as if he had suddenly realized something. "I was wondering why there was only a head left at the last volcano." After the last incident, he asked Gojo Satoru, but the other party asked him to guess. When he asked Xia Lu, the answer he gave was that Huoshan at Shirleji went crazy and hit himself. It was not until now that he fully understood the reason behind the incident. Damn it, as the person involved, I only understand the truth of the matter now. Blame it on Gojo Satoru and Xia Lu, the 2 Riddlers. To put it simply, it's an illusion. Mei smiled as she parted her red lips. Actually, she was the first victim of these eyes. She still cannot forget the suffocating feeling. Good, awesome. After the explanation, everyone could roughly imagine the extent of the horror. This ability is simply impossible to defend against. This is simply the second 6 eyes. I strongly suggest Xia Lu to follow Gojo Satoru's example and cover his eyes. Wait. At this moment, Maki said worriedly, "But if the 3 cursed spirits adopt such a countermeasure, won't Xia Lu's eyes be useless in the next battle?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces instantly turned ugly. That's right. If the opponent intentionally closes his eyes or averts his sight to fight Xia Lu, wouldn't his ability be useless? So can Xia Lu still win? Or can he hold on until Gojo Satoru arrives? For a moment, they couldn't help but worry about Xia Lu. At the same time, I also deeply felt the importance of intelligence. After all, they had just experienced the horror of the 3 cursed spirits firsthand. Really? I actually want to see how long those 3 scourges can last under his control. Mei curled her lips slightly, summoned a crow shikigami, flew into the sky, and began to observe the upcoming war. Only those who have a deep understanding of Xia Lu know that such things as poor intelligence and information will never work on Xia Lu. Teacher Mei, are you serious? As soon as the words fell, boom, there was a roar like an explosion coming from the front. 4 figures cut through the sky and flew into the sky at the same time. Xia Lu brushed the dust off his collar, looked at Lu Hu and the other 2, and said jokingly, "My goodness, the 4 great natural disasters are all blind." Lu Hu closed his one eye tightly, not caring about Xia Lu's ridicule at all, and sneered. "Nothing to do, right? If we don't look you in the eye, how are you going to respond? Hana you, Tua Jin, attack together. We must cut this brat into 8 pieces today. Be careful to leave the head behind. I'm going to use it as a chamber pot." Lu Hu has never forgotten the idea of revenge. If you dare to insult it again and again, calling it a chamber pot, you will pay a heavy price. And this time, Gojo Satoru cannot come in temporarily, which is a perfect opportunity. Suddenly, the 3 natural disasters formed a triangle and surrounded Xia Lu tightly. Flames, giant trees, and tsunamis all attacked Xia Lu at the same time, with such force that it was no different from a natural disaster. Xia Lu sneered in his heart. "No way. Do you really think I only know how to use illusions?" Then he formed seals with his hands. Boom! The earth shook, and countless thick vines rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. Then, under Xia Lu's control, the vines will quickly intertwine together to form a huge wooden ball that will wrap Xia Lu inside. Huayu saw this scene and was slightly stunned. Why can he also control vegetation? But then, its expression became ferocious, and it increased the speed of the giant tree. You humans who only know how to destroy the environment are not worthy of controlling vegetation. Boom! The attacks of Lu Hu and others instantly submerged the wooden ball. The clouds collapsed, the ground shook, and the terrifying wind waves spread instantly. It pressed the surrounding trees so hard that they couldn't stand up straight. After the explosion, Lu Hu and the other two stared at the broken wooden ball with a hole in it. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, the wooden ball was empty. Where are the people? Impossible. He clearly hid inside the wooden ball at the last moment. As natural disasters, their perception is like a second pair of eyes, and it will never lie. At this moment, not only were Lo Hu and the others confused, but the senior experts who were watching the battle from a distance were also stunned. Master Mei Mei, where is Xia Lu? Yeah, we shouldn't be dazzled, right? Xia Lu clearly hid in the wooden ball just now. For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to Mei Mei, because she who possesses the Crow Shikigami must be able to see more clearly than anyone else. Shoo! Mei Mei placed her index finger on her red lips and closed her beautiful eyes. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes and said with a smile, "Look at the top of your head." Upon hearing this, everyone looked up at the sky, and then their pupils suddenly shrank. It was as if they had seen an extremely shocking scene. At this moment, Lo Hu and the other two also felt something strange above their heads. The dazzling light pierced their brows and caused them to feel a dull pain. When they looked up, they were completely dumbfounded. I saw that Xia Lu appeared above them without knowing when, but this was not the point. The point was, his palm was holding a huge energy ball. Its size almost covered half the sky. The Rasengan is so big that it almost occupies their entire field of vision. Xia Lu smiled and said, "I'll treat you to some meatballs." He bent his body slightly, and with the Rasengan in his left hand, he swung it down like a slam dunk. Boom! In an instant, Lo Hu and the other two, who had no time to escape, could only mobilize their magical power to gather in front of them to resist. But in front of the oversized Rasengan, the three powerful natural disasters can only be transformed into tiny ants for a moment. Boom! As the Rasengan fell like a missile, it seemed as if the whole world was quiet. The earth shook and the sky trembled. The huge roar made people's ears ring. An extremely dazzling light flashed by, causing the college students who were watching the game from afar to raise their hands to cover their eyes. The fierce gust of wind made it almost impossible for everyone to stand steadily. The most unlucky one was Shigong Tao, who was flying in the sky. In the aftermath, she, riding on the magic broom, was like a fallen leaf in the wind, dancing uncontrollably in the wind. The people below stood there in a daze, motionless like petrified statues. After a long moment, everyone took a deep breath, feeling their brains heavy and dizzy. Zen Yuan might suddenly thought of something, looked at Itadori in shock, and said in disbelief, "Don't tell me this is the same move you used before." In fact, she already had the answer in her heart, but she just didn't dare to believe it for a moment. Although the energy ball that Itadori had previously shot was red, the essence of the two was the same. Both were made by compressing the curse spirit and condensing the curse power. Before, the energy balls Itadori made were only about the size of a basketball, and the amount of energy Xia Lu just condensed would probably have to be calculated using a basketball court. What a monster! Itadori sighed and said weakly, "Yes, this move is called Rasengan, and everyone should know the principle." Itadori was a little shocked at this moment. He scratched his ears and cheeks and couldn't help but say, "Why is mine so small? And Xia Lu's is so big. It's really devastating." Hearing this, everyone almost choked and rolled their eyes at Itadori. "You better be talking about the Rasengan." However, From this perspective, how terrifying is Xia Lu's control over the power of curse? How could he create a Rasengan as big as half the sky in such a short time? Incredible control. Is this still human? Even if the opponent is a special grade curse spirit of natural disaster level, if he takes this attack head-on, he will probably be seriously injured, right? At this moment, Xia Lu stood high in the sky, looking at the huge, deep pit blasted by the Rasengan below, and nodded with satisfaction. That's the benefit of chakra. If it were him before he fused with Hashirama's cells, there would be no way he could create this huge Rasengan in such a short time. The moment he was wrapped by the wooden ball, he entered the Shinwei space and rolled the balls. When the Rasengan was almost finished, he appeared above Lo Hu and the other two. With the blessing of the divine space, he can also perform many unexpected combination skills. I hope the corals won't be so weak. After all, the mission hasn't been completed yet. He looked down and said calmly, "Is this the so-called natural disaster that is above the special grade? It's nothing more than that. You just roll the ball and lay down." At the bottom of the deep pit, Lo Hu, Huiyu, and Tuagan stood up with difficulty, all of them suffering considerable injuries. If the three of them hadn't joined forces to cast a spell to resist at the last moment, I'm afraid they would have been seriously injured. At this moment, Huiyu had already torn off the white cloth wrapped around his arms. The dark brown arm contained an immeasurable curse aura, and the enchanting blood-red flower bud on the shoulder was fully bloomed, emitting a strange aura. This is its complete form. Not only that, Tuagan has also undergone earth-shaking changes. From the previous cursed fetus form, it has evolved into a complete form with an octopus head and a human body. Seeing this, Xia Lu raised his eyebrows slightly. Tuagen actually got out of the cursed fetus state ahead of time. In the original work, it completed its transformation after devouring countless humans during the Shibuya incident. Could it be that Xia Yojia gave it some tonic food? Just as Xia Lu was thinking, Huiyu under his feet suddenly became angry. "You actually destroyed so much vegetation at once. You deserve to die." Huiyu was so angry that he couldn't speak clearly. Boom! Behind it, a huge, strange flower bud suddenly grew out. The flower bud suddenly exploded, revealing countless strange seeds with sharp teeth inside. The shrieking and wailing sound was so penetrating that it made everyone present shudder. "Devour him." Following an order. Oink oink. Countless strange seeds burst out from the stamens, instantly covering Xia Lu in the air. In this situation, all of Xia Lu's escape space was blocked, and there was no escape. Soon, Xia Lu's pupils widened, his eyes were full of unwillingness, and his whole body was filled with cursed seeds. The seeds took root and sprouted in his body, constantly devouring his flesh and blood. In a short moment, Xia Lu could no longer be called a human being. Huayu's sudden and strange attack caused the battle situation to change rapidly. Kujisaki Nobara clenched her hammer tightly and stared at the sky. Xia Lu, he's not dead, right?" Lu Yanxi said in a deep voice. "You too. Go and save Lu quickly. Maybe it's still in time. Leave the students to me to protect." To this, everyone nodded. The opponent's technique was too strange, and it was impossible to defend against it without any intelligence. And Xia Lu's illusion technique could not be performed. "This is a very unfair battle," Itadori said worriedly. "How about letting Dongtang use unjust game to clap his hands and switch Xia Lu over?" Dongtang's mouth twitched violently, pretending to be disappointed. "Hey, I'm your best friend. What would I do if I switched places with him?" Having said that, Dongtang's hands did not stop moving. Obviously, he is not a coward. Xia Lu's role in the college is far greater than his own. Maybe he wouldn't care about Xia Lu's life or death before. But he introduced a close friend to me. Just when he was about to clap his hands, he was interrupted by Mei Mei. "Hey, it's fine if the people from Kyoto Academy are just worrying about it, but why are you guys also worrying about Itadori Kujisaki? Have you forgotten the substitution technique Xia Lu used when he fought Sukuna before? Those strange cursed seeds are fast, but even if it were me, I would have time to think. Do you think Xiao Lu would be unable to react? Having said that, Mei Mei's heart is far from as calm as she appears to be. It is still unclear whether Xiao Lu used the substitution technique to dodge. Hearing this, Itadori Kujisaki slapped his head and finally remembered, and the worry on his face eased a little. But the people in Kyoto schools were confused. Substitution technique? What kind of technique is this? I have never heard of it, but it sounds like it is very practical. Could it be that Xiao Lu started it again? Lohu looked at Xiao Lu, who was completely parasitized and sucked dry by the cursed seed, and laughed wildly like never before. You are not invincible without a bottom line. No matter how strong you are, it will be useless. However, as soon as it finished speaking, it regretted it. Xiao Lu, who was fixed in the air, suddenly turned into a wisp of white smoke with a bang. Bad memories came to his mind, and Lu, who was shocked. It's a substitution technique. Why you retreat quickly? Sorry, this time it's a shadow clone. An indifferent voice sounded beside his ear, and Lu, whose expression suddenly changed. When I turned back, I could only barely catch a glimmer of light. Huayu was very sure of it, with his hands on the ground. Boom! The huge and sturdy trees broke out of the ground like giant pythons. At this moment, Xiao Lu's voice sounded again, would release. The advent of the tree world. Would release. Tree world advent is one of the unique ninjutsu of the ninja god Senju Hashirama. Whether it is attack and defense capabilities or control range, it is top-notch. It can be said to be an all-around ninjutsu with full hexagons. The words fell. Boom! The twisted and distorted giant trees seemed to have life and rushed out wildly. And with Xiao Lu's control, it continues to grow and spread, as if it is endless. Soon, a green sky formed behind him, enough to block out the sun. Even the tent set up by Xia Yojia is about to be pierced. Xiao Lu folded his arms across his chest, in the center of the tree world. As for the giant trees that Huayu had summoned before, they had already been submerged by the green ocean in front of him. No trace of them was left. In this green ocean, as the caster, he is the absolute master. Natural scourges, take a good look at what the true power of nature is. The voice was plain, but it echoed in everyone's mind like a magic sound. Sniff, sniff. The giant tree roared out like a dragon. Hanami, make a quick escape. Lu, who was horrified, and shouted loudly. But soon, it realized how ridiculous these words were. The wood-release ocean surges past like a rage. The dense green maze instantly enveloped them. There is nowhere to escape. How come this guy can control vegetation? I will just like Huayu. Moreover, such a large number, such power, and such control. It has far exceeded the limit of what Huayu can control. This move can be regarded as a true natural disaster. Invincible. The college students who were watching the game from a distance had their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open. My brain was completely blank, leaving only indescribable horror. This is the new technique Xia Lu created? After Lu Yanxi's brain froze for a moment, he turned his head mechanically to look at Yudaheim and Mei Mei. Mei Mei ignored him. Her long hair covered her face, so it was hard to tell what her expression was at the moment. Only her slightly trembling red lips revealed the uneasiness in her heart at the moment. Yudaheim's delicate face was filled with shock. She smiled awkwardly and nodded to the principal. I think so. Creating a ritual? That was just an excuse she, Mei Mei, and Shoko came up with for Xiao Lu. But who would have thought that Xiao Lu was serious? Not only is it truly created, but it is also so terrifying. Can this still be considered an arithmetic formula? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a magic formula, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Yanxi almost lost his grip on the electric guitar and dropped it to the ground. I have heard for a long time that Xiao Lu is good at developing strange techniques and is a technique inventor. This time his eyes were opened. It was the first time in his 70-plus years of life that he had seen such a shocking technique. I've never seen this before. Now, he suddenly understood why those senior executives were so afraid of Xiao Lu. If nothing unexpected happens, This guy will most likely become the second Gojo Satoru in the future. But how much magical power does such a huge tree require? In other words, how much curse power is contained in Xiaolu's body? This is probably more than Okatsu Yuta, right? As for Itadori and others in the back, they were already speechless. Before, the three natural disasters were chasing and killing them. But now, it was Xiaolu alone who was chasing and fighting the natural disasters. Xiaolu's strength was once again refreshed in their hearts. In the Green Ocean, the three natural disasters, Louhu, Hanami, and Takujin, are trying their best to avoid the attacks of Wood Release. If you're not careful, you'll be hit by the extremely hard vines and feel chilled to the bone. During this process, they also tried to attack and smash the attacking giant trees. But there are too many to finish. However, at this moment, Xiaolu in the tree world raised his hands again and formed a seal. Would release. Cutting technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several sharp wooden sticks shot out from the sea of wood, heading towards Huayu. Although Lu felt very happy while testing would release, he must not get too carried away and forget the system's mission. The wooden sticks summoned by the grafting technique were extremely fast, small in size, and mixed in the sea of wood. Even if Huayu noticed it at the last moment, his body was unable to react in such an instant. Followed by a miserable cry. Huayu had been nailed to the ground by dozens of sharp wooden sticks. Purple blood stained the ground, and cursed black air continued to emerge from its body. Although it struggled hard, enduring the severe pain, it was unable to break free for a while. Even at this moment, it was still extremely angry. Why could he control vegetation? And he is much stronger than me. Seeing the situation, Lu got anxious. Hanamiya! It screamed, and terrifying flames ignited all over its body. Magma continued to gush out of the Mount Fuji above its head. The twisted giant tree that was about to touch it was burned and retreated 3 points on its own. Upon seeing this, Tuajin blew out a bubble barrier made of water to cover Huayu. Seeing Huayu in such a miserable state, the Mount Fuji above Louhu's head erupted completely. The terrifying temperature spread outward from it. From the mouth of the pot above the head, dense swarms of fire gravel worms flew out. These insects flew towards the countless twisted giant trees that were attacking them like a suicide squad. Boom! Although the insect's body is small, the range of the explosion using its body as a medium is extremely huge, as dense swarms of fire gravel worms exploded and died. For a moment, the sea of wood formed by the twisted giant trees temporarily blocked their progress. Louhu's old yellow cloak fluttered in the wind without any wind. It looked at Huayu, whose face was hideous and who was in great pain, and said in a hoarse voice, "Haneu, please forgive me for what I did next. The vegetation in this forest may burn to ashes, but that damned Xiaolu will pay the price for it." Raging, after saying this, the black ground beneath Lu, whose feet suddenly turned red and burned his feet. Bang! It raised its legs and kicked hard towards the ground. The earth suddenly cracked, and countless magma gushed out from the ground. The terrifying magma instantly melted everything around it, and the sea of fire enveloped it. Among the 4 natural disasters, Huayu has the best relationship with it. Seeing its miserable appearance, Lu became angry. Anger was like a fuse, completely igniting the will in its heart. It intends to burn everything and turn into a Shura in the flames of lust. Lu spread his legs and pressed his body down, almost touching the ground. Ultimate show. Meteorite. As its hoarse and angry words fell, super strong curse power burst out from its body, and the magma under its feet seemed to have received the call of its master, gushing out instantly and turning into a sea of fire that burned the sky 100 meters high. At the same time, with Louhu's control, the powerful spell force compressed the sea of fire behind him into a huge fireball. It's like Mars hitting the earth. Xiaolu, who was in the tree world, raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is there a secret between Louhu and Huayu? Seeing Huayu injured, he actually exploded with such powerful power. Extreme Fan. Meteorite unexpectedly debuted in advance. This was the all-out attack that Rokuko used against Sukuna during the Shibuya incident. The fireball behind Lu, who was still getting bigger. Even though it was hundreds of meters away, one could still feel the terrifying temperature contained in the fireball. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xiao Lu walked out of the tree world and said with a faint smile, "It's just playing with fire. Who doesn't know how to use fire escape these days?" Xiao Lu waved his hand and removed the vast sea of wood. Seeing this, the people in the distant college were somewhat puzzled. Kujisaki Nobara exclaimed, puzzled, "How did Xiao Lu remove the spell that controlled the vegetation? I guess it's probably because he doesn't have much curse power left in his body." The amount of magical power consumed by manipulating such a large amount of vegetation for a long time is terrifying. It's amazing that he's been able to do this. Although Lian Temple's words may sound unpleasant, they make sense. Xiao Lu is still a human being after all, and no matter how much cursed power he has, it cannot be infinite. If they were to maintain that spell just now, they would probably be drained in an instant. Yudaheim tightened his clothes, but he doesn't seem to be panicked at all. That volcano seems to be angry. The size of the fireball behind, it is even close to the supersized Rasengan that Xiao Lu condensed before. As soon as these words came out, everyone became nervous. Even though they were so far away, they could feel the scorching heat, and sweat had already begun to form on their foreheads. Its power can be imagined. At this moment, Mei Mei suddenly stepped forward, waved her hand, and created a magical barrier to block the incoming heat waves. San Lungxia hid behind Chan Yuan Mai and whispered gratefully, "Teacher Mei Mei is really thoughtful. I'm afraid half of the forest will be destroyed by the blow from the volcano head. This kind of battle is really terrifying. We will definitely be affected later." Mei Mei was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, You guessed wrong, Sanluin-san. This barrier is set up for the fire that Xiao Lu is about to cast." She had not forgotten the fire escape technique Xiao Lu used at the abandoned construction site. At that time, even if she was standing far behind him, her skin was stung by the high temperature, and Shoko was so stimulated that tears came out. Given Xiao Lu's personality, there's a high probability that he will use the same moves as his opponent to completely defeat him this time. What? Xiao Lu can also use fire. Everyone just felt dizzy. How many techniques did that guy master? Didn't the principal of Kellyan Temple say that Xiao Lu didn't have much curse power left in his body? Even if we use fire, can we suppress the huge fireball of the cursed spirit on the top of the volcano? Lu Yanxi analyzed in a deep voice. If Xiao Lu can use spells to control the water element, the chances of winning may be greater. After all, water conquers fire. High in the sky, Xiao Lu stood on the giant tree, waiting for Lo Hu to release his ultimate move. Lu Hu's expression was ferocious, and even though his eyes were still tightly closed, one could still sense the boundless anger contained within him. Don't even think about leaving your ashes behind. Ultimate show. Meteorite. As the last word fell heavily, the huge fireball in the air instantly locked onto Xiao Lu and quickly attacked him. The fireball was huge, like a falling meteorite. Xiao Lu had no intention of dodging. He strode forward and jumped high. The huge amount of chakra in the body continued to flow into the Adam's apple. Xiao Lu's cheeks bulged, and he placed his hands in front of his chest. Fire style. Great fire extinguishment. Boom! A large amount of flames gushed out of his mouth, and in just a short moment, a large volcano was formed, stacked up one after another. For a moment, the entire sky was burning red, and its temperature was no less than that of the fireball of leaky coral. The system said it was a crushing victory, so Xiao Lu didn't dare to be too arrogant. The chakra in his body gathered towards his throat like crazy, as if it was free. As if that was not enough, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan turned. Amaterasu. The black flames mixed in with the flames stood out particularly. Amaterasu. Should it also fall into the category of fire escape technique? But soon, he found that his Amaterasu was somewhat redundant. The moment the sea of fire collided with the fireball, a sizzling sound was heard. At first, the two could compete with each other, but as time went on, the coral's fireball has been gradually swallowed by the sea of fire, and its size has continued to shrink. Although the power of the two is not much different, it is obvious that Xia Lu is more durable now. The originally dense forest had long since become bare. The earth had been scorched black by the high-temperature flames, and thick white smoke continued to emerge. Raging, the speed of Amaterasu's black flame was extremely fast, and Lohu, who couldn't dodge in time, was burned. Lu was horrified and had no time to lament the flames gushing out of Xia Lu. Instead, he jumped around and immediately used his magical power to try to extinguish the black flames. Seeing this scene, Xia Lu raised the corners of his mouth and thought to himself, "This is a flame that is said to be unquenchable and will not go out until the target is burned to ashes. If you can extinguish it, I lose." Amaterasu was like the hellfire under the netherworld. No matter how hard Luhu tried, he could not extinguish it at all. Instead, it continued to spread. Lohu cried out in pain, "Tawagan, throw water at me." Hearing this, Tawagan immediately raised his hands and summoned two thick jets of water from his hands to shoot towards Lohu. However, no matter how much water washed over leaky coral, the black flames showed no signs of extinguishing. Luhu was shocked and angry at this moment, and a strong sense of death surged in his heart. What on earth is the origin of this strange black flame? The curse cannot be erased, and even the water from the taro cannot extinguish it. The black flames continued to burn, slowly torturing Lohu. This pain was different from the pain of being burned by ordinary flames, and even the depths of the soul seemed to be burning. "If you continue like this, you will die. Tawagan, cut it off below the neck quickly, or it will be too late." At this time, the wooden stick was pulled out of the body. Huayu, who was covered in wounds, noticed something was wrong and spoke up. "There is no way to extinguish it in the short term. The only option is amputation. Otherwise, once the strange black flame spreads to his head, Lu will surely die." Tuo Jin nodded upon hearing this, and condensed an extremely sharp water knife, slashing towards Lu Hu's neck. Swish! The head was separated from the body, and Lu Hu felt dizzy. Huayu held Lu Hu's head in his palm, looked up at Xia Lu in the sky, and said in a deep voice, "The real one should be almost there. Let's prepare to retreat." Lu Hu, with only his head left, sighed and felt extremely depressed. "Is Lu my nemesis now? Every time I fight him, I end up with only my head left? Togan, open your territory and take us away. The three of us can't kill him." Although he was reluctant to admit it, Lohu still looked at Tawagan and sighed. Tuo Jin nodded, bowed slightly, put his hands together and pressed them on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "The field expands. The horizon is swaying. The technique is released. The dead army surges in. Boom!" As Tagore's domain unfolded, the ground beneath its feet instantly split apart. The turbulent sea water rushed out from the cracks, causing huge waves. Countless ancient vicious fish rushed out from the waves, opening their bloody mouths and biting towards Xiaolu. And Tuo Jin used the power of the sea water to roll up the coral flower and tried to leave. Xiaolu was shocked when he saw this, and immediately formed two hand seals to block their retreat. Water style. Water wall formation. Water style. Big explosive water wave. Tagore is a cursed spirit born out of human fear of the ocean. Therefore, although its domain damage is not the highest, its range is very large. The most important thing is that his mission has not been completed yet. Do you, Tuo Jin, want to run away with your men? It must be made into octopus balls. Lohu and the other two looked at the vast ocean summoned by Xia Lu in disbelief and were completely dumbfounded. How can this guy control water, fire, and wood? Is there still justice? Is there still law? A *** hole. Who is the natural disaster? With only a head left, Lohu was completely defeated in Huayu's palm. However, at this moment, even more despair came. Snap! The crisp sound of glass breaking was heard. Everyone looked upwards. The account is broken. Gojo Satoru was hanging upside down in the air, with a smile on his face. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at the three people below him. Hypocrisy. Z. Feeling the powerful moves in Gojo Satoru's hands, Louhu and the other two felt despair. Am I really going to die here? However, a cheerful child's voice sounded behind him. Louhu, Huayu, Toagan, now that I have this stuff, I'm here to save you. Ha ha ha. I saw that the real person had turned into a child at this moment, with long blue hair flying. An excited smile appeared on his face, covered with stitches, and he was running towards this side. There are two people chasing after him, Nanami and Masamichi. Satoru, don't let them go. He stole Sukuna's finger. Masamichi the night goose shouted towards Gojo Satoru, who was high in the sky. Really? That's going to have to be a little rough. Gojo Satoru, floating upside down in the sky, took off his eye patch for the first time, revealing his pale, blue six eyes. He clasped his hands together and said calmly, "The technique is clockwise song, and the technique is reverse it." As he finished speaking, two red and blue spheres filled with manic energy appeared behind him and began to squeeze and merge with each other. The combination of song and he causes a violent conflict between positive infinity and negative infinity, thus tilting out imaginary mass. A black hole, sphere emitting terrifying pressure, enough to destroy everything condensed in front of him. Hypocrisy. Z. Boom. The black hole's sphere burst out, swallowing everything in its path. The real person who sneaked into the range of Tuagan's domain smiled and sighed. It's so powerful that even from such a distance, it can make every cell in my body tremble uncontrollably. However, I don't want to die here, but it would be a pity to waste all the man-made cursed spirits I have accumulated before. He sighed and pulled out a handful of shrunken artificial cursed spirits from his pocket. Multiple souls. Pulling out the body. This is a technique he extended from transformation from inaction. As long as two or more souls are fused together, the mass of the souls will increase instantly, and a powerful artificial cursed spirit can be forcibly pieced together. The form can naturally be decided by him. The real person threw the shrunken man-made cursed spirit into the air, and then suddenly clapped his hands. Come together! After the artificial cursed spirit was forcibly squeezed and fused, it turned into a huge wall of flesh and blood. Jinren looked at Louhu and the other two and said, "Hey, help me. This won't stop Gojo Satoru's killer move." Boom! The wall of flesh and blood was annihilated in an instant when it came into contact with the void style. Huayu quickly created a giant wooden shield, and Togen gathered all the seawater in the area to form a water shield. But despite this, facing the virtual style, Z still has no resistance. Boom! As the explosion ended, the ground was devastated and almost split in half. A huge crack appeared before their eyes, and the place where the four real people were located was completely annihilated, without even an ash left. Mei sighed. Tisk, are these two guys so perverted? Are their techniques so out of the ordinary? Masamichi asked in a low voice. Is this removed? Gojo Satoru used 6 eyes to stare at the place where the natural disaster was just now. Soon after, he slowly shook his head and said, "Let them escape. That guy with the stitched face seems to be a little special. He seems to be very hard to kill." Gojo Satoru touched his chin and muttered to himself. He didn't seem to care at all about the consequences of Jinren and the others running away with Sukuna's finger. Hearing this, Masamichi was furious. What? They just ran away. You almost destroyed this forest, and you still couldn't save the people. Gojo Satoru immediately retorted, "Hey, Laodang, please stop accusing me of something. I just got here not long ago. Who else could it be if not you? Do you have the ability to destroy the forest like this?" Gojo Satoru looked at Xia Lu in the distance with a smile in his eyes. You have to ask Xia Lu about this question. Xia Lu, Night Goose Masamichi, and Nanami both looked at Xia Lu. In the distance, everyone in the college breathed a sigh of relief, their tense nerves finally relaxing. It's finally over. What kind of sisterhood exchange meeting is this? It's clearly an exchange meeting between the special class and a natural disaster. Itadori and others came to their senses with fear and helplessness on their faces. Mei looked at Lu Yin-si, who had a dull look on his face, and said proudly, "Principal Li Yin Temple, didn't you just say that Xia Lu's curse power was running low? But what about that sea of fire and that terrifying tsunami?" The corners of Lu Yin-si's eyes twitched slightly, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. He himself was still extremely puzzled. From the moment Xia Lu started fighting the 3 cursed spirits, the super large-scale curses never stopped. If possible, he even wanted to dissect Xia Lu's body to study what was so unique about it. As a result, this kid has almost endless magical power. Itadori suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Xia Lu, what's going on with your black flame? Is this another new technique of yours?" As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their eyes to Xia Lu, except for Yudaheim, whose forehead was wrinkled into a shape. Although they were shocked by the boundless sea of fire, they were most curious about the strange black flame that they had never seen before. No matter what method he used, the volcano could not be extinguished at all, and in the end he was forced to amputate his limbs to survive. Xia Lu made up a story. That's a variant of the spell that extends from the flames. You can think of it as a flame that never goes out. Once infected, there is no other way but to amputate decisively. Hiss! Everyone gasped. A flame that never goes out? Isn't that too far-fetched? Xia Lu wouldn't use the black flames to burn his own people, would he? Yudaheim, standing by, couldn't help but said, "You used such a dangerous flame to light Shoko's cigarette last time? You still say it's just an ordinary flame, just with a special color?" Yudaheim's heart skipped a beat when he heard the words, "never extinguished." Recalling the scene of that day, he couldn't help but feel scared. What if Xia Lu's move goes awry? What will Shoko do? Everyone was shocked again. Did you hear that correctly? Xia Lu used this to light Shoko's cigarette. One dares to click, the other dares to draw. However, Shoko should not know about this, otherwise she might have to quit smoking on the spot. What never goes out? What about Shoko? Yi Mazamichi and Gojo Satoru came over and looked at Xia Lu with scrutiny. Did he do something to offend Shoko? But looking at Mei's smiling face, she doesn't seem to be jealous, right? Half an hour later, everyone gathered together to understand the whole story. Night Goose Mazamichi. That's basically what happened. The other party's goal this time was not to kill the student, but to attract attention and steal Sukuna's finger. These natural disasters are fundamentally different from other special grade cursed spirits. Their intelligence is the same as that of humans, or even higher. But I really can't figure out how they know the location of Feng Zong Sakuro's finger. You mean, there might be a traitor inside the high school? Gojo Satoru frowned slightly and asked in confusion. At this moment, he snatched Nishiya Tao's magic broom and flew around at low altitude. Shigong Tao was so annoyed that she took the opportunity to run to Xia Lu and act coquettishly, but was quickly silenced by a look from Mei. Looking at her pretending to be so pitiful, Xia Lu couldn't help but sigh. What a clever little Lolita. Mazamichi Yi said solemnly, "That's right. Although it's just a guess, it's almost right. Next, I'll have to trouble Yudaheim to lead the students to conduct an investigation." Yudaheim nodded, but still a little reluctant to believe. It's possible to collude with a curse master, but how could someone collude with a cursed spirit? For a moment, everyone fell silent. The college has always been united, and there has never been a traitor. Xia Lu already had the answer in his mind. One of them was a senior executive above the level of principal. The other is responsible for leaking intelligence to higher-ups. Thinking of this, Xia Lu turned his gaze towards the mechanical pill. When the mechanical pill saw Xia Lu suddenly looking at him, his heart skipped a beat in the secret room. But I soon realized that this was probably just a coincidence. So, Mechanical Pill nodded calmly towards Xia Lu. Xia Lu just glanced at him and then looked away. Having read the original novel, he naturally knew everything. Mechanical Maru, strictly speaking, is not a ghost. Instead, He wanted to use the Jinren's transformation of an action to obtain a complete body for himself. Yes, he is also a heaven and curse, but he is the complete opposite of Maki. His magical power can almost cover the entire country. It has a wide range of techniques and a range output that far exceeds its own strength. But the price is no right hand, no flesh below the knees. The lower body was completely paralyzed from the waist down, and the skin was even more fragile than that of a newborn baby. Even a faint ray of moonlight could easily burn him. Whether it is Zenin Maki or Mechanical Maru, the lucky ones who are bound by heaven and curse, they all hate the god's gift, who is known as the strongest physique. After discovering Jinren and Xia Lu Yojia's Shibuya plan, he once tried to spread the news. But in the end, despite giving it everything, I still failed. Just as Xia Lu was thinking about how to deal with this matter, Gojo Satoru suddenly shouted, "Xia Lu is fine, although his identity, origin, and ability are unknown." Gojo Satoru couldn't continue talking at this point. What happened to Xia Lu? Why are there so many mysteries? Night Goose Mazamichi shouted angrily. What are you yelling about? Did I say Xia Lu was a traitor? If he hadn't fought the 3 natural disasters alone this time, the consequences for the students would have been disastrous. Even if you, Gojo Satoru, become a traitor, Xia Lu can't do that. Everyone, Itadori. I also think it's impossible. Those cursed spirits must hate Xia Lu to death by now. Especially that volcano head. The way he looked at Xia Lu made me want to tear him into pieces. Xia Lu was speechless. Why did they suddenly change the topic to him? However, seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The sister exchange meeting should be the one with the most people in Jujutsu Kaisen, right? After the Shibuya incident broke out, people started stabbing each other. Nobara Kujisaki was brain dead, and Nanami was blown to pieces by Rikuzen's inaction transformation. At night, in the dormitory, Xia Lu turns on the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards are being distributed. Hearing this voice, Xia Lu showed joy on his face and sat up straight immediately. However, the next second, the cold mechanical sound rang out again. The samsara eye has been issued. Please replace it yourself. Xia Lu looked at the samsara eye that suddenly appeared in his hand and fell into deep thought. Is this the final form of the Sharingan? The samsara eye that is said to control life and death? Under the night sky, the samsara eye emitted a faint purple light, and there were wavy lines in the eye sockets. Deep and mysterious, as if able to see through all illusions. But the system wants me to replace myself? Pick the eyes off and put them back on? Although this kind of operation is not uncommon in Naruto. After all, the Sharingan is no different from a USB flash drive, and you can change it whenever you want. But it's still a little hard to deal with when it really happens to me. Call. Taking a deep breath, Xia Lu attached the gentle chakra to his fingers and slowly moved them towards his left eye. Just as the Rinnegan and the eternal Mangekyo of the left eye approached. Suddenly, a suction force came from deep in the pupil. Then, the samsara eye seemed to have encountered magnets that attracted each other and merged into it on its own. This process only takes a few seconds, and there is no pain at all, just a slight cold and uncomfortable feeling. Xia Lu slowly stood up and opened her eyes. In a dark room, in front of the mirror, the right eye is scarlet and charming, and the left eye is deep purple. That's right, at the moment when the samsara eye merged in, he discovered that he could switch back and forth between the eternal Mangekyo and the samsara eye at will. Conscience prevails. He silently gave a good review in his heart. In this way, while possessing the power of the god, he can also use the powerful moves of the samsara eye. For example, Shinra Tensei, Chibaku Tensei, Wanxiang Tianin, and other super ninjutsu. After doing all this, Xia Lu still couldn't calm down. Before, I could only envy this ability in anime, but now I can actually display it myself. This time, after secretly playing with his fingers, the Jinren actually ran back to save Lo Hu and the other two. I have to say, he was quite generous. It's just that the so-called four natural disasters were just pawns of Xiao Liuji from beginning to end. Once it loses its value, it can be discarded at any time. Next, all I have to do is wait quietly for the Shibuya incident to happen. By the way, now I have the Rinnegan. Otherwise, during the Shibuya incident, should I also learn from pain and fight against the enemy? Let Lu Zijinren and the others feel the pain? Thinking of this, Xiao Lu became more excited, and he decided to go to Mei Mei tonight to discuss biology. Whoosh! A vortex appeared, and Xiao Lu disappeared. At the same time, the Golden Beach is sunny and the scenery is as beautiful as a dream. Although Togen has escaped from the cursed fetus form, he still likes to swim in the sea. Jinren, Caillou, Jia, Lohu, and Haruta, the four of them sat together and were absorbed in playing mahjong. The real person played the useless little chicken and introduced it to his companions. This guy's our new partner, Haruta. This time, stealing Sukuna's finger took me a lot of shortcuts. He is a guy who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Chuntai smiled timidly. Although he was a crazy guy, facing these heavyweight players, he could only choose to be honest. Lohu, who only had a head left, snorted coldly, obviously very unhappy with traitors like Haruta. Xiaoyojia suppressed his smile and jokingly said, "You were left with only one head twice. Should we say you are unlucky or lucky?" The leaking pot was smoking, and he said angrily, "Humph, I strongly suggest leaving the prison gate to Xiao Lu. Lohu, don't act on impulse." I acted on impulse. Just ask Hanamidogen how perverted that guy is. He can manipulate vegetation, fire, and seawater. The three of us are natural disasters, and the abilities we each control have been crushed by him alone. If you don't know, you would think he is the natural disaster. The real person raised his chin and pointed his nostrils at the leaking lake. I object. It's better to leave the prison gate to Gojo Satoru. Don't ignore the hollow style from before. Here, we are all seriously injured now. It's frightening just thinking about it. Lu-Hu, that tree world descendant move is unavoidable. Give it to Xiao Lu. Masato, Hayashiki is a bigger threat. Give it to Gojo Satoru. Lohu, don't forget the strange black flame that can't be extinguished. I almost died there. Jinren, Gojo Satoru has no limits, and he has infinite space. There is no way to deal with it. To Xiao Lu, to Gojo Satoru. For a while, the two were arguing. The newcomer Chuntai shrank his neck and gave up the idea of cheating. Okay, don't let the new partner laugh at you. I have a clever way to deal with both of them at the same time during the Shibuya incident. Kaiyujia raised two fingers and smiled gently. As Xiaoyojia finished speaking, Lu Hu and others turned their eyes to him. First of all, the Yumenjiang must be given to Gojo Satoru. Hearing this, Lu Hu frowned, looking somewhat displeased, but still patiently did not interrupt. Xiaoyojia then smiled and said, "Do you remember the special account we set up this time? You mean set up a tent in Shibuya that restricts all sorcerers from coming and going freely, specifically to exclude Xiao Lu?" Lu Hu's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but speak. If that's the case, it's a solution. As long as Gojo Satoru and Xiao Lu are restrained, the rest of the high school won't be a problem. Besides, with Geto Sugiru's barrier ability, it is not difficult to do this. At this time, the real person beside him spoke up, but this time our plan will take longer than stealing Sukuna's finger. Gojo Satoru was able to break through the account in a short time, so Xiao Lu probably won't need too much time either. What if Xiao Lu breaks into the tent before we seal Gojo Satoru? Shuguru Jie smiled. So, we have to work harder? 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. How about that? I think this shouldn't be a big problem, right? 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Although it consumes a lot of magical power, it can completely restrict Xiao Lu. No matter how strong he is, it is impossible for him to break into the tent in such a short time, unless that guy can teleport. However, this kind of thing should not exist. Thinking of this, Lu Hu felt relieved and did not object again. Xiaoyojia, the matter of Yumenjiang has been settled. Next, let's talk about how much information about Xia Lu we have gained from this fight. This is very important. Although you don't want to recall it, Lu Hu still told it in detail. As far as we know, his abilities include controlling natural elements, illusions, and unextinguishable black flames. 2.5 minutes later, Lu Hu sighed. That's all we know for now. As for how many tricks he is yet to reveal, we don't know. But I think Xia Lu's tricks should have been forced out. It's impossible that we can fly into the sky and summon meteorites to smash us to death, right? Lu Hu looked at everyone and spoke slowly. Xia Yojia's face was solemn. Well, this guy knows a lot. No wonder you are so afraid of him, especially those super-standard large-scale techniques. But with this information, we can make some corresponding targeted decisions. At this time, the real person brought up an old box with a seal on it. When the cloth strips were torn off, inside were Sukuna's fingers covered in wax and wrapped in old yellow sealing cloth strips. I'm very confused. Why would you go to so much trouble to steal these fingers? Didn't the high school keep it Idori just to use him as a vessel to devour Sukuna's finger? Even if you leave it alone, it will be eaten sooner or later, right? Xia Yuji's eyes flickered as he patiently explained. Those high-ranking officials are more afraid of death than anyone else. When they cannot measure the strength of the container, they will not risk letting it continue to devour them. So we can't wait that long. Of course, except for that lunatic Gojo Satoru. That guy just acts according to his mood. Lohu. So, does this mean you can't get a tiger cub without risking it? Xia Yojia praised. Lohu has become cultured too. Let's go. Let's go meet the old man who is a senior sorcerer, and that dishonest Mekamaru. He promised the real person that if you can cure his lower body, he will help Shibuya. A few days later, in a technical college, Xia Lu had a rare few days of leisure. Every day, he only needs to teach the students of the two colleges, and in the evening he will have a few drinking parties with Shoko and others. How happy! But he knew that all this was just the calm before the storm. These days, Wild Rose has had her highlight moment. In the 88 Gate Bridge incident, the Chuling spell combined with Itadori's Black Flash killed Shui Tu and Huaixiang. These days, I've been shouting in everyone's ears every day. Come and welcome your little red. What are you standing there for? Give way to Yidian Hong. Or something like that. It really is floating. Itadori foolishly followed behind to cheer and recount the two men's heroic achievements. Little did he know that he had killed his two brothers, the sons of Zuisua. It's really filial piety. Fushiguro Megumi has also made great progress. Just like in the original work, he successfully opened his own field, Chimera Dark Courtyard. Although it is only a prototype, the talent of being a descendant of the Zen family has been revealed. Xia Lu came to Kyoto Yuan School while thinking. There was no other way. She owed Yudaheim a favor. Since she hoped that she could spare some time to guide her students, Xia Lu would naturally not refuse. Anyway, the Shibuya incident is about to happen, and the world of sorcery is about to change. Therefore, I can't teach for long. Teacher Xia Lu, you are finally here. Don't show any mercy today. Please encourage me as much as you can. Tudu Aoi immediately came over and said excitedly. Although he was beaten badly by Xia Lu in these days, but he has made great progress. Xia Lu's mouth twitched, and he looked at the people in the Chanyuan Mai who were already standing in line, waiting for his encouragement. They all looked expectant, waiting for Xia Lu's instructions. After all, in the previous battle, Xia Lu's strength completely convinced them. Xia Lu nodded and was about to start, but he found that the person he had been paying close attention to in recent days was missing from the crowd. Xia Lu frowned. Why didn't Mechanical Pill come today? After these words were spoken, Mai and others in the Zen temple looked a little lost, as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. And Sanlu and Xia clenched her fists and lowered her head. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Seeing this scene, even if they didn't say anything, Xia Lu understood what happened. It seems that after the investigation by Yudaheim and others, they have discovered that something is wrong with the mechanical pill. In addition, after not finding the mechanical pill in the underground secret room, the high school has labeled him a traitor. Xia Lu was silent for a while, then turned on her phone and found that today was October 30th, 2018. If I remember correctly, the Shibuya incident broke out on the 31st. That is tomorrow. Then today is the day when the mechanical pill has an accident. Want to save? Just then, ding, a new and important life choice has begun. Mission Option 1. Fight with a Busuki Nuwa using only physical skills. Reward: Kakashi's same intimate paradise. Task Option 2. Sukuna has many eyes. Randomly poke 2 of them and play as Pain to carry rice. Reward: Field. Black Flash Octagonal Cage. Mission Option 3. Stop Suguru Geto as Honey Trap. Put the noose in the prison gate. Reward: Reverse Curse Technique. Suddenly, Xia Lu's eyes widened. What? Leading? Field Black Flash Octagonal Cage is here? System, are you serious? Judging from the literal meaning, does it mean that after opening the domain, you can pull the enemy into the domain to fight with you? When you think about it this way, it seems pretty impressive. Xia Lu became interested at once. However, it is not an easy task to poke out Sukuna's eyes. Xia Lu suppressed the shock in his heart and then looked at options 1 and 2. First, if you only use physical skills to fight against Shibuya, there's still a big risk. Although his 8 gates combined with 100% Black Flash can unleash powerful power, it should not be a problem for him to suppress Sukuna in terms of physical skills. But once Sukuna gets angry, it'll be hard to say whether he can open the domain. The most important thing is that the rewards are too good. Kakashi and the Intimate Paradise? That's it. Before crossing over, had he read too few books? He was even tired of them. Besides, why do you need that thing when you already have Mei Mei? Then there's the third option. Stop the honey trap of no's. If you have to say so, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Now, it is the noose that occupies Geto, Suguru's body, in the Shibuya subway station. Even with the combined efforts of Louhu and the other natural disasters, they couldn't hold Gojo Satoru back for even a minute. The fake Geto Suguru, played by Kaso, just called out Satoru and held Gojo Satoru in place. If this isn't a beauty trap, what is it? It has to be said that Geto Suguru's body has been played around with by Nozomi. This noose is really amazing. After holding back for a long time, he finally used a beauty trap and actually captured Gojo Satoru. But the second reward was Reverse Curse Technique, which was useless to him. Now, he has the body of Hashirama, and his recovery ability is no worse than the Reverse Curse Technique. Unless I were given a fully automatic Reverse Curse Technique like that of Hyojinshi, I might consider it. So, in the final analysis, it is still too little. After some thought, Xia Lu finally chose the second task. After all, when you come to the world of spells, how can you not have your own field? It seems that this time I have to find a way to not only blind Sukuna's eyes. I have to imitate pain and go to Shibuya to perform some spicy tensen, Shinra Tensei, and Chibaku Tensei. This time, the Shibuya incident will be even more lively with my participation. Teacher Xia Lu? Xia Lu. Chan Yuanmai raised his hand and waved it in front of Xia Lu's eyes, bringing him back to reality. "My, what's going on?" Chan Yuanmai looked back at the classmates behind him, hesitated for a while, and then said, "Mechanical Maru may not come back." After investigation, it is preliminarily determined that he is one of the traitors in the high school. At this point, everyone felt regretful again, and at the same time very puzzled. No one would have thought that the approachable and honest Mekamaru was actually a long time lurking inside the technical high school. The classmate they had been with day and night had now turned out to be a traitor. This was a huge blow to them. Do you think the mechanical pill is a traitor? Suddenly, Chan Yuanmai's mouth corners slightly curved, and he leaned closer and whispered playfully, "Whether it's a spy or not, Teacher Xia Lu should know better than anyone else, right? After all, that is a being in mythology that can predict the future." Hearing this, Xiao Yoshin's face froze slightly, and then she immediately thought of her sister Chan Yuanmai. No wonder the two sisters, who had never gotten along with each other, became closer than ever before during this period. It turned out that it was Maki who told her about the ability to predict the future that she had made up. At the same time, a big battle is breaking out at the dam on the outskirts of the forest. Boom! A huge mecha suddenly emerged from the water and roared to the sky. This is exactly the final trump card of Mechamaru, the ultimate Mechamaru, the absolute form. Bang! The mecha raised its hand and fired a cannon towards the real person, blasting the entire bridge in two. However, that desperate voice came again. Ahaha! I didn't expect you had such a powerful move hidden in your mind. Do you want to use the mecha to kill me and spread the news? Then I will drag you out of this broken iron shell and turn you into my artificial cursed spirit. The real person's forehead was covered in blood, and a crazy and sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. While running on the dam bridge, he dodged the destructive laser cannons fired by the frame, controlled by the mechanical pill. Kagaya Geto, who was watching the battle from a distance, couldn't help but feel regretful. What a good helper, but a pity that he is a little too naughty. Since you didn't listen and knew my plan, then please just go and die. Inside the mecha, Mechamaru was gritting his teeth and controlling the mecha to continuously attack the real person, while constantly thinking in his mind. Damn it, the mecha has limited abilities to use, and there is also the account set up by Xia Yojia in the outside world. The message simply couldn't get out. But no matter what method I use, I must get in touch with Gojo Satoru and spread the news. Tell him about Shibuya's plan. Only in this way can Gojo Satoru come to protect me. See you all again, and I will reunite with everyone in this healthy and true face. Thinking of this, Mechanical Maru's eyes became more determined, and he shouted, 2 years of charging, double heavy cannon. Boom! A powerful beam cannon fired at the real person, and the entire dam was directly blasted through by this terrifying power. For a moment, the earth trembled, dust flew, and the lake water churned up huge waves. However, the real person sneaked around to the side of the fuselage without anyone noticing, and it was in a blind spot. He raised his huge right fist, which was growing larger rapidly, and swung it towards the face of the machine frame. Bang! The huge mecha was knocked back by the punch, and the ground shook continuously. What a powerful force! Although the mechanical ball in the cockpit was protected by a steel shell, it was still shaken by the blow and fell back, feeling dizzy. He gritted his teeth and forcibly controlled the mecha to stop his body. No, a protracted war is not good for me. The damage to my mecha will accumulate and eventually it will be scrapped. We must have a quick resolution. Charge for 5 years. Tail-chasing bullet, quintet. As the sound of the mechanical pill fell, 5 turrets were exposed on the shoulders of the mecha. Bang, bang, bang. 5 missiles containing a large amount of cursed power were fired at the same time, creating a dazzling light in the sky. These 5 homing Spellforce missiles inherited the hope and faith in his heart. Their missiles were not aimed at real people, but at the shackles that prevented him from returning to the embrace of the Polytechnic. The real person transformed the spell power into wings. 2 wings grew out from its back, and it kept circling around to avoid missiles. TSK. It turned out to be a missile with built-in tracking. He could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in the missile. If you get hit, you'll be seriously injured at least. In that case, whoosh, the real person decisively changed direction and flew towards the direction of the mechanical pill. The arm squirmed and transformed into an extremely sharp bone knife with a cold glow. Cut off your control lines and see how you can control these missiles. Swish! The bone knife slashed down suddenly, first quickly cutting off the wire behind the mecha's head, and then sliding along the hard shell. Sizzle! Sparks flew from the mecha's steel shell, and it was eventually slashed by the real man, leaving a deep groove. Sparks and lightning flew everywhere, and half of the mecha's arm lost control. However, in the cockpit, the mechanical pill was not panicked and first punched the real person and sent him flying backwards. Then a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. Countless memorable scenes flashed through his mind, finally settling on the people in the college. I can win. I want to reunite with everyone with this healthy body. Reload the technique. Ah, die. The corners of Jijuan's mouth were bleeding, his eyes were bloodshot, and veins bulged on his forehead. With a roar, the mecha's fist transformed into a giant drill that rotated at high speed and hit the real person. This attack, regardless of everything, the real person flew backwards at high speed with blood all over his face. Ha ha, you actually managed to push me to this point. But that's it. He suddenly opened his mouth, revealing 3 pairs of pale little hands. The little hands crossed each other, forming an extremely complicated handprint. The field expands. Self-enclosed circle. As the real person finished speaking, the empty and silent space instantly spread out, wrapping the mechanical pill in it. The real person sat cross-legged in the air above the field, with his long blue hair fluttering. Behind him, countless pale hands gathered and bloomed like lotus flowers. The big hands stretched out infinitely, pressing the huge mecha controlled by the mechanical pill to the ground. After the mecha fell to the ground and struggled for a while, it became silent, and even the energy lights went out completely. The mecha that was about to burst out with great power in the last second has now become a piece of scrap metal. Okay, that's the end. Looking at the huge mecha that had fallen motionless in front of him, the real person said indifferently, "I'm sorry to have extinguished your only hope. As someone who was born out of negative emotions, I can clearly feel the despair in your heart at this moment. But don't bring your so-called dreams and hopes in a battle. It makes you look too pitiful." The real person put his hands behind his head, turned his back to the mechanical pill, and spoke like a winner instructing the loser. Inside the cockpit, it was dark, and the mechanical pill hung its head in silence. Is this the field? It really makes people feel boundless despair. However, there's a field in the world of spells that has been passed down to this day, which is specifically created for the weak. Thinking of this, a woman with long blue hair seemed to appear in the dim vision. She looked fierce and suddenly drew her sword. Suddenly, Mechanical Maru raised his head abruptly and opened his bloodshot eyes as wide as possible. Blue flames composed of cursed energy appeared all over his body. New inflow. Simple feel. The real person outside suddenly stopped. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and just as he was about to turn around, phew! The real person widened his pupils and looked at his pierced body in disbelief. As a mouthful of blood spurted out, his body rapidly expanded and twisted, exploding into a ball of blood mist. Snap! The realm is broken. Mechanical Pill was overjoyed. Success. All you have to do now is kill Geto Shayo, and you can escape. I can win. The images of the people from the high school reappeared in Mechanical Maru's mind. But before I could be happy for long, snap! The beautiful scene suddenly shattered like a mirror, and then the barrier of the cockpit was blown apart. The red alarm sounded like a countdown to death. The real person showed a ferocious smile, and his left hand turned into a huge, high-speed, rotating drill, attacking his face. So, you couldn't kill him completely? Mechanical Pill's pupils shrank sharply. His heart was filled with despair, and he looked at the red self-destruct button beside him. It seems that there is no other choice. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see you all again until the end. Boom! The drill crushed all defenses in the cockpit and headed straight for his face. Mechanical Maru looked determined and roared with all his strength, "Come on, Mechanical Maru!" At this moment, a pair of big hands suddenly appeared, and with a sudden clench, they crushed the drill condensed by the real person in an instant. At the same time, it stopped the Mechanical Pill's finger from pressing the self-destruct button. Outside, Xiaoyujie put his hands in his pockets and raised his eyebrows slightly. Am I dazzled? There seemed to be a flash of yellow light just now. The next second, the real person's figure flew out and landed heavily at his feet. Ahem! The real person covered his neck and spit out blood, aggrieved. Sue, the Mechanical Pill has been rescued. Who is it? I didn't see clearly. The other party was incredibly fast and disappeared in a flash. But I guess it's Yao Lu. After all, Lu who mentioned this ability last time. Xiaoyu was stunned at first. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I had presbyopia. After all, his lasso is also a 1,000-year-old monster. The real person struggled to stand up and said speechlessly, Hey, Xiaoyu, isn't the point whether your eyes are blurry or not? Robomaru has been rescued. Our plan will be known to the high school. Huh. Xiaoyojia flicked his sleeves, turned his back to the real person, and said in a tone that everything was under control. So what if the senior college knows about this? What if I play with my cards openly? This is an open conspiracy. Otherwise, why would I tell Mekamaru about these plans? Also, the most important thing is that Mekamaru doesn't know. Hearing this, the real person immediately sat up straight and asked, You didn't tell him about the sealing of Gojo Satoru? Of course, this kind of thing can only be known by you, the ones I trust the most. Let's go, call Lohu and the others, and go to Shibuya to make arrangements in advance. At the same time, in an underground secret room, Xiao Lu put the seriously injured mechanical pill down. Thank you for saving my life, but with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to kill those two cursed spirits just now, right? Jijuan was bathing in the nutrient pool, feeling extremely weak. Xiao Lu said calmly, I'm not the real body. That's right, this is just a would-release clone of Xiao Lu. I should be setting up the Flying Thunder God Seal in Shibuya now. After separating this clone, the order given was to rescue the mechanical pill and not to fight with the real one. After all, Geto Suguru's strength is a level higher than the real one's. So, there is no risk. Hearing this, mechanical pill was stunned. A clone? So that's what it is. You should take good care of your injuries. When you recover, you can explain to the senior specialist yourself. After saying that, Xiao Lu turned into white mist and completely dissipated with a bang. Seeing this, Mechanical Pill could only sigh at the mystery of Xiao Lu's abilities. He pulled a mecha mask from his pocket. Call. Fortunately, there is still a little energy left, which should be enough to control the puppet left in the high school. He kept a lot of masks of this kind in the technical college, so that he could contribute his final strength after his death. Before deciding to use the real person, he had already prepared for the worst. But unexpectedly, the one who came to save him this time was not Gojo Satoru, but Xiao Lu, who had taken a special look at him during the exchange meeting that day. Could it be that he noticed something was wrong at that time? Forget it. For now, I should use the last bit of my cursed power to tell everyone about their plan to massacre in Shibuya. In the college classroom, the afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window onto the ground, reflecting the figures of Miwa Kasumi and others. Dongtang leaned against the door with his hands folded, while Chan Yuanmai and others sat on wooden stools and chairs without saying a word. They all looked at the mechanical puppet sitting motionless at the front of the classroom. During the years of getting along with each other in the technical college, Jijuan was taciturn and rather boring. But his warm heart was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts, and he became an indispensable member of Kyoto Academy. Before this, Kasumi Miwa and others had tried to communicate with the puppet many times. But a puppet is just a puppet after all. Without the control of the mechanical ball, it will naturally not respond. Sanlungxia lowered her head and sighed softly. Before this, he had said that it would not be long before he would meet everyone in his true form. But why did he become a ghost overnight? Zen Yuanmai smiled and said, Perhaps things will turn around. Don't comfort me, Mai-san. Yudaheim-sensei's investigation won't be wrong. Chan Yuanmai smiled, but said nothing. Only she knew that the matter of the mechanical pill was definitely not that simple. Otherwise, why would Xiao Lu leave suddenly? It must be his eyes that foresaw something. He's such a safe man. Now she understood why her sister looked at Xiao Lu with something strange in her eyes. At this moment, the mecha puppet sitting in front suddenly moved. The mechanical puppet turned around very stiffly and faced everyone. Mechanical Pill. You. For a moment, everyone looked at him warily. After all, he was now a traitor. I don't have much energy left, so I beg you to listen to me from now on. A weak voice came from the mecha. On October 31st, the cursed spirits will stage a massacre in Shibuya. The purpose is unknown, but it is definitely not as simple as it seems. Please meet. Before he could finish his words, the faint red light in the eyes of the mechanical puppet completely went out. The classroom fell into silence instantly. Humph! Can you trust what this guy says now? Dongtang said unhappily that what he hated most was betrayal. San Luan Xia's eyes were extremely complicated. If what he said is true, isn't it tomorrow? No matter what, let's tell the teachers the news. Chan Yuanmai stood up and spoke. I agree. October 31st, 2018, 1900 hours. Shibuya, Tokyo. As a prosperous neighborhood symbolizing business, entertainment, and culture, it is naturally the favorite place for young people. Plus, it's Halloween night. The streets of Shibuya are already crowded with people. People gather here cosplaying as various horror characters. There were couples wearing ghost masks taking photos and checking in, and there was a man wearing a scary pumpkin head scaring people everywhere. They are enjoying the joy of Halloween and releasing the pressure that has been accumulated in their hearts for a long time. Little did they know that the real terror was approaching quietly. Oh, keep drinking. You can't take it anymore, bro. Hurry up, a man can't say no. Shut up, idiot. A young man climbed onto the roof of the car under the encouragement of the people around him and drank the half can of wine in his hand in one gulp under the gaze of everyone. The man's behavior caused cheers from those around him, and the atmosphere became more lively. Just at this moment, with a bang, it attracted everyone's attention. Two half-drunk men were running and fighting and seemed to have knocked over something. But when I got up and looked ahead, there was nothing in front of me. Wait, there's nothing in front of me, why? Did we encounter a ghost? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha, are those two idiots drunk and out of their minds? Are they gesticulating at the air? Yes, I also met a ghost. Who among you on Halloween isn't a famous evil ghost? Then, some people who didn't believe in it went to try it. As a result, they were all blocked by the invisible air. One or two is fine, but as more and more people try it, they gradually realize that something is wrong. Even many timid people fell into panic. What is going on? Are we trapped by an invisible force? Just when everyone was panicking, at the top of the subway station, 5 figures squatted in a circle playing mahjong. Suyu, it seems that Mekamaru told the High Commissioner about our plan to operate in Shibuya. Among these people, there are also many sorcerers and assistant supervisors. The real person transformed his palm into a telescope and squatted on the roof to observe. Xiaojia waved his hand and smiled calmly. It doesn't matter, the senior executive doesn't know our ultimate goal. So, they can't defend themselves no matter what. The powerful people from the academy are not in this area. Tell Tawagan below to take action. Take all these hostages inside the subway station. Outside, the cheerful atmosphere has disappeared, replaced by endless panic. Ijichi and others are trying hard to maintain order, but the effect is minimal. Damn it, this is the first time I've seen an account that was instantly generated. The phone call is not working and the messages are blocked. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew up at the entrance of the subway station. It was like the mouth of an abyss. The powerful suction force sucked large numbers of people into the cave. Faced with the sudden situation, ordinary people have no ability to resist at all and can only allow their bodies to be sucked into the cave. Ijichi and others who possess cursed powers could only barely maintain their bodies and had no time to care about ordinary people. Yeah, save me. What on earth happened? At this moment, cheers turned into screams. The dense crowd was like fallen leaves in a strong wind, being uncontrollably sucked into the subway station by the powerful suction force. Not long after, the venue suddenly became deserted, with only a dozen or so assistant supervisors left. Mr. Ajichi, the account here seems to have no restrictions on us. A beautiful blonde assists the supervisor and easily passes her hand through the tent. Ijichi was overjoyed. Quick, Nida, let's go out right away and tell Gojo Satoru and the others what happened here. 1 hour later, on the viaduct, there were probably thousands of people caught up in the subway station right below us. And this tent, which is nearly 400 meters long, is also extremely strange. This is the first time I've seen a tent with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. It was set up in an instant. The opponent's method is extremely clever. Although the signal is blocked, sorcerers and those who can use the initial level of spell power to assist supervisors can enter and exit freely. If the other party wants to kill people, the consequences will be disastrous. Ijidi's expression was extremely serious, and he told the whole story in detail. Standing opposite him were Nanami, Fushiguro Megumi, and Wildboar, who had received the mission. Nanami held her dark forehead and sighed. TSK. Working overtime is annoying already, but now it has become so troublesome. And I can feel the remaining cursed energy in the air, and it's relatively familiar. Fushiguro Megumi frowned. Teacher Nanami, are you referring to the 4 great natural disasters? Yeah. Nanami straightened her tactical eyes. So, where's Gojo, Satoru? He believed that faced with this unprecedented situation, only Gojo Satoru could handle it. No, we have to add a freak named Xiaolu. At the same time, the entrance to Shibuya Food Avenue is outside the tent. This is how the whole thing happened. Even though we knew the information in advance, we still couldn't. Nidhi pulled her golden hair hard, and her pretty face looked a little lost and self-blaming. Sister Nida, don't blame yourself too much. Shibuya is so big, no one knows where they will choose to act. Kujisaki Nobara gently stroked his shoulder and comforted him. Xiantian calmed down and nodded. I and other assistant supervisors will work hard to find the key to breaking the formation. Let's work together to resolve this disaster. Well, let's work hard together. Kill all those cursed spirits. Maybe you can even use this to advance to the level of sorcerer. Nobara Kujisaki put one hand on her waist and swung the hammer in her hand twice. Then, he looked at Xiaolu, Maki, and Zenin Naobi behind him with full enthusiasm. A direct associate of the Zen Temple, a special first-class sorcerer. Zenuan Maki, 4th-level sorcerer, upgrade review in progress. Kugazaki Nobara, 3rd-level sorcerer, upgrade review in progress. As for Xiaolu, ever since she suppressed 3 special-level natural disasters alone at the last Sister Exchange meeting, she has been promoted to a special-level sorcerer. This made Nobara Kujisaki and Maki envious for a long time. On the other hand, the Zen Temple's GB people stared at Xia Lu from the moment they saw her. Hey, loud dang from the Zenin family. Why are you staring at me? Xia Lu was speechless. He didn't have a good impression of the Chanyuan family. Haha, a newly promoted special-level player. How can I not be curious? I just don't know how strong he is. Zenin Naobi has been stuck at the 1st-level sorcerer for a long time. His strength is among the best, even among the 1st-level sorcerers. Therefore, I am very curious about Master Xiaolu. Maki's expression was indifferent, and he said coldly, Naobi, you are not even as good as one of his fingers. The beard that is close to popularity is erected. Girl, after all, we are from the same Chanyuan family. Why are you siding with outsiders? Do you expect me to speak for the Chanyuan family? You. The GB people were stunned, and their scalps went numb from being stared at by those extremely cold eyes. I was just about to give you a lecture as an elder. But thinking of what Maki had experienced at the Zen Temple home, he tactfully shut his mouth for a moment. Soon, several people came to the tent, as Kujisaki and others walked in one after another. Bang! Suddenly, a strong repulsive force came, shocking Xia Lu back 2 steps. Kujisaki and his companions who had just entered the tent immediately turned their heads and looked at the situation with strange expressions. How could this happen? Didn't they say that sorcerers can come and go freely? Why is Xia Lu the only one excluded? Xia Lu carefully looked at the tent in front of him and immediately understood. Interesting, it seems that the noose has put a lot of effort into restricting me. And this was only the outermost layer. He could clearly sense that the closer he got to the innermost core tent, the greater the repulsive force it produced on him. But do you really think you can stun me like this? Xiao Lu turned on the blur function. His figure began to become blurry and distorted, and he slowly stepped forward. Buzz. Ripples appeared on the surface of the black tent, and Xia Lu successfully passed through the first layer of the tent. But the moment he released his virtuality, a strong repulsive force came over him again. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were constantly pushing him out of the tent. Xia Lu stopped moving and thought, even if I enter the tent, will the repulsive force still exist? In other words, one must always maintain a perfect state of emptiness in order to be immune to the rejection effect of the account. Although he was already an eternal kaleidoscope, he did not need to worry about the consumption of pupil power. However, the maximum time limit for perfect blur is 5 minutes, and it must be turned on again after the time is up. This will result in a brief gap during this period. If it were the repulsive force of the innermost layer of the tent, I would probably be flung out in an instant. Thinking of this, he sneered in his heart. Haha, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and the closer to the center, the greater the repulsion on oneself. In order to restrict me, Sugurageto and his friends really put a lot of thought into it. At this moment, the phone rang. Xia Lu looked closely and saw that the caller was Yi Mazamichi. When the call was connected, a serious middle-aged male voice came out. Xia Lu, Ijichi, and the others have initially analyzed the locations of the core points of the formation, but there are many man-made cursed spirits guarding there, so they can't get close. Most importantly, there are curse masters who are specifically hunting down assistant supervisors. 2 of them have already been seriously injured. We are short of manpower now, so I hope you can go and protect them. Otherwise, the progress of breaking the account will be greatly slowed down. Finally, please tell your teammates that the plan has changed. Everyone should stay outside the tent for the time being. This is an order from the top. They said that in order to reduce casualties, only Gojo Satoru was allowed to enter. I'm only responsible for relaying the message. You could decide how to do it. There's no need to listen to those old guys. The call was hung up. Since it was on speakerphone, Kujisaki and the others could hear it clearly. He looked at the 3 people who were stunned. So, what do you think? Ding Yiqiangwei curled her lips and said in dissatisfaction. What? Reducing losses means reducing the casualties among sorcerers, right? You don't care about the lives of ordinary people. Besides, I was thinking about killing more cursed spirits and becoming a second-level sorcerer. This is really disappointing. Zen Yunjibi raised his chin proudly. The higher-ups have no right to interfere with how our Zen family acts. After some thought, Maki said seriously, since the principal mentioned on the phone that there are man-made cursed spirits guarding the cores of the formations, and there are curse masters hunting and assisting in supervision, why don't we disperse and help? Perhaps we can clear the account as soon as possible. I agree. My hammer has been thirsty for a long time. Kujisaki Nobara threw her short hair behind her head, waved the hammer in her hand, and said excitedly, in that case, let's go. Xia Lu chuckled and patted Kujisaki Nobara's shoulder, quietly left the flying thunder god mark, and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, he also created several would-release clones and headed for the underground station. These accounts can only affect his original body, while the clones condensed through chakra are not affected. It would be better to assist Ijichi and the others to break through the first few layers of tents as soon as possible, so that it will not affect his next actions. Extension of the new south exit of Shibuya Station. Panda and Kyuzuke were walking on the desolate street. Kyuzuke put his hands in his pockets, holding the stick of a lollipop that he had already eaten but was reluctant to spit out, and said listlessly, they specifically asked Wu Tiao to go in and exchange the hostages. Isn't this a clear conspiracy? The panda had big dark circles under his eyes and said dissatisfiedly, the most ridiculous thing is that the top management actually agreed to it. Although Gojo Satoru is invincible, the feeling of being tricked is still unpleasant. Kyuzuke laughed at himself. We can't help it. To put it nicely, we are extraordinary sorcerers. To put it bluntly, we are the pawns of the higher-ups, and we have to obey orders. Besides, don't Nanami, Mei Mei, and the recently popular Xia Lu have to do the same? At this point, he looked at the panda curiously. Is Xia Lu really as strong as the rumors say? The panda smiled slyly. If you don't agree, go challenge him. Meanwhile, underground station. The crowd was in panic and chaos. The children cried loudly, and the elderly leaned on their relatives and breathed with difficulty. F***K. Hurry up and call Gojo Satoru over. A yellow-haired man was pounding the account book and shouting. The man dressed as a vampire asked, "What are you talking about? Who is Gojo Satoru? What can he do if he comes?" "I don't know either." The guy with a tuft of long hair on his forehead and a seam on his head said that as long as Gojo Satoru comes, we can get out. In the crowd, a woman dressed as a sexy cat demon and wearing a policewoman uniform said disdainfully, "These men are more panicky than us girls when encountering problems. They are not calm at all. They are really stupid." A male zombie angrily said, "Oh yes, yes. You are noble and you are amazing. Have you forgotten how everyone got dragged into this just now? It's just like flushing toilet water, sucked in without resistance, understand? Who wouldn't panic? What are you yelling about, you low-educated guy? Haha, you have a high level of education and are capable of going out." Just as everyone was arguing fiercely, the dark tint surface shook and a pair of large hands reached in. A black eye mask and a head of white hair. Who is this guy cosplaying as? Gojo Satoru ignored everyone and analyzed the general situation at the scene. Oh, the situation seems a little bad. Gojo Satoru didn't think too much and simply stepped on everyone's heads to reach the highest point. He touched his chin and muttered, "Well, I think I know what the other person is thinking. In that case, I'll keep you company. 5 underground floors." Sayoji slowly opened his eyes and smiled. That man is coming. At the same time, Qingshan Cemetery. Humph. They actually asked my elder sister to be their backup. Those old men in the upper echelons are really short-sighted. Yu, who was wearing overalls, stomped his feet angrily and said indignantly. Mei, who was playing with her phone, smiled and said, "It doesn't matter as long as the senior executives don't shortchange me." Itadori's mouth twitched slightly. Are we really going to let Gojo Satoru handle it all by himself? Besides, I heard that the assistant supervisor is being hunted by the Curse Master. Shouldn't we do something about it? Mei opened her red lips and said, "Don't worry. Xiao Lu has gone to help the assistant supervisor. I believe that with him around, there will be no more casualties. After all, he is a very reliable man. Sister, can he take care of all the auxiliary supervision by himself? Besides, that guy doesn't seem like a good person." Yu took the opportunity to complain. He hadn't forgotten the last time Xia Lu threatened him with his summer homework. He is not an ordinary primary school student. Would he be afraid of a few summer homeworks? When you meet him next time, remember to call him brother-in-law. Well, what? Hearing this, Yu widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief, and she felt as if the sky had fallen. Mei ignored Yu, who looked as pale as death, and stood up gracefully, smiling faintly. "Let's go. The Meiji Jingame station will also be closed, and there are said to be many artificial curse spirits. It's time to earn gold coins. The price given by the higher-ups is 5,000 yuan for a level 2 cursed spirit." Yeah. Itadori excitedly rolled up his sleeves, showing off his biceps. Subway station, 5th floor below ground. Gojo Satoru stood on the subway with a calm expression, looking at the 3 people opposite him, Lohu, Hanami, and Shoso, with great interest. I have seen the volcano head and the cursed spirit next to it that can control the vegetation several times. As for the guy next to him with dark circles under his eyes similar to Shoko, is he new? Looks like I have some kidney deficiency. No, maybe a little anemic. Just as Gojo Satoru was complaining in his heart. Huayu said nothing and raised his hand to create countless vines to block the exit above. Seeing this, Gojo Satoru curled his lips slightly and said jokingly, "Is it that serious? I won't run away. After all, once I leave, you will kill everyone here, right? Not bad, Volcano Head. You finally figured out how to play a trick. You deserve praise. Do you want me to give you a little red flower?" At this point, Gojo Satoru bent down and clapped his hands as if he was coaxing a child. Boom! The temperature suddenly rose inside the subway station. The leaky lake is still the same, and it gets irritated after just a few words. The Mount Fuji above is ready to erupt. Haha, do you think I'm too kind? Even if you don't run away, you must kill all the ants here. As the words fell, the valves fixed on both sides suddenly opened. Yeah, the secret hemp crowd fell down. For a while, the cries of panic continued. Faced with this sudden scene, Gojo Satoru frowned slightly. Did they hide so many hostages on both sides without my knowledge? Lu Hu felt secretly pleased when he saw that Wu Tiao Wu was at a loss. Before this, Xia Yu just said, Gojo Satoru is at his strongest when he is alone. In this case, use a large number of ordinary people who are powerless to surround him. Interfere with him, restrict him, and tie his hands and feet. But we can let go and do a great job. Are you ready, Huayu? It's hunting time. As soon as the words fell, Lu Hu and Huayu flashed and rushed into the crowd. There were constant screams of death. Some were burned to charcoal by the flames. Some were pierced through the body by hard vines and then sucked dry. The person behind him always looks listless. A ball of bright red, hot blood condensed on his chest. Red blood technique. Cut and pull. Call out. The blood drops stretched and condensed, turning into a sharp arrow that shot out at high speed. Its speed was far beyond that of an ordinary bullet. After piercing through more than 10 humans in succession, it stopped 3 feet in front of Gojo Satoru. But in this way, the scarlet blood successfully blocked Gojo Satoru's vision. When his vision returned, Hu and Huayu had already appeared in front of him. The two men were face to face, their fists pressed tightly together, with extremely excited smiles on their faces, and they shouted at the same time. Gojo Satoru, don't underestimate the bond between us. Sign! Boom! The two fists collided with a limitless barrier, causing a huge impact that shook the surrounding people to fly everywhere. Seeing that Gojo Satoru did not fight back, Louhu grinned evilly. Geto Suguru said that the damage caused by any of Gojo Satoru's techniques is enormous, and it is almost impossible not to affect ordinary people nearby. This is true whether it is Tsang or... Therefore, in this situation, he can only choose to use unlimited defense. So the trick that can hit without limit for the time being is... Louhu and Huayu spoke at the same time. Extension of the field. The two of them simultaneously wrapped the power of the domain around their fists. Slowly, the fist was getting closer and closer to Gojo Satoru. Boom! Gojo Satoru flashed to the high platform. Not bad. You actually use such a subtle method. It seems that the curse master behind you is very knowledgeable. Just now, the extension of the domain they mentioned was very similar to the new inflow and simple domain commonly used by Sanlu and Xia. Abandon the scope of the domain opening and wrap it in your hand. Although the effect of the hit is not high, it can neutralize one's own bottom line. Theoretically, it is possible to break through unlimited defense and hit yourself. Gojo Satoru smiled and said, things are becoming more and more interesting. He slowly pulled down the blindfold, revealing bright pale blue six eyes. Seeing this, Louhu subconsciously closed his eyes, but was punched on the head by Huayu who was standing beside him. He said unhappily, idiot, this is six eyes, not Xia Lu's scarlet eyes. Ah, Louhu touched his head awkwardly. It's all because of that damn Xia Lu. It's almost become a muscle memory for me. Anayu, we have to be serious from now on. As long as we can hold off until Geto Suguru and Yumon Jiang show up, we'll succeed. Meanwhile, outside the account, the streets are illuminated by dim streetlights. Ha! Let me go. I won't participate in the Shibuya project. Please. Chunta, with pigtails, covered his injured arm with a look of horror and limped on the street. From time to time, he would look back at Xia Lu's position. Blood dripped down his arm to the ground. At this moment, there was only one line left on the wrinkle under his eye, which was his lucky bar. Haruta still couldn't figure out why there was such a powerful person among the assistant supervisors. From the moment they started fighting, he was completely crushed and had no strength to fight back. Why am I so unlucky? In the auxiliary supervision, Can you also kick the titanium alloy iron plate? Xiao Lu, wearing an assistant supervisor's uniform, followed him slowly. During the Shibuya incident, it was his bullying brat who specifically targeted the weak assistant supervisors, and he used a backstab sneak attack. Moreover, he almost killed Nobara Kujisaki and Arita, and was finally saved by Nanami, but he still survived. It was the right decision for Yi Mazamichi to let himself be the protector and assistant supervisor, because he had read the script in advance. So, he went straight to Ajichi and Miss Nitty and changed into the assistant supervisor's uniform. The long fishing process began, waiting for the boy to take the bait. Soon, Haruta set his sights on himself. The result was that the sneak attack failed, and he was beaten up by Xiao Lu instead. He used with style, fire style, and water style, but this kid just wouldn't die. He can hold on better than an indestructible cockroach, and each time he is left with half his life. All of this is due to his metaphysical technique, Miracle. When you are attacked fatally, your ridiculous luck will be automatically triggered, thus saving your life. The number of miracles was clearly written on his face. Now, there's only one last lucky stripe left on his face. Then it's time to send you on your way. Wood release. Grafting technique. Oink oink. A sharp wooden stick broke out of the ground and nailed Haruta to the wall. Looking at Haruta, who was screaming and struggling, but still not dead, Xiao Lu couldn't help but sigh at the magic of the miracle technique. The wood summoned by the grafting technique cleverly avoided Haruta's vital points. However, in doing so, the last lucky stripe on his face completely disappeared. Xiao Lu, you little braided bully, it seems your luck has run out. At this time, Ijichi and Nida ran over from behind. Is he the curse master who had been hunting down the assistant supervisor? But now, Xiao Lu took him for a walk like a dog and finally nailed him to the wall. Nidhi stepped forward, bowed, and thanked him. Thanks to you for helping me this time. Otherwise, there would have been more assistant supervisors who fell victim to his murderous hands. Xiao Lu smiled and nodded. Do you need to interrogate him? Xi Tian smiled and nodded. Thank you for your help. Hearing this, Xiao Lu looked at Chun Tai, who was struggling in pain on the wall, and said calmly, I'll give you 1 minute to tell me all the information I know. I can still spare half your life with my noose. As soon as these words came out, Ijichi and Nida, who were standing by, were stunned at first. Then I immediately understood what Xiao Lu meant and almost couldn't help laughing. I say. Hearing that he could survive, Haru was so excited that he temporarily forgot the severe pain in his body. Although the other party might cheat on him, does he have any choice now? At one point, Haruta told everything he knew, but most of them are the locations of the core points of the formation and the preliminary plan of Suguru-jia. I told you everything I know, but I really don't know what their specific plans are. Xiao Lu nodded. Haruta was naturally not qualified to know Xia Yujia's plan, so he probably didn't lie. In this way, we know the locations of many array points, so we can quickly break through the outer layer. Chun Tai, with tears in his eyes, cast an expectant look at Xiao Lu. I've told you everything I know. I guarantee there will be no omissions. Look, then you can go die. Xiao Lu's Sharingan rotated. Amaterasu, raging. The terrifying black flames instantly enveloped Haruta completely. Aya, you don't keep your word. Noose. F***K. Then Haruta opened his mouth and spoke a lot of greetings that were highly suggestive of his mother. This made Ajichi and Nidhi behind him unable to hold back any longer and burst out laughing. As auxiliary supervisors, they're professionally trained and would never laugh under normal circumstances. Unless you can't help it. Xiao Lu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled secretly in his heart. What does the deception have to do with me, Xiao Lu? Go to hell and say hello to Nozomi's family. Under the engulfment of Amaterasu's black flames, Haruta's curses became quieter and quieter, and he finally died happily. Amaterasu burned Haruta until not even ashes were left before the flame slowly went out. Let's go. Let's find the center of the formation and break through the curtain as soon as possible. Xiao Lu clapped his hands, and looked at the two people who were stunned behind him. Oh, Ijichi and Nido nodded dumbly. What a terrifying flame. It actually burned the opponent to ashes. But it's a good thing this way, as it saves them the trouble of dealing with the corpses. Then, the three of them pulled out the ceiling nails nailed in the hidden corners one after another, according to the positions provided by Haruta. That is the center of the formation. As for the man-made curse spirits guarding the center of the formation, Xiaolu only needs to glare at them to summon Amaterasu to burn them to death. The eternal kaleidoscope is so arrogant. If it were before, I would have gone blind if I had done so much. Snap! With a crisp sound, the outermost layer of the tent was automatically torn apart. Call! Finally, I've cleared the first layer. There are 5 layers left. Keep going. Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. Xiaolu, now that the threat from the Curse Master has been resolved, go help the other magicians. Yes, Mr. Ajichi is right. It would be a waste to use your strength to continue to assist us. Nidin nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Xiaolu nodded. In fact, the best solution now is to cooperate with auxiliary supervision to find the eye of the formation and break the tent as soon as possible. Only in this way can we completely solve the only factor that limits ourselves. But as the Shibuya incident progressed, Itadori will fight with Zhang Xiang, and then there will be a big brotherhood scene. Fushiguro Megumi will meet the immortal reincarnation, Fushiguro Shigeki, and a battle between father and son will take place. Therefore, Xiaolu decided to go to the underground floor of the subway station first, which was where Nanami Kujisaki was. It just happens to be the location of the first layer of accounts, so there's no need to worry about rejection. Finally, Xiaolu left behind a wood clone following the two of them. First of all, it can protect 2 people. Secondly, you can directly remove the cursed spirit guarding the center of the formation, thus speeding up the progress of breaking the account. At the same time, inside the dark railway, Shugurageto, Achio, I can sneeze too. Is someone gossiping about me behind my back? Then, he seemed to sense something, and his lips curved slightly. Oh, you actually broke through the first layer of the tent so quickly? You're quite skillful, but it doesn't matter. As long as Xiaolu can't get into this last layer of the tent, everything will be in vain. Gojo Satoru seems to be taking it easy. We need to ask the real person to give him some strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare show up like this. Geto Shio laughed at himself. Subway station, 5th floor below ground. Gojo Satoru kicked Hanamiya away, and then threw Rokuko towards Hanamiya like a bowling ball. Louhu flew uncontrollably towards Huayu. Huayu, catch me. Boom! The wall was shaking violently, and the leak was deeply embedded in the wall. Huayu was hanging on the wall, his hands folded across his chest, his face solemn. Xiaoyuja missed one thing. Gojo Satoru, who has released his unlimited power and used physical techniques, is even more terrifying. In this case, the risk of Louhu and I being kicked out is still very high. Did he really miss it, or did he do it on purpose? It pulled the coral out of the wall. Split up and pull Gojo Satoru. Afterwards, Hanami decisively released the extension domain and manipulated the twisted vines underground to grab Gojo Satoru. Seeing this, Louhu screamed, "Don't touch the extended field, Huayu." However, it was too late. Call out. A blurry figure flashed by, and Gojo Satoru showed a crazy smile and pressed Hanamiya to death against the wall before she could react. He looked at the 2 angelica roots on Huayu's head that looked like sheep horns. This should be your weakness, right? After saying this, Gojo Satoru grabbed it with his backhand and suddenly pulled it out. Purple blood spurted out, staining Gojo Satoru's hands, and a long vine was pulled out by the roots. Huayu covered the empty wound and screamed. Zhang Xiang and Lu Hu on the side wanted to help, but their attacks were easily blocked by Gojo Satoru, who had activated his unlimited power. Boom! The powerful thrust pressed Huayu against the wall, making him unable to move. Gojo Satoru grinned madly and increased his thrust. Boom! Snap! Dense, spider-like cracks instantly appeared on the wall, and Huayu's body was almost flattened by this powerful pressure. Gojo Satoru, watch over here. Luhu condensed a fireball in his hand. However, the next second, the fireball went out, and Luhu stood there in a daze, with tears dripping from the corners of his eyes. Looking at Huayu, who was squeezed into blood, Luhu said in disbelief, Haneu it is dead? Gojo Satoru slowly side-glanced, his pale blue six eyes staring indifferently at Luhu, and said expressionlessly, Next! Bang! Two figures collided at high speed. Even though Luhu was extremely angry at the moment, he was still no match for Gojo Satoru. After being knocked away again, Luhu mixed into the group, hoping to restrict Gojo Satoru from taking action. At the same time, he roared, swelling, If you keep paddling, I'll kill you first. It saw everything that this kid Zhang Xiang did. From the beginning till now, he has always looked listless. The blood arrows shot out were even shorter and weaker, and their power was far less than usual. Afraid of scratching Gojo Satoru's skin, Luhu suppressed his anger and kept moving among the crowd, using them as shields. I can't let Huayu die in vain. I'm going to blend in with the crowd and fight while I run. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing Luhu scolding him, he scratched his ears sleepily and shot out several blood arrows again. The blood arrow instantly pierced through the crowd around Gojo Satoru, and finally stopped at the invisible barrier with no lower limit. This time, his purpose is revenge. A few days ago, in the 88 Bridge incident, his two younger brothers died at the hands of Itadori and Nobara Kujisaki. Therefore, he had no interest in launching a sneak attack on Gojo Satoru. Of course, your strength should be reserved for your enemies. In this way, the crowd around Gojo Satoru was cleared away at once. Gojo Satoru thought, the crowd around me gradually dwindled and the space became larger. It gave me the opportunity to perform the technique. After all, the opponent also realized that my physical skills were overwhelming and would not give me the opportunity for close combat. But now, no more worries. Thinking of this, he slowly closed his eyes. I'm sorry, I can't save all of you, but we will definitely destroy them. Suddenly, a gentle male voice sounded over the radio. This train has arrived. Please get off the train in an orderly manner and wait within the yellow line. The voice was extremely gentle, like an angel's salvation, soothing the fear in people's hearts at the moment. Luhu stopped and sighed as if relieved. Finally here, Gojo Satoru suddenly looked towards the railway with a puzzled look. The entire Shibuya subway station has been paralyzed for a long time. How come there are still trains? Also, why does the voice on the radio sound so familiar? Is it an illusion? Woo, boom, boom. A train slowly stopped in front of everyone. There was no light in the carriage, and it was dark. But people at this moment don't care about so much. This is the only chance to leave this damn place. Train. It's a train. We are saved. Great. I don't want to stay in this damn place for even a second. Everyone, get out of my way. I'll go first. For a moment, the crowd rushed forward like crazy. A bearded man was the first to squeeze in front of the train door, looking at the train with great anticipation. But the next second, the lights in the train turned on. The interior is filled with man-made cursed spirits with distorted faces and terrifying appearances. Through the car door, the man-made cursed spirits seemed to have smelled a delicacy and drooled in disgust. Everyone was so frightened that their pupils shrank and cold sweat ran down their cheeks. Unlike cursed spirits, man-made cursed spirits can be seen by ordinary people. What? What kind of monsters are these? Boom. The car door opened. The man-made cursed spirits rushed out of the car one after another, opened their bloody mouths, and started a feast of slaughter. Yeah. For a moment, screams resounded throughout the entire subway station. Looking at so many man-made cursed spirits suddenly appearing, Gojo Satoru was at a loss for a moment. What is their purpose? At this moment, a figure jumped out happily from the train. The real person made a yet gesture, squinted his eyes, and smiled. Lo, did you miss me? He took a deep breath, an expression of great enjoyment on his face. The air is awesome. It smells like fear. I love it. But we should keep some humans so they can help us hunt in the forest in the future. Lu Hu came over and asked, "Can we set them on fire?" Jinren smiled and shook his head. "You will be scolded by Hua Yu. Hanako is dead." Huh. The real person was stunned for a moment. Then the smile on his face faded slightly, and he gently blamed. "This time, you failed to protect it well." Lu Hu lowered his head in shame. After all, Hanamiya was his savior, but he watched it being killed by Gojo Satoru with his own eyes. Thinking of this, Lu Hu suddenly laughed like crazy and looked at Gojo Satoru with a ferocious look. "Gojo Satoru, let me tell you the most disgusting thing about humans. Then, there are too many." Boom! As the words fell, the subway suddenly collapsed, and a large number of people fell. At the same time, Lu Hu, Jinren, and Zhang Xiang also started the massacre. Gojo Satoru hung his head in silence, and in his ears he could hear the sound of flesh being torn apart, the cries of death for help. Large groups of people fell at his feet, and blood flowed like a river. TSK. Irritable. Seeing Gojo Satoru's indifferent attitude, Lu Hu felt happy. Geto Suguru once said that Gojo Satoru may look cold and ruthless on the surface, but he is very kind-hearted, so that's why we chose to leave Yumenjiang to him. After all, Xiao Lu doesn't seem to be a good person at first glance, and he probably won't care about the life and death of people who have nothing to do with him. So, faced with this situation, he had only one choice. That is to activate Infinite Void and kill everyone present. But he would never do that. The only victims he could accept were those killed by cursed spirits, not those killed by Gojo Satoru. So, think as much as you want, hesitate as much as you want, and waste your energy. But the next second, Gojo Satoru's eyes flashed with determination. The field expands. There is infinite space. The field expands in 0.2 seconds. Almost instantly, a black veil enveloped everyone, and a vortex crack appeared at the top, like a galaxy. A huge amount of junk information instantly flooded into everyone's brain. Whether it was Lu Hu, a real person, or an artificial cursed spirit, or an ordinary person, they all had dull eyes, standing still like petrified statues, not moving at all. At this last moment, Gojo Satoru makes a desperate bet. The 0.2-second field expansion method was chosen. In this way, it will not have too strong an impact on the brain of ordinary people, causing them to become a vegetable. This is the limit of what he can do. Call. Gojo Satoru slowly bent down and assumed a running posture. Whoosh! A shadow flashed by. Gojo Satoru's eyes widened, his white hair fluttered, and the scene in front of him rapidly reversed. He shuttled through the crowd. He was killing the artificial cursed spirits at an extremely fast speed. He forcibly ripped off the heads of the cursed spirits one by one. There was no possibility of resistance at all, considering that the 0.2-second infinite space might not have much effect on the special grade cursed spirit. He decisively gave up Lu Hu and others. Just like that, the subway station is on the 5th floor below ground. Everyone stood there with dull eyes, except for the pale blue light that kept flashing through the crowd. The heads of cursed spirits were thrown into the air one after another, and blood rained down. 299 seconds later, more than 1,000 man-made cursed spirits, all destroyed. The extremely rapid breathing broke the ultimate tranquility. Gojo Satoru grabbed the cursed spirit's head with his hands, his white hair half covering his face, his chest heaving exaggeratedly, and he breathed in the air greedily. He has never been so tired. Suddenly, a box wrapped in old yellow cloth rolled onto the blood-stained open space ahead. Prison gate. Open the door. Click. The box instantly broke free of its seal and expanded into a 2-meter-high blood-red curtain, with densely packed eyes staring at Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru subconsciously wanted to take a step back, but an extremely familiar and gentle male voice came from behind him. Yo! Long time no see. Geto Summer Oil was standing behind Gojo Satoru, smiling and raising his hand to greet his old friend. A familiar voice came from behind him, and Gojo Satoru's expression was shocked. He widened his eyes, turned slowly, and stared at the person in front of him in disbelief. Summer oil. In an instant, all the memories about ghetto summer oil rushed through my mind like a flood. But he quickly reacted. No, Xiaoyu is dead. I killed him myself. So a knockoff? However, my 6 eyes told me that the other person was indeed Ghetto Suguru. Thinking of this, Gojo Satoru subconsciously let down his guard, revealed a long-lost smile, and was about to speak. Oink! The prison gate instantly entangled Gojo Satoru in place. Sugar Ghetto Satoru, how can you be distracted in the middle of a battle and think about other things? Even though he was sealed, unable to move, and unable to use cursed power, Gojo Satoru didn't care at all. He stared at his former best friend, trying to figure out who he was. Hey, who are you? I'm Ghetto Suguru. Have you forgotten me so quickly? It's so sad. Ghetto Suguru's acting skills soared, and he looked extremely disappointed, as if he was about to wipe away his tears, which stunned Gojo Satoru. Haha, whether it's the physical body or the cursed energy, the answer given by 6 eyes is undoubtedly Ghetto himself. But Gojo Satoru was silent for a while, then suddenly shouted, My soul is desperately denying this. It's really depressing. How can you see through this? Kagaya Suru pinched out the suture line on his forehead with his hands, and then gently pulled it. Sizzle. The top of his head opened, revealing a ball of brain with teeth. Although Ghetto Suguru's face was smiling, it was already covered with tears. He patted his face and sighed. I didn't expect that this body would instinctively react so violently after seeing you. The body actually defeated the soul? This has never happened in 1,000 years. It's really eye-opening, ha ha ha. Shuguru Jia seemed to have some realization and laughed out loud. I'm sorry for playing with your best friend's body. But if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not letting Shoko cremate the body, thus giving me the opportunity to occupy it. Xiaoyu put the crown of his head back on, just like assembling a mecha, and said casually, Well, for my plan, I have to ask you to stay in Yumenjiang for a while. Not too long, 1,000 years at most. Let's meet again in the new world, Satoru. Gojo Satoru sneered. Do you think you've won by sealing me? The strongest position in the contemporary world can be replaced at any time. Oh, you mean Xiaolu? Xiaoyu frowned slightly. That guy is indeed troublesome, but he probably won't be able to reach your level in a short time. I will certainly find a way to deal with him. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru's mouth curled up. Really? Then let's wait and see. Finally, I need further proof that it is not the prison gate that is blocking me. Click. After saying this, Gojo Satoru no longer resisted. The prison gate shrank instantly, shrinking back into a box and smashed a big hole in the ground. At this point, Gojo Satoru was completely sealed. The real person sighed. TSK, it's really touching. I didn't expect that we have to rely on emotional appeal to seal it. Xiaoyu smiled calmly. What he said at the end is correct. What sealed him was never the prison gate, but the beautiful memories between him and Ghetto Sugu. Next, the 3 of you can kill as much as you want. But don't forget the most important thing. Feed your fingers to Itadori. If possible, use Sukuna's help to get rid of Xiaolu, the variable. At the same time, 5 floors underground, inside the dim railway tracks. Mei, Itadori, and Yu walked side by side on the railway. All around them were the corpses of man-made, cursed spirits. Suddenly, Itadori shouted, Wow, what's wrong? Mei turned around and asked puzzledly. Something suddenly flew into my hand, and it claimed to be a mechanical pill. Robot Amaru, can you hear me, Itadori? I have very little energy left. Please listen to me. What the hell is that? Itadori was so shocked that he was about to smash the headphones. Wait, you idiot, I have something very important. Mei turned around and said with interest, Let him finish. Gojo Satoru has been sealed. Xiaolu has also been restricted by the tent. What? After these words were spoken, Several people froze in their places, looking at the communication device of the mechanical pill in disbelief. Itadori had a look of disbelief on his face. Humph! How could Gojo Satoru be sealed? Do you think I would believe the words of traitor? Besides, don't magicians here have the right to come and go freely? Why is Xia Lu restricted? Then, the communication device vibrated again. Unfortunately, that is the reality. Yesterday, I was almost killed by a real person. This instrument is the last safety device. But at the last moment, it was Xia Lu who saved my life. I already know the general situation inside. Those cursed spirits have specially set up a tent to restrict Xia Lu from entering. At first I didn't know their purpose, but it wasn't until I controlled the surveillance and found that Gojo Satoru was sealed that I completely understood their intentions. Mei shook her phone. Yes, he was indeed saved by Xia Lu. I just read the message Xia Lu sent half an hour ago. Because she was spellbound, she didn't hear the message ring. Fortunately, this message was sent before entering the account. Otherwise, it would definitely not be sent because the signal is blocked inside the account. If this happens, things will become tricky. The college lost its strongest force, and Xia Lu was restricted from entering the interior. This is a scheme carefully planned by the other party, and the entire world of spellcasting is likely to fall into chaos. Thinking of this, Mei put away her indifferent attitude and looked seriously at the communication device in Itadori's hand. Robomaru, does your communication device have a function similar to a loudspeaker? Mechanical Pill was silent for a moment. It can be done. Mei smiled and clapped her hands, then let Itadori take on this important task. Go up high and use your loud voice to your advantage, and this feature to deliver these two messages to everyone. Yes. Itadori stood up straight, answered with a firm look, and then turned and left. Sister, is brother-in-law Xia so powerful? Can he make the other party so afraid that they set up a trap to restrict him? Yu asked, still a little unconvinced. Mei smiled, but said nothing. Instead, she looked towards the darkness ahead. Da-da-da. A cursor on a leash slowly came into view. You're Mei, right? There will be a big reward for killing you. The cursor smiled grimly, stretched out his long, pointed snake-like tongue, and licked the blood on the dagger. Mei raised her beautiful eyes slightly and chuckled. Really? You look like you are worth a lot of money. At the same time, the highest rooftop in Shibuya, Itadori looked down with a fear of heights. Robomaru, turn on the loudspeaker function. It's already been opened, just start shouting. Itadori nodded, took a deep breath, puffed up his chest, and yelled with all his might. Nanami! Nanami, can you hear me? Master Gojo Satoru. It's sealed, and Itadori took a breath. Xia Lu is restricted by the account. He can't get in, with the help of a loudspeaker and Itadori's loud voice. For a moment, his voice echoed throughout almost the entire Shibuya area. Below, all the sorcerers heard this extremely shocking news. Nanami stopped and turned back suddenly, her eyes full of disbelief. If that is true, things are out of control now. Once Gojo Satoru is sealed, the whole country will fall into turmoil, and those cursed masters who were suppressed by him and dared not show up will come out in full force. Fushigiro's eyes widened and his expression changed drastically. Even Gojo Satoru was sealed? Also, Xia Lu is the only one who cannot enter the tent? Cunning curse. Nanami's expression was serious. Fushiguro, wild boar, change of plan. Now, assisting the auxiliary supervisor, breaking the curtain as soon as possible, and letting Xia Lu join the battle, is our only chance. At the same time, Itadori's voice naturally reached the ears of Geto, Suguru, and others. Bang! The real person crushed the communicator on the ground with his foot. The real person is an annoying guy. If I had known this would happen, I would never have let the mechanical pill escape. The fake Xiaoyojia looked at Yumenji Yang, who had smashed the ground into a deep pit, and said calmly, Gojo Satoru left us a mess. With his internal interference, Yumenji Yang cannot be taken away for the time being, and those sorcerers will soon gather here to deal with us. but they are nothing to be afraid of. The one we want most is Xiaolu. The 3 layers of tents outside have been broken down one by one. If he gets in, we'll be in trouble. So, we have to feed the finger to Itadori as soon as possible and use Sukuna to get rid of Xiaolu. Lohu, I agree. Real person, it seems that there is no choice. Zhang Xiang said in an unnegotiable tone, No, I will kill Itadori and Kujisaki to avenge Shui Tu and Huai Xiang. Lohu frowned. I don't care about the person who stabbed with nails or that wild woman, but you can't kill Itadori. It has nothing to do with me. Zhang Xiang said lightly. You want to fight me? The temperature around them suddenly rose, and Lohu and Zhang Xiang glared at each other, as if they were about to fight. It's time to fight. The real person showed a mean smile, clapped his hands and cheered, taking the opportunity to fan the flames. At this time, Xia Yujia touched Tawagan's smooth head and smiled to smooth things over. Well, your 2 goals don't conflict, so why bother with each other? As soon as these words came out, Lohu and Zhang simultaneously turned their eyes to the person who spoke, Xiaojia. Why not let Itadori swallow the finger first? Wake up Sukuna and kill Xiaolu, and then wait for Sukuna to fall asleep again before letting Shosang kill Itadori. It's just a matter of order. Sugurageto explained patiently. Real person. In that case, let's split up and capture Itadori first. Looking at Zhang Xiang leaving alone, Lu was puzzled and said, My goal is not just to have Sukuna kill Xiaolu, but to have him overthrow the entire world of sorcery. Let the world of spells return to its glory days 1,000 years ago. Sugar oil Jia. Then you can just kill Zhang Xiang afterwards. That shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Lu was stunned and looked at Xia Yuji deeply. 1 second before being killed by Gojo Satoru, Hanamiya sent a message to himself in a special way. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. The real identity of Geto Suguru is not a cursed spirit, which it and Hanami have already realized. Moreover, his ultimate goal was hidden so deeply that no one knew it. You have to be on guard. In the distance, Zhang Xiang, who was some distance away, was also making plans in his mind. He and they're just temporary partners. He won't believe what Xia Yojia says. Therefore, only by killing Itadori himself can his 2 dead brothers rest in peace. Moreover, he had to go to the academy to retrieve the rest of the brothers who were in their custody. On the platform, Itadori was shouting at the top of his lungs. Nanami, Gojo Soru teacher was... Shut up. A voice interrupted Itadori's shout. Itadori was so frightened that he almost fell off the roof. Fushiguro Nanami? And who are you? His name is Wild Boar, your senior. Nanami stepped forward and said, Time is running out. Tell me what you know. Soon after Itadori's rummaging, Nanami roughly understood what had happened. He looked at the mechanical communication device in Itadori's hand. Thanks to your intelligence this time, if everyone can return to the high school safely this time, I think everyone will forgive you. Since all this is true, we must hurry up. Pull out the center of the formation, break through the remaining 3 layers of curtains, and let Xia Lu join the battle. This is the first priority. Wild Boar, as a senior, you should lead Itadori and Fushiguro to search for the center of the formation in this area. Kusakabe, I will go and inform the Zen Temple's GB people. After all, the outer 3 layers of the tent have been broken, so we should be able to contact them. Yes, Nanami-senpai. I will protect them. The Wild Boar was so excited to see that his idol valued him that he even scared Itadori Fushiguro, who was standing next to him. Itadori, Nanami isn't coming with us? Nanami shook her head. Mei and I are first-level sorcerers. We will go deep into the subway station to find the center of the formation. It's quite dangerous there, and it's not something you can handle. After the 3 of them watched Nanami leave, the Wild Boar looked at Itadori curiously and asked, Is Xia Lu very strong? Why does even the powerful Nanami-senpai say he is the only hope? Let me think about how to put it more appropriately. He beat Sukuna twice alone, and the 3 great natural disasters combined were beaten into fleeing in panic by him alone. Sometimes, I even have an illusion. The wild boar came closer, his eyes full of curiosity. What illusion! I always feel that he is stronger than Gojo Satoru. Hearing this, the wild boar blushed and said anxiously, "What? This is impossible, right? Gojo Satoru is the strongest of the generation." Seeing him so excited, Itadori was ashamed. "That's why I said it was an illusion." Fushiguro Megumi. "Okay, stop talking about irrelevant things and go find the center of the formation." It was in a tall building not far from the three of them. "Grandma Ogami, did you hear that? Gojo Satoru has been sealed. The era of us curse masters is coming." A man with a crew cut said excitedly. The two fellow curse masters beside him were also extremely excited. When Gojo Satoru was a child, they accepted the bounty mission to assassinate him because of the high reward. At that time, they naively thought that having 6 eyes was of no use, as no matter how powerful he was just a child whose hair had not even grown fully. Even a genius can die halfway. But on the day of the assassination, the young Gojo Satoru only gave them a look, which scared them so much that they completely gave up the idea of assassination. After that, Gojo Satoru was like a huge mountain, suppressing these curse masters so much that they dared not come out into the world. But now that man has been sealed. Kurosaka, even though we are still unhappy right now, we have to guard the center of the formation here. Otherwise, the leader will not let us go. Granny Ogami slowly opened her cloudy eyes and said in a deep voice, "Then why not just get rid of them?" Inside the dark railway tracks, faint lights were shining on the old walls on both sides. Da-da-da. The sound of high heels stepping on the tracks echoed in the darkness. Just listening to the sound makes one imagine a lot. Mei carried the huge axe in one hand and walked leisurely. She had a smile on her lips and took charming steps, twisting her waist and hips exaggeratedly as she walked. With every step she took, the blue pigtail that half covered her face would swing from side to side like a swing. In front of her, the curse master who had previously shouted that he wanted to hunt her down was now crawling forward in a very embarrassed manner. His eyes were filled with fear, and he kept begging for mercy. "Please, spare my life. I won't do bad things anymore." At this moment, the beautiful sound of high heels hitting the rusty rails sounded like a death knell to him. Xiao Yoji had deceived himself. The woman in front of him, named Mei, was not someone he could handle at all. Mei ignored it and continued. "You all should know my technique, right? It's just controlling crows. Sounds weak, right? I think so myself. So I worked hard to train myself, so even if I only rely on physical skills, I can still be at the forefront of the first-level sorcerers." Coupled with the in-depth communication I had with him a while ago, it helped me to go one step further. Pa. At this time, Yu, who was standing by, clapped his hands with all his might, and at the same time looked at the curse master who was lying on the ground begging for mercy, and ordered, "Clap along." Upon hearing this, the curse master immediately knelt up and clapped his hands. Mei slowly raised the giant axe and looked down at him condescendingly. "I'm sorry, you have to die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too valuable." Swish! The giant axe fell and blood spurted out. At this moment, a figure came forward again. Shuguru Jia put his hands into his sleeves and walked out of the darkness, smiling. "Ms. Ming, long time no see." Mei frowned slightly and looked at him alertly. "Are you the one who sealed Gojo Satoru?" If it wasn't for Mechanical Maru's reminder, I might have really mistaken him for Geto Suguru himself. "Are you going to hinder me too?" Mei said calmly. "It is better for the dead to lie quietly in the coffin. Let's defeat it first." After saying this, Xiaoyoja raised his hand and summoned a cursed spirit. Special disease, cursed spirit, herpes god. "Good luck, Miss Mei." As he spoke, he bowed slightly and retreated into the darkness. Meanwhile, on the subway platform, Xiao Lu was walking leisurely on the platform. Around them, there were several cursed spirits wrapped in Amaterasu's black flames, rolling on the ground in agony. Before that, he had naturally heard Itadori's shouts. Unexpectedly, just like in the original novel, Nozomi's beauty trap succeeded. In this way, the story after Gojo Satoru was sealed will soon be staged. There were only the last 2 layers of the tent left, so his range of movement was even greater. Next, all we have to do is wait quietly for Sukuna to wake up. He had simulated several times in his mind how to blind Sukuna's eyes. I don't know what kind of expression Sukuna will show. At least, it is certain that he will get furious. But before that, it's time to grab kills and earn points. Jinren, Tawagin, Louhu, and the Herpes God are all top-grade cursed spirits. There are definitely a lot of points to be gained. The Shibuya Elimination King and MVP must be me. Mei should be fighting the Herpes God, so I can go and grab some kills. After all, it's a special grade disease cursed spirit, and killing it should earn you a lot of points. However, she was located on the 5th floor below the subway station, which was within the coverage of the last layer of tents. You have to activate the perfect virtualization to enter, and it can kill with 1 move. Otherwise, once you launch an attack, you will be out of the illusory state and be instantly expelled from the tent. The Sharingan rotated, and Xia Lu's body became distorted and blurred. Whoosh! A vortex appeared, and Xia Lu disappeared. At the same time, the subway station is on the 5th floor below ground. Herpes God within the realm. The surroundings were desolate, with tombstones of various sizes scattered all over the ground. The Herpes God had a sinister smile on his face. In front of it was a huge tombstone, and Mei was trapped inside without warning. It looked ahead at Yu, who had a worried look on her face, and slowly moved forward. Just then, bang! The tombstone exploded. Mei swung the giant axe to break the seal, and without saying a word, she chopped at the head of the Herpes God. The battle axe is swift and sharp. In response to this, the Herpes God was not at all panicked, and he clenched his right fist and knocked it on the palm of his left hand. The technique is performed again. Bang! A strange sound echoed in the area, like the muffled sound of a coffin lid closing. A coffin-like coffin appeared out of nowhere and sealed Mei again. Clang! The coffin fell to the ground, shook twice, and then there was no movement. TSK. My chest feels so tight. The coffin was dark and cramped, and Mei couldn't use her battle axe at all. Then, the huge tombstone pressed down again, completely suppressing and sealing the entire coffin. Mei suddenly realized what was happening outside. So that's it. Is this the technique? Within its simple range, the spell will automatically lock onto the target. Moreover, such attacks come without any warning and are unavoidable. The Herpes God who locks onto the enemy will count down to 3 seconds. If you don't escape from the coffin within 3 seconds, you will be infected with a deadly virus and sentenced to death. Boom! Smoke and dust rose up, and the coffin exploded into pieces in an instant. Mei and Yu, who came out of the broken coffin, hid behind the tombstone and looked at the Herpes God in the open space with caution. At this moment, her fingers were already infected. If she was infected again, the curse power in her body would be difficult to suppress. However, she already has a way to deal with it. That is to summon crows and unleash the divine wind to kill. However, under this premise, someone needs to attract the attention of the Herpes God. Thinking of this, Mei glanced at Yu beside her and said with a smile, "Will you die for me?" Faced with these extremely heavy words, Yu did not take them seriously at all and smiled calmly. "It is my honor to die for my elder sister." Before he could finish his words, a vortex appeared between the two of them, and Xia Lu walked out. "Sorry, I'm late." Xia Lu pushed Yu away 2 inches, smiled softly, and greeted Mei. Seeing this, Mei sighed softly, and her tense heart finally calmed down. Yu on the side pouted and snorted in dissatisfaction. "It's that annoying guy again who always threatens me with my summer homework. However, this is the realm of cursed spirits. How'd he get in? And didn't they say that he was the only one excluded? Also, what's going on with his illusory state?" Xia Lu obviously saw the confusion in the two people's eyes. "The account has not been completely broken. I am now in a state of perfect emptiness and am not affected by the rejection for the time being. You can simply understand that I am not in this space for the time being." After hearing this, Mei Mei was still fine because she had seen a lot, but Yu Yu was not so calm. Ju, there's actually such a magical technique. Okay, I don't have much time. Leave the cursed spirit to me. Xia Lu swaggered directly towards the herpes god. Sister, Xia, cough cough, can my brother-in-law escape the coffin seal of the cursed spirit? Yu Yu frowned in confusion. Who gave him the confidence to walk forward so confidently? Mei Mei, well, the coffin appeared without a trace. Even Xia Lu might not be able to avoid it. Isn't he seeking death? Yu Yu exclaimed. Does that guy really want to show off in front of my sister? He doesn't even want to die? Mei Mei smiled and explained, he is not seeking death because he doesn't need to hide at all. Hearing this, Yu Yu widened her eyes and looked at Xia Lu's back in disbelief. No need to hide? Yes. He said before that he was not in this space when he was in a virtual state. If we calculate it this way, wouldn't it mean that he is temporarily invincible? Thinking of this, Yu Yu couldn't help but take a breath. Isn't this ability too unfair? If someone else said this, he would never believe that such a power existed. But these words came from his sister herself. From her eyes, it seems that she has great trust in that man. It's really enviable. But the next scene completely shattered the last bit of doubt in Yu Yu's heart. I saw that the herpes god's technique was activated again. The coffin appeared again without warning and sealed Xia Lu. But before the herpes god could feel proud, Xia Lu actually passed through the coffin. The herpes god widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the man who suddenly appeared in his territory. The coffin I summoned doesn't work? Impossible. The herpes god roared and summoned a series of spells to increase the power. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple coffins appeared out of nowhere, one inside the other, completely trapping Xia Lu inside. However, something strange happened again the next second. Xia Lu penetrated the coffin again. Seeing this scene, the herpes god began to doubt his life. Yu Yu, who was hiding behind the tombstone and watching the battle, was completely dumbfounded. This is actually true. Xia Lu doesn't need to hide at all. The strange cursed spirit that had once forced him and his sister into a desperate situation and even forced him to sacrifice himself was not a threat at all in front of Xia Lu. Just now, my sister said that this is just the tip of the iceberg of his abilities. Thinking of this, Yu Yu felt that her cerebellum had shrunk a little. No wonder the always arrogant elder sister would recognize Xia Lu. How strong is he? Thinking of this, Yu Yu swallowed. At this time, Mei Mei spoke up. Yu Yu, I once asked him if he was willing to die for me. Yu Yu's breathing stagnated. Damn it, that guy was asked first. So how did he answer my sister? Mei Mei looked ahead with a smile to where Xia Lu was. His answer was to live only for myself, but it would ensure that I would have no worries. Obviously, he did. Yu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. What? You actually put yourself first when answering your sister's question. This answer is not good at all. If it were me, I would definitely do it without hesitation. Before he could finish his words, Mei Mei interrupted him. Really? But why do I feel that the former makes me more satisfied? Hearing this, Yu Yu was stunned. Yes, in this world of curses that is full of dangers and where one can die at any time, it is indeed very exciting to receive such a promise from a strong man. Thinking of this, he sighed softly and said proudly, Sister, I reluctantly accept this brother-in-law. As soon as the words fell, Amaterasu, raging, the black flames instantly engulfed the herpes god. An extremely miserable wail spread throughout the entire area, and the source of this sound was the owner of this area. As Xia Lu released Amaterasu, he automatically left the state of perfect virtuality. But fortunately, this is inside the domain, and I haven't felt the repulsive force yet. Amaterasu would not let the herpes god die instantly, so this also gave Xia Lu time to reactivate the perfect hollowing. Xia Lu calculated that the interval was about 3 seconds. It is not long, but it is not short under special circumstances. With the last wail of the herpes god, he died completely. The domain was released, and the few people returned to the dark track. Oh, herpes was cured so quickly. Xia Yojia's words came to an abrupt end, and the clapping of his hands also stopped. While closing his eyes, he summoned the rainbow dragon without any hesitation. It surrounded him. How did you get in? The curtains haven't been broken yet. Xia Yujie looked warily at Xia Lu beside Mei Mei. No wonder the herpes god was solved so quickly. It turned out that this guy was the one who intervened. If it were Mei Mei, it would probably last a long time. Although it was their first meeting, Xia Lu's name had almost become a callus to his ears. Whether it was Lohu or Gojo Satoru, they all mentioned him. However, his current state seemed a little strange. Was he using some special ability to temporarily avoid being affected by the repulsive force? There's no doubt about it. If he could do it, he would definitely attack me first. Thinking of this, Xia Yojie felt relieved and looked at Xia Lu with a calm smile. I've heard Lohu mention you many times. Now I see that your reputation is well-deserved. However, you shouldn't be able to attack at will in this state, right? Let me guess, is it because of the account restrictions? Xia Lu did not deny it. As expected, he is an old monster who has been using tricks for thousands of years. News. He realized the situation so quickly. Unlike the herpes god, the strength of this parasite that has lived for thousands of years is naturally among the top. In addition to his own techniques, he also mastered Geto Sugiru's own techniques. The rainbow dragon surrounding him is the best proof of this. My Amaterasu is very powerful, but requires a short delay to activate. If I can't kill with one strike, I will be instantly expelled from the tent. Since Mr. Xia Lu is not going to take action, I will withdraw first. Xia Yoji smiled, bowed slightly, and slowly retreated. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Xia Lu did not chase him. Yu Yu was puzzled and asked, since Xia Lu is not convenient to take action, why don't we chase him? Xia Lu, because you can't beat them. It's not that you can't beat Geto Suguru, but the 1,000-year-old monster that resides in your body has many tricks up his sleeve. This is indeed the case. In the original work, after the two were at a disadvantage in the battle with Geto Suguru, they used Yu Yu's magic to teleport and fled abroad. However, now that he is involved, these things will naturally not happen. In that case, I have no choice but to look for cursed spirits somewhere else and extract some gold coins from behind them. Do you want to join us, Xia Lu Jun? Mei Mei put away her battle axe and threw a wink at Xia Lu. Xia Lu shook her head. No, Fushiguro Megumi may need my help. After saying that, a vortex appeared and Xia Lu disappeared. Looking at Xia Lu disappearing in the whirlpool, Mei Mei sighed in disappointment. Let's go. Yu Yu, let's go to where there are many cursed spirits. Sister, we are already very rich. Why do we have to work so hard to fight the cursed spirits? Mei Mei, in the past, I didn't really like money. I just enjoyed the process of making money. But now I have a new goal. That is, make enough money to support Xia Lu. 2201. Shibuya Neighborhood. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of punches hitting flesh continued, and strong winds blew, blowing garbage all over the street. After a muffled roar, Itadori and Fushiguro Megumi retreated at the same time. They shook their numb arms and looked in great depression at the grinning old man in a white vest in front of them. Itadori gasped. This old guy is really tough. Even a full-strength attack doesn't hurt him at all. Fushiguro Megumi nodded. Both he and Itadori had made considerable progress during this period of time. Especially the strength, speed, and control of spell power have been greatly improved. But even so, the attacks of the two could not cause any effective damage to the Curse Master in front of them. Apart from the torn clothes, there was not even a scratch on the other person's body. This was too weird. Not bad. I actually met two gifted sorcerers. Worth killing. The old man jumped down from a height, his eyes filled with crazy, murderous intent. I just don't believe this. Itadori gritted his teeth and was about to step forward to fight again, but was stopped by Fushiguro. Fushiguro, why are you stopping me? We have to deal with this old man as soon as possible. Senior Ino hasn't come yet. Something must have happened. Fushiguro Megumi said solemnly. I roughly understand the opponent's technique. Itadori, pay attention and cooperate with me. After that, Fushiguro Megumi made the rabbit hand seal. 10 shadow techniques. Escape from the rabbit. A little white rabbit suddenly appeared at the old man's feet, blinking at him. Huh, I thought he was so powerful, but it turns out he was just bluffing. Boom! Before he could finish his words, a rain of rabbits fell from the sky, instantly swallowing him up. Shibuya Tower. Juya put on a black hood and transformed himself into a terrorist. He looked at the two people in front of him with a serious expression. Although I don't know what the old lady opposite is doing, it is definitely not a good thing for her grandson to protect her desperately. We don't know what the situation is with Itadori yet, so we must make a quick decision. I must not let Nanami down. Just then, kneeling on the ground with her hands clasped together, the tail god with cursed power all over her body suddenly opened her cloudy eyes. That's all right, my dear grandson. Hearing this, the yellow-haired man nodded and returned to her side. Remember, don't resist, and don't be corrupted by the dead. After we finish this job, we will go back to the countryside to enjoy our lives. I understand, Grandma. Then, the yellow-haired man took out a glass bottle from his pocket. Contained inside are the bones of the heaven and tyrant, Fushiguro Shirori. Following the obscure spell of the tail god, the yellow-haired man took a deep breath and swallowed the bone and the glass bottle into his stomach. The Zen temple is very good. Please come quickly. The old voice of Granny Ogami sounded. The yellow-haired man twisted his body strangely, and black air continued to emerge from his body. Bang! He lightly raised his hand and caught the attack from the wild boar. How do you feel, dear grandson? Zen Yuan Shinner moved his shoulders twice, making crisp sounds. Yes, better than ever. But who are you calling your good grandson? After saying this, he turned his head and revealed a domineering and evil smile that only belonged to a tyrant. Granny Ogami's pupils shrank sharply, and she looked at Fushiguro Shiori's face in disbelief. She knew that her grandson would never come back. Fushiguro Shigu did not immediately pay attention to the old woman behind him, but instead looked at Ino in front of him. He opened his arms, took a greedy breath, and said with a look of great enjoyment, Is this the world more than 10 years later? Is Shibuya also starting to get chaotic? There are so many powerful auras that I don't want to go back. Are you right, sorcerer? Fushiguro Shirori grinned evilly, staring at Ino like a beast staring at its prey. This scene immediately made Juya on the opposite side sweat all over, and even breathing became difficult. His appearance has completely changed. Who is this man in front of me? Even if the other person didn't have any curse power, being stared at like that would give him a feeling of death. And just from his standing posture, it's terrifyingly strong. Let's go all out. After just a moment's hesitation, Jia immediately gathered the cursed spirit in his hands, ready to launch the strongest attack. However, whoosh, a gust of night wind blew, and Fushiguro Shire's figure disappeared. The next moment, Jia's black hood was taken off without anyone noticing. Zhu Yi was shocked. How? How is this possible? There's not a single trace of the use of magical power. That is to say, the other party did it entirely by relying on his physical strength. What kind of strong physique does one have to be able to achieve such a level? Soon, Jia felt his body lighten, the collar on his chest tightened, and then he was lifted up like a chicken. Even after more than 10 years, you sorcerers are still so weak. Zen Yuan was so angry that he raised his fist as big as a sandbag and was about to hit Juya in the face. Just then, a flash of light appeared. Fushiguro Shige's fist missed. Jia still teleported to 50 meters in front of him, and the person holding him by the collar was Xia Lu. You are Xia Lu. I recognize you. Itadori and the others show me my photo of you. Thank you for your help. Xia Lu looked at Fushiguro Shire in front of him. No need to thank me. I came to find him. What a fast speed. Are you also a sorcerer? Fushiguro Shigeru came in front of the two men in an instant and looked at Xia Lu with interest. Xia Lu also glanced at Shire silently. Is this the tyrant who assassinated Gojo Satoru during the high school years? Fushiguro Shinobu? The feeling of oppression is stronger than imagined. But this is not surprising. He killed Gojo Satoru once during the high school period and killed Togen directly with taijutsu in Togen's domain. Although the process is supported by the special curse tool Yuyan, it does not affect its value at all. The strength of Heaven and Tyrant is beyond doubt. Xiaolu looked at Shin'er's completely black pupils, which were obviously the result of the reincarnation by the Ogami. Shibuya Grand Stage. I'll take your life if you don't want to. I'm talking about you, right? Xiaolu looked at Shun Air and joked. Although I don't know what Xiaolu means. But Shun Air still stretched out his little finger, scratched his ear, and said calmly, I was pulled back to the world by an inexplicable force. Fight with me. I think you're quite strong. I haven't exercised for a long time. I feel itchy all over. Xiaolu smiled calmly. Okay, then I'll help you loosen your bones. Agano. Hey, wait, are you sure? This man is so strong. I can't even catch up with his speed. Xiaolu waved his hand and asked Zhuye to step aside. Shun Air smiled disdainfully, and in a flash, he appeared behind Xiaolu and punched him cleanly. Boom! The two fists collided, and Xiaolu and Fushiguro Shin'er each took a few steps back. Not bad. You actually reacted. Fushiguro Shigu stopped talking halfway through his words. Xiaolu's body was covered with green flames, and he was emitting a terrifying pressure. Xiaolu directly opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the Du Gate. What a powerful aura! Fushiguro Shigeki became even more excited when he saw this, and a strong fighting spirit flashed in his turbid dark eyes. Two figures flashed by and collided with each other at an extremely fast speed. Bang, bang, bang. Under the night. From the wild boar's perspective, two elusive afterimages kept moving, sometimes separating and sometimes colliding again. The entire tower was shaking, and a strong wind swept around, blowing his hair into the air. So strong. He always heard Itadori say that Xiaolu was very strong, but he never had a concrete idea in his mind. But for now, Xiaolu hadn't even used any spells yet, but she was able to fight that man back and forth. There were even signs of suppression. Even though I was close to being a first-level sorcerer, I was completely unable to track the movement of the two people and could only barely see their afterimages. This was just a fight between physical skills, but it had already reached a special level. Far away, Xiaolu grinned, feeling the blood boiling in his body. After fusing with Hashirama's cells, his body was greatly strengthened. Now that the Doom Min has been opened, there is no other pain except for the burning sensation, and the internal organs can fully withstand it. In this case, Jingmin opened. Boom! As the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia opened, Xiaolu's aura surged again, and the terrifying airflow continued to rise. Xiaolu took a step forward. His body was like a long rainbow, leaving a green wave of air wherever he passed. Bang! A punch hit Fushiguro Shirji's arms, and the speed was so fast that Fushiguro Shirji almost didn't react. What? Caught off guard, Fushiguro Shire only felt that what was hitting him was not a fist, but a heavy mountain. He groaned, staggered back a few steps, and shook his numb arms. Interesting, this is the first time I've been defeated in a physical battle. It seems that I have to show some real skills. Fushiguro Shire grinned evilly and shouted excitedly, Keep going! Meanwhile, the block below the tower. Itadori and Fushiguro Megumi have seen through the weirdness of the old man's technique, and they work together to attack. The old man put his arms in front of his chest and laughed in his heart. Very good. Attack me with all your might. My spell is reversal. The stronger the attack, the weaker its power will be when it hits me. The more excited you get, the less likely you are to defeat me. When your strength runs out, you will die. When Fushiguro wielded the cursed tool's sword and chopped at the old man with all his strength, causing sparks to fly all over the sky, but it only scratched the man's skin a little. But he was not discouraged. Instead, he shouted to Itadori beside him, Now, hurry up. Itadori nodded and threw a punch, but it stopped at the old man's abdomen at the last moment, and the old man's fist hit Itadori's body. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and the old man grinned and said smugly, Ginger has to be experienced to be wise. You can't break my defense. You'd better wait for death. Itadori sneered. Really? The plan that Fushiguro had made earlier flashed through his mind quickly. As long as you use a strong force and a weaker attack at the right time to hit the opponent at the same time, you can cause damage to him, and let him think that both of us will attack him with all our strength like before. And now is the best time. Boom! The fist of Tiger Tent that was stopped in front of the opponent's abdomen suddenly exerted force. The force was not strong, but it was just enough to break the opponent's technique. Puff! The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his pupils suddenly contracted. How is it possible? He actually paused for a beat before launching the attack. Just now. He did it on purpose. My technique has been seen through. Then, Itadori and Fushiguro launched a series of attacks on the old man. The old man was beaten so hard that he vomited blood and his teeth broke. The technique was suddenly broken, making it difficult for him to adapt. The two men's fists kept falling on him, making him dizzy. Roll! The old man cursed, roaring and releasing a powerful wave of curse power, forcing Itadori and the other man to retreat. You two have completely d me off. Sudden, a figure fell like a cannonball. Boom! A huge dent was created on the street. Cough, cough. Fushiguro Shigeru covered his chest and slowly climbed out of the cave. A dagger flew to Fushiguro's side. Xiaolu took the dagger and arrived in an instant. Xiaolu, Itadori, and Fushiguro would exclaim at the same time. Since Gojo Satoru was sealed, Xiaolu has been the last trump card of the entire high school. You two did a great job. He could clearly feel that the fifth layer of curtains was loose, which probably meant that they had destroyed a lot of the key points of the formation. Xiaolu turned his gaze to the stunned old man, then looked at the arrays I nailed to the ground behind him. The old man saw Xiaolu approaching and said, "Want to break the core of the formation? Don't even think about it." Amaterasu, raging, black flames instantly covered the old man's entire body. After a few screams, the old man died completely. Xiaolu was too lazy to argue with him. Snap! Xiaolu exerted a little force, and the array eye in his palm was instantly shattered. The fifth level of the account also dissipated. In this way, only the last layer of the core account is left, which is where the fake Xia Yojia and Yumenjiang are located. After doing all this, Xiaolu turned his gaze back to Fushiguro Shigeki. As expected of a strong man with a heaven and binding constitution, he opened the Jingmen by himself. He only suffered some internal injuries. However, at this moment, Fushiguro Shigeki no longer had the will to fight. Firstly, this body is too weak and cannot exert his full strength. In this state, he really cannot beat Xiaolu. Secondly, it was the guy next to Xiaolu who looked exactly like him. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at Fushiguro Megumi. "What's his name?" Xiaolu raised his eyebrows slightly. "I recognized it so quickly." As expected, the Shibuya incident was a large-scale family reunion scene. That's right, Fushiguro Shigeki only cares about his son. Xiaolu glanced at Itadori again. It was his turn to recognize his relatives soon. As the latter, Itadori scratched his head in confusion, with a puzzled express. If I'm not mistaken, the man opposite should be an enemy, right? Why does it feel like the atmosphere is a little off now? Xiaolu came in front of Fukuguro Shigeki and smiled. "You can't recognize your own son?" Hearing this, Fushiguro's body trembled. Sure enough, he was not wrong. He looked at Xiaolu, and many questions arose in his mind. Xiaolu spread his hands. "Don't look at me. It was Gojo Satoru who took him in." In response, Fushiguro laughed at himself. "I didn't expect that Gojo Satoru, whom I had assassinated for money, would actually agree to my request and adopt my only son. It seems that he's been well educated. Compared with him, I feel ashamed." He stared at Fushiguro Megumi, who looked indifferent in the distance, and the image of Fushiguro as a baby flashed through his mind. After a long while, he sighed and whispered to Xiaolu, "Don't tell him my identity." As a result, he is no longer interested in the Shibuya brawl. Now he must know one more most important thing. Thinking of this, Fushiguro pretended to be indifferent and said to Fushiguro casually, "What's your last name, kid?" Itadori pointed at himself, somewhat unsurely. "Me?" Fushiguro Megumi, who was standing by, said calmly, "Fushiguro." Hearing this, Fushiguro Shire's mouth curled up slightly, and he felt extremely happy. "It's better if your surname is not Zenuon." Then he slowly raised his left hand holding the knife, under the extremely shocked gazes of several people. Without hesitation, he stabbed himself in the temple. Puff! Blood splatters. Fushiguro Shigeki smiled with relief, closed his eyes with satisfaction, and slowly fell to the ground. "What's going on? Is he committing suicide?" Itadori opened his mouth wide and looked in disbelief at the man whose appearance had changed drastically after he fell to the ground. Fushiguro's black hair turned yellow, and his appearance changed completely. Could it be that this is the true form of this body? Then what was just now? Fushiguro Megumi was also shocked by this scene. He observed very carefully from the moment the other person fell to the ground. His eyes never left me, and just now, because of my simple answer, he actually committed suicide with a knife with a relieved smile? Fushiguro Megumi became more and more confused. Xiao Lu did not stop Fuguro Shire from committing suicide. First of all, this is not his body. Secondly, the Star Sauce body. Tenchiriko was shot to death by this guy, and Xiao Lu didn't have a good impression of him. But if I remember correctly, there's a bone inside this corpse, right? Xiao Lu didn't say anything, picked up the dagger, and slashed it at his stomach. After searching for a while, they soon found a small glass bottle, which contained the bones of Fushiguro Shire. I now have the Rinnegan and can perform impure world reincarnation. Maybe I can summon him out to work for me in the future. I am such a living devil. At this time, Fushiguro Megumi came over with an extremely complicated expression. Xiao Lu, he is... Oh, he's your long-dead father. Xiao Lu did not hide anything. As for the fact that Fushiguro Shigeki had just asked him not to reveal his identity, he had long forgotten it. What? This statement came as a bolt from the blue. Fushiguro Megumi's eyes suddenly widened. She almost lost her balance. This guy is the biological father who sold me to the Zenuon family. Thinking of this, Fushiguro Megumi clenched his fists and stared at the bloody long sword that Shinji had used to commit suicide just now. So, he doesn't dare to face me? Coward! Tears dripped down his cheeks. After Itadori comforted Fushiguro, Xiao Lu left alone. Just now, the memory sent back by the clone surprised him a little. The three special grade ones, Junrin, Lohu, and Toagen, as well as Nanami Meimei, all gathered at the main entrance of Shibuya Station. This is totally inconsistent with the original plot. I didn't expect that such a big change would occur because of my intervention. But think about it. It's good this way. All the special grade cursed spirits are gathered together, which saves me a lot of trouble. Ever since I obtained this pair of Rinnegan, I have never used its abilities. As a result, the progress of the Shibuya incident has accelerated, and Sukuna should be on the scene soon. At the same time, 2220. Shibuya Station main entrance. A battle between a sorcerer and three special grade cursed spirits has been going on for a long time. The battlefield is divided into three areas. The strong fluctuations of the spell power echoed endlessly throughout the street. The salty sea water flooded the surrounding buildings, and the raging fire burned the earth black. The earth cracked, and the entire bustling neighborhood was already in ruins. Without Fushiguro Shige's intervention, Togen did not die. On the other hand, Nanami, who was pulled into the field and unfolded, entered the Zen temple, and Maki and the other two escaped from the desperate situation. But all three of them were injured, and Zen Yuan Zibaru even lost an arm. Obviously, even if he possessed the projection spell that could split 1 second into 24 equal parts, he could not avoid the guaranteed hit effect within the area. Thinking of this, Zenin Jipi laughed at himself. Is this the difference? Even at 24 frames per second, I can't escape the inevitable effect of the field. This time, Chanyuan Zibru understood more clearly the difference between first grade and special grade. No, to be precise, it is the huge gap between having a domain and not having a domain. Nanami's shirt was torn, revealing her body covered in wounds. He waved the cursed tool in his hand with difficulty, continuously killing the cursed spirits that surrounded him. Previously, the attack in the Tawagan field had a huge impact on him. Therefore, even he, who was exhausted, had such a hard time dealing with these small cursed spirits. When the spear was wielded like a dragon or snake, deftly neutralizing the attack from Tuo Jin, Maki blocked the fatal blow again, stuck his spear into the ground, held up his body with difficulty, and breathed in the air greedily. Because she was born without magical power and could not be selected by the field, her injuries were not serious. But the opponent she is facing now is Tor Jin, one of the natural disasters that can bring her death at any time. Even if she activated the 8 gates, she couldn't make up for the huge gap in strength in such a short time. But if it really came to a point where she had no choice, she could only disobey Xia Lu's reminder and forcefully open the last few doors. On the other side of the battlefield, Mei Mei used Yu Yu's teleportation technique to escape from Lohu's hands many times. Whether it was the opponent's flames or the incredibly fast speed, it brought her a huge sense of oppression. Lohu can be said to be the strongest among the 4 natural disasters. It was not until this moment that everyone in the academy understood the terrifying power of the cursed spirit at the level of natural disaster. At the same time, I couldn't help but sigh at how terrifying Xia Lu was. At the exchange meeting, he was able to suppress 3 natural disasters by himself. Far away, Itadori bent his waist and gathered strength, then blasted a car into the air and smashed it hard at the real person in front of him who was in a very bad condition. Just as the real person was about to dodge, he suddenly felt a piercing pain deep in his soul. Phew! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his chest was instantly pierced by a nail with cursed power. Damn it! It's that wild woman playing with the hammer again. My clone and I were actually restrained by her. She must be killed and turned into an artificial cursed spirit that can only hammer nails. Not far away, Nobara Kujisaki put one hand on her waist and gestured to Itadori. Then she raised the hammer and looked at the real clone. Oh my, is this the special clone? How come you can't even beat a 3rd-level sorcerer like me? Which one is more powerful, my resonance or hairpin? Itadori yelled at her. Kugizaki, let's make this quick. Nanami and Mei Mei Sensei are in trouble. Xia Lu should be able to break into the tents soon. Just before, Itadori and Fushiguro, who came to support, encountered Xia Lu, who was blocked outside. This area is still within the edge of the last layer of tents, but the last eye of the formation could not be found. Suddenly, the real person grinned. He gave up the fight with Itadori and turned to run to the other side. Itadori looked in the direction where the real person ran away, and his pupils widened instantly. Nanami. His target is Nanami. Without any hesitation, Itadori chased after him like crazy. This guy called Jinren has killed or transformed countless humans. Now they want to attack Nanami. I must eliminate him no matter what. Nanami, be careful. At this moment, Nanami was dragging her heavily injured body, like a god of war, fighting bloody battles among the cursed spirits. All I could hear were the wails of the cursed spirits and the splashing of blood. The distance was too far, and because of the soundproof glass, he did not hear Itadori's shouts. Finally, with the last cursed spirit's head chopped off, Nanami eliminated all the cursed spirits in the subway station. At this moment, he was almost out of strength to hold the knife. Looking at the pile of cursed spirit corpses on the ground, and then looking at the watch on his wrist, he said weakly, working overtime, "It's so annoying, just when you want to sit down and rest for a while." Suddenly, a pair of hands suddenly rested on his back. At this time, Itadori also rushed over. Seeing this scene, Itadori was completely panicked. The real person stretched out a finger and put it in front of his mouth and whispered, "Shh, don't move." Just go and die obediently, otherwise the dear student behind you will also die. The devilish whispers echoed in the extremely quiet subway station. Then, the real person showed a playful and evil smile, looked at Itadori, who was turning the corner behind him, and made a gesture of wiping his neck. But the only thing that made him unhappy was that he couldn't sense any fear from Nanami. On the contrary, he could sense a feeling of relief and liberation. Wasn't this sorcerer afraid of death? Doesn't he have any fear of death? Nanami slowly raised her head and let out a long sigh. He knew that he would die soon. In a trance, it seemed as if I saw my old friend Huihara smiling at me. Nanami tilted her head slightly and smiled calmly. Mr. Itadori, I'll leave it to you from now on. Go help others. After saying this, he closed his heavy eyelids tiredly. What I see before me is not darkness, but a beach as beautiful as a dream. The clear ocean reflects the warm sunshine. This is exactly the place he longs for, Malaysia. A breeze blew by, and Nanami opened her arms to welcome the baptism of the sea breeze. This moment, the originally pungent and unpleasant smell of blood turned into a refreshing and comfortable sea breeze. The real person's cold, big hand pressed against his back seemed to have become a mother's gentle caress. Time is like a wave rushing across the beach, leaving only a faint trace. Tender memories ring in my ears like strings, and past memories flash by like countless memory cards. I'm tired. No more overtime. This time, I want to give myself a long vacation. Deadline: forever. Memory cards flash by quickly. Finally, it freezes in beautiful Malaysia. Sudden, a beam of light shone in, and Nanami slowly opened her eyes. Then there's a crisp sound in my ears. The last layer of tint is broken. I'll let you cast a spell, and it will either be windy or rainy. A voice echoed throughout the entire Shibuya station area. This voice is Xiaolu. Everyone in the college breathed a sigh of relief and looked happy. He is Xiaolu. How did this young boy break the account? Zen Temple Jibi Renwu covered his broken arm and stared blankly at the sky, where the curtain had broken into pieces. Maki, this is the person you said, I am not even as good as a finger of? He looks younger than my son Zen and Naoya. Maki at the side smiled. That's right, you are not even as good as him. Zen and Naoya is even less worthy. Zen Temple Jibi people, Kagaya Gito, who was hiding in the dark, opened his eyes, and the ice stone of the formation in his hand turned into powder as the curtain was shattered. That's amazing. He was able to break through the last layer of the tent that I had carefully set up in such a brutal way. He looked at Yaminjiang beside him and fell into deep thought. Now he can be sure. Xiaolu is the variable he deduced. It seems that the plan that has been planned for thousands of years has to be changed. At the same time, the real person's face changed drastically. Yes, Xiaolu. He put away his playful attitude and was about to activate the transformation without action in his hand. Suddenly, a huge force came from the abdomen, accompanied by severe pain that swept through the whole body, and the real person was blown away. Xiaolu patted Nanami on the shoulder and said with a smile, Malaysia is beautiful in imagination, but it would be more appropriate to experience it in person. How did you know? Nanami's expression faltered, and she said weakly, he had always wanted to go to Malaysia, but had never told anyone else about it. You just said it out loud. Hearing this, Nanami sighed and sighed her heart. So that's how it is. It seems that my obsession is too strong. I actually said it to myself when I was dying. I'm embarrassed in front of my juniors. But Xiaolu is right. It's better to experience it in person. Thinking of this, he thanked from the bottom of his heart. Thank you. It's no big deal. Just buy me a ticket when the time comes. At this moment, Itadori suddenly yelled at the top of his voice. Kugazaki, don't let that beast Misato run away. Don't worry. No cursed spirit has ever escaped from my hands. Outside the street, Kujisaki slowly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. You killed so many people and you still want to escape? Have you asked me about my Chuling spell? Hairpin. Following a sharp shout from Nobara Kujisaki, a snap of fingers was heard. The nail that was driven into the real person's body suddenly exploded. The damage caused by the explosion directly affects the main body's soul. The clone that was about to return to its original form staggered, while the escaping real person spat out a mouthful of blood again. Feeling the severe pain coming from the depths of his soul, the real person's face was grim, staring at Kujisaki Nobara, who was chasing after him. It was this damn wild woman who had been influencing me by attacking my clone. Otherwise, Itadori would have been captured by her long ago. Thinking of this, the real person grinned evilly and came up with a plan. Since you like chasing after my clone so much, then be prepared for a horrible death. He suddenly changed direction and ran towards Kujisaki Nobara. During this period, the real person and the clone kept switching positions. For a moment, Nobara Kujisaki, who was chasing closely from behind, couldn't tell which one was the real body and which one was the clone. After all, the clone of a real person is almost the same as the real person except that he cannot use the original person's abilities. Seeing this scene, Xiao Liobin's mouth twitched. Why did we return to the scene in the original book? Could it be that the world of spells also has a function to correct fate? Thinking of this, Xiao Lu shook his head. I don't care whether you want to correct your fate or not. It doesn't matter. I will take action. Sure enough, the real person suddenly controlled the clones to surround Kujisaki Nobara from the front and back, and at the same time opened his palms to grab Kujisaki Nobara's head. Being caught in the middle, Nobara Kujisaki felt nervous. Damn it, which one is his real body? Is this guy playing a spot-the-difference game with me? But the two are so similar that it is impossible to tell them apart in a short time. The sense of crisis of death surged into my heart. She had witnessed the real person's technique before. Just touch ordinary people with your hand, and they will be transformed into cursed spirits or expand and explode rapidly. If I guess wrong, the consequences will be disastrous. In that short moment, Kujisaki Nobara thought a lot. Finally, the words Xia Lu said to me in the room of the building in Roppongi came to mind. Did his tragic fate happen in this scene? No matter what, just pick one side. Nobara Kujisaki chooses to avoid the real person attacking from the right. Itadori was startled and suddenly shouted, Kugazaki! The one on the left is his real body. Don't let him touch you. Itadori, who is a bystander, can recognize the real person after careful observation. The real person smiled grimly. It's too late. So what if Xiao Lu is here? I'm going to kill your high school students right in front of you. He activated transformation without action in his palm in advance, and it would kill her the moment he touched her. Hearing Itadori's warning, Kujisaki Nobara suddenly turned back to avoid it, but her pupils shrank sharply. It was too late. The real person had a crazy grin on his face, and his 5 fingers were grabbing, only a few centimeters away from his face. At the critical moment, all things are attracted by the sky. The real person's movements froze, and the body that was originally rushing towards Kujisaki Nobara suddenly retreated uncontrollably. A powerful, mysterious attraction came from behind, as if a pair of invisible hands were tightly grasping the back of my neck. The real person's face changed drastically. What's going on? What is this sudden gravitational force? When he looked back, he understood. It's Xiao Lu again. What kind of ability is this? Even though we are so far apart, I can still attract myself. He certainly wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. While retreating, he kept trying to change his body, make it expand and increase its weight, trying to use this to resist the suction force coming from Xiao Lu's palm. But no matter what he did, he could not change the ending that was getting closer and closer to Xiao Lu. His body was moving backwards uncontrollably. It crashed through several thick walls along the way and was finally under Xiao Lu's deliberate control. The real person's face was pressed against the ground, rubbing all the way in an extremely humiliating posture. This is only because Xiao Lu deliberately controlled the strength of gravity. Otherwise, it would only take a moment to attract the real person. There is no need for any sympathy for Lu Zijinren. Just torture him slowly. Torgen, save me. The real person was completely panicked. No matter how he changed his form, he couldn't get rid of this strange gravitational force. He finally realized that the other party was just torturing him. Whenever I increase my resistance and try to break free from gravity, the other party will also increase the strength of gravity. I can't escape from these invisible hands. Seeing this, Itadori fell to his knees, breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiao Lu was there, otherwise Kujisaki Nobara might have encountered an accident. On the street, Nizazaki Nobara stood there in a daze. Her hair was a little messy at the moment, and the hand holding the hammer was shaking slightly, almost, just a little bit. The scythe of death will cut his neck. Then, looking at the horrified expression on the real person's face, she smiled. He saved me again. Real person. Boom. A faraway Tuaji roared, and several cars came crashing down on Xiao Lu. Looking at the cars that were hitting him, Xiao Lu raised his other hand calmly. Shinra Tensei. Then Xiao Lu's voice fell. Boom. A strong repulsive force spreads out with him as the center. Several cars that were about to hit him were instantly bounced away like plastic toys and hit the instigator, Tuajin. Upon seeing this, Togen immediately activated his magic to summon an army of dead. All of a sudden, countless ancient giant fish with strange appearances broke through the water curtain, opened their bloody mouths, and rushed towards Xiao Lu. At the same time, the largest one swallowed the real person into its stomach in one gulp and fled into the distance. Xiao Lu opened his arms slightly, and a terrifying repulsive force burst out instantly smashing all the oncoming strange fish. The army was overwhelmed with death and collapsed in an instant. But because there were other people from the academy around, Xiao Lu did not use his full strength. Otherwise, most of Shibuya will be flattened. Thinking of this, Xiao Lu ignored the escaping Junrin and Tuagen, because the entire Shibuya was within the range of his Flying Thunder God's mark. No matter how fast they run, can they be faster than Flying Thunder God? He said to the senior officials behind him. Ahem, I suggest you stay a little further away. The range of my spell may be a little bit larger. Hearing this, everyone was somewhat puzzled. The Zen Temple Jibi covered his broken arm and asked in confusion, Didn't we hide far enough away? It's at least a few hundred meters, right? No matter how strong the aftermath of your spell is, can it hurt us? Hey, old man from the Zenin family, don't be so confident. If some old man with a broken arm who loves drinking dies in the aftermath of our own magic, it will be a huge embarrassment. Kujisaki Nobara smiled wickedly and said meaningfully. She could clearly sense from Xiao Lu's tone that if she got too close to him, she might become a burden to him. Xiao Lu's words were already very tactful. Zen Temple Zibrin's forehead was bulging with veins, and he suppressed his anger. Mei, are all the sorcerers of this generation so arrogant? You don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young at all. Mei ignored him and stared closely at Xiao Lu's mysterious pupils that were filled with purple light and lines. If she remembered correctly, Xiao Lu's two pupils were scarlet before, but now one of them has turned purple. There is no doubt that this guy must have figured out some incredible technique. Listen to Xiao Lu. If we stay here, we will not only be of no help, but will become a burden. I agree. Mei-Sensei is right. The cursed spirits are rampant in Shibuya. It has become a living hell. Let's disperse and take out as many ordinary survivors as possible. At this point, Nanami pointed to the tallest tower in Shibuya and continued. Afterwards, everyone gathered at that tall tower. Xiao Lu nodded. This way, he could let go and do his best. Before leaving, Itadori looked at Xiao Lu and begged, Xiao Lu, please bring back teacher Gojo Satoru. And we must kill that beast. After saying that, Itadori ran towards the station, and the rest of the college students also ran in other directions. Xiao Lu's Sharingan turned, silently looking in the direction Itadori left. It was discovered that there was a drop of blood mark on the collar behind him. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the method used by Zhang Xiang, who possesses the red blood manipulation technique, to hunt down prey. Therefore, Itadori will most likely have a big fight with his brother Zhangxiang, just like in the original book. He didn't intend to interfere in this large-scale brother recognition event. After all, Itadori's life will not be in danger, but he will have a personal bodyguard and a brother who will die for him without hesitation. Speaking of the red blood technique, it is a technique that uses one's own blood to condense and attack. At least in the hands of Zhangxiang, it is very flexible and powerful. But if the user has AIDS, the power of this technique will be comparable to Sukuna's lone space slash. Xiao Lu shook her head and put aside the strange thoughts in her mind. Look in the direction where the real Tuo Jin escaped. The fighting begins. Whoosh! Xiao Lu disappeared in an instant, leaving behind only a streak of yellow lightning that streaked across the sky. At the same time, inside the subway station, Itadori walked alone inside the subway station, looking for surviving humans. The real person and the special cursed spirit named Tawagin will not be able to escape Xiao Lu's clutches. The volcano that looked the strongest disappeared without a trace the moment it saw Xiao Lu breaking the tent. And now, I have the strength to deal with level 1, so I shouldn't be in danger. So, do your best to save people. However, at this moment Itadori suddenly became alert. Swish! A blood arrow compressed from blood burst out. Itadori didn't hesitate at all and rolled over, narrowly avoiding the attack. Who? Looking back, I saw a tall man with 2 big braids on his head and thick dark circles under his eyes walking out from the dark corner behind. You are a curse master? Itadori was a little confused. Shouldn't the curse masters be located outside Shibuya? However, the magic he used seems to be very similar to that of Senior Jiama. Could he be a magician from the Jiama family? Zhangxiang's expression was extremely cold, and murderous intent was almost overflowing from his body. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and shot several more blood arrows. Whoosh! Itadori knew very well that if he was hit by these blood arrows, his life would be in danger. The opponent's technique is to remotely control blood to attack himself. If you want to defeat him, you must find a way to close the distance and make full use of your advantage in close combat. Thinking of this, Itadori stopped dodging attacks blindly and used various buildings in the subway station to dodge attacks, while constantly closing the distance between himself and Zhangxiang. Itadori caught the backswing of the blood arrow shot by Zhangxiang and suddenly attacked with a black flash punch. The blood arrow pierced Itadori's palm, and Itadori's other fist also hit the swollen face. They both took a few steps back. Zhangxiang looked at Itadori, who was covering his wrist, with a look of surprise. As expected, he has some strength. No wonder he was able to kill my 2 younger brothers. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in his eyes almost became real. Before I kill you, I have something to ask you. What last words can my 2 younger brothers leave before they die? Your brother? Itadori was a little confused about this strange question suddenly asked by the enemy in front of him. So he came here for revenge? When did I kill his brother? TSK. Zhangxiang suppressed his anger and looked at Itadori with extremely cold eyes. The 88 Gate Bridge, the bloody massacre that died tragically at your hands, and the bad appearance. Hearing this, Itadori immediately understood, and the 2 cursed spirits that he had killed with Kujisaki Nobara appeared in his mind. I see. The 2 sides just have different positions. If they lose, then he and Kujisaki Nobara will probably end up in a worse situation. So, he has no regrets. Thinking of this, Itadori looked at Zhangxiang seriously. Nothing special was said, but Itadori avoided the murderous gaze and said truthfully, "They cried in the end, muttering things like, 'Brother, save me.'" The moment Itadori said the bad look, and Xue too cried. Zhangxiang's breathing stagnated. His pupils trembled violently, and blood drops exploded into a bloody rain behind him. Endless rage burned in his heart like a volcanic eruption. The nails of his clenched fists dug deep into his flesh, causing blood to flow. In his mind, he could already imagine the scene where his 2 younger brothers stretched out their hands in despair and begged for help from him before their tragic death. I'm sorry. I failed to protect you. A few tears rolled down his cheeks, and he slowly raised his head, looked at Itadori, and said through gritted teeth, "Then, pay with your life." He shouted angrily and clasped his hands together. Blood beads that were boiling to the extreme condensed out. Red blood manipulation technique. 100 condensations. A blood arrow with a speed comparable to the speed of sound shot towards Itadori's head. Itadori knew clearly that if he was hit by this blow, he would definitely die. But the speed of the attack from the enraged Zhang Xiang was too fast. Itadori barely dodged the attack with his survival instinct, but a long scar was torn on his face. But the furious Zhang Xiang would not give up, and the crazy blood arrows cut through the air and shot towards Itadori. Faced with this situation, even Itadori, who had accumulated a lot of experience and made great progress in his strength, could only dodge blindly and had no way to get close. As time went by, Itadori's body was already covered with scars. Just when the situation was at a standstill, the mechanical pill in the pocket suddenly responded and gave the best solution. He immediately figured out that this was the red blood manipulation technique passed down from the Jiamao family. This technique has almost no weaknesses and is very powerful in both close combat and long-range combat. But its only characteristic is that it cannot condense when it meets water. So, following the advice of Mechanical Maru, Itadori ran into the ladies' room without hesitation and turned on the tap. The entire women's restroom was covered in water splashes. Zhang Xiang was not blinded by anger and did not just follow him. After all, the other party was able to kill his two younger brothers and was definitely not a fool. Therefore, the other party must be trying to play some tricks. However, at this moment, the sound of a mechanical ball came from inside the toilet door. "Hee, aren't you coming over?" As expected, you are a coward who only knows how to attack by surprise, just like your two brothers. Obviously, Mechanical Pill's provocation successfully angered Zhang Xiang. "I must kill you to avenge, oh doubt." In the women's restroom, water splashed onto the floor. Two figures swung their fists and feet, each move aimed directly at the opponent's vital points. One is a good brother who avenged his brother, and the other is the youngest brother who killed two brothers. The moment Zhang Xiang walked into the bathroom and found that he could not coagulate blood, he knew that he had fallen into the other party's trap. So he had no choice but to manipulate the blood to strengthen his fists, and started a life-and-death fight with Itadori in this narrow space. At first, Itadori had the upper hand by virtue of his physical skills and his reckless exchange of injuries. But Zhang Xiang had been hiding a drop of blood in his palm since the moment he stepped into the women's restroom. During the battle, they fought side by side, using their wide sleeves to cover the blood drops. "Call out!" Zhang Xiang seized the brief backswing of Itadori's punch, and the blood drop hidden in his sleeve instantly shot out, piercing Itadori's abdomen. From then on, the tide of battle began to turn. 2.5 minutes later, Itadori leaned against the wall, already unconscious. Zhang Xiang walked forward slowly, looking down at Itadori as if he were a dead man. He condensed a sharp blood and said coldly, "Go to hell and atone your sins to my brother." Brush. A flash of blood. Inside Itadori, the sleeping Sukuna slowly opened his eyes and said disdainfully, "You're useless. You can't even beat this kind of person." As if he had noticed something, Sukuna raised his eyebrows and smiled, then continued to sleep with his eyes closed. In the toilet, the bloody knife did not cut Itadori's neck at the last moment, but slashed at the wall beside him. Boom! The walls in the toilet collapsed. Zhang Xiang suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an expression of extreme despair. At the last moment before swinging the knife, he saw an incredible scene. In the fading memory in my mind, Itadori at the dining table smiled and rolled up a ball of ramen and fed it to me. Sitting next to him were his other brothers. As their elder brother, Zhang Xiang's only dream in life is the happiness of his younger brothers. But now it all seems so ridiculous. He fell into the trap of Sugar Oil Ghetto and almost killed his youngest brother with his own hands. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiang held his head in his hands, his emotions completely collapsed, and tears of despair kept falling. He dragged his tired body and staggered to the toilet. Finally, he squatted alone at the elevator door with his hands on his knees, falling into autism. Until now, he still couldn't believe that Itadori was actually his biological brother. He couldn't accept the brothers killing each other. Just shortly after Zhang Xiang left, in the women's restroom, a short, hunchback figure walked in slowly. Lu took out his pipe and took a deep breath. He touched the fireworms around him and praised. "You did a good job, go back." Hearing this, the fire gravel worm, which had received approval from its master, cheered and flapped its wings, flying back into the mouth of the coral reef. Looking at Itadori, who had fainted on the ground, Lohu smiled. "I finally found you. The Curse King from 1,000 years ago. If you were the one who took action, you would definitely be able to kill Xia Lu, right?" Same time, empty streets of Shibuya. Bang, bang, bang. The earth shook violently. Xia Lu controlled the Susanoo and moved forward slowly. In ahead, the real person had disheveled hair, twisted arms, and a charred body, as if he had been burned by fire. All of this is the masterpiece of Xia Lu Amaterasu Black Flame. It must be said that the real person has a strong desire to survive. He was burned by Amaterasu many times, but he cut off his own body without hesitation. However, this also caused him to become increasingly weak, although the cursed spirit could quickly repair its injuries by consuming curse power. But at this moment, the real person has fallen into a strange path. Not only was the curse power exhausted, but even the stored artificial curse spirits were used up. Run. Find Lo. Wake up Sukuna, and we'll definitely kill him. We must not let that devil catch us. Otherwise, we will live a life worse than death. The extremely strong desire to survive supports the real person to escape endlessly. As one of the natural disasters born from negative emotions, this is the first time I've been so embarrassed. It was also the first time that I felt the fear that I had created. This smell is not pleasant at all, because these fears were born from his heart. Thump! The real man stumbled and fell flat on his face. Once extremely powerful, he regarded all living things as worthless. The special cursed spirit that could easily kill or transform thousands of people was tripped by a small stone and fell to the ground at this moment. The real man propped up his lower body in a panic and looked back with his bloodshot eyes at the purple giant who was chasing him with a huge sword in his hand. At the center of a giant is Xia Lu. At this moment, Xia Lu showed a ferocious smile, holding Towagan's bleeding head in his hand. Xia Lu was extremely happy. "Master Lizzie, you have come to this day?" Then he threw Togan's head downwards. The head rolled down and bounced up like a basketball, and finally rolled right into the hands of the real person. To Togan, Towagan was completely dead, with only a head left, and his eyes, filled with fear, were still wide open. This scene made the real person tremble all over. Xia Lu released his Susanoo, came in front of the real person, grabbed the real person's hair, and lifted him up so that his toes were dangling in the air. Your accomplices risked their lives to protect you, and you don't seem to be doing well. You still couldn't escape. Looking at the real person who was trembling all over and whose teeth were chattering, Xia Lu continued with a playful smile. "How is it? Does the smell of fear that I created myself smell good?" "No, don't kill me. I don't want to die yet." The real person completely collapsed, broke free from Xia Lu's hands, and fell to the ground. He shouted like a madman escaping from a mental hospital, grabbed the dirt and stones on the ground, and throw them at Xia Lu. This is also his only means of attack at present. However, the next scene made him even more desperate. Faced with the real person's tenacious resistance to the mud and stones thrown at him, Xia Lu did not dodge, but activated the divine power void. The dirt and stones all passed through Xia Lu's body without causing any impact. The real person stopped what he was doing and looked at Xia Lu blankly with a look of desire. However, what responded to him was the scarlet and sad eternal kaleidoscope. Xiao Lu raised the corners of his mouth and said indifferently, "Tsukuyami." At this moment, the people in the college in the distance were also staring at everything happening below in amazement. Why do I feel that Xiao Lu is the villain? The lower block. The real person's eyes were lifeless. He fell to his knees, and his whole body was twitching. There was an extremely painful expression on his face, as if he was experiencing unimaginable torture. As the word Tsukuyami fell from Xiao Lu's mouth, the real person's consciousness instantly faded, and everything went black before his eyes. The next second, he appeared in another space. The sky was blood red, and countless crows flew by. His limbs were nailed to the cold cross. Then, Xiao Lu in front of him suddenly split into countless pieces. They held sharp swords and stabbed at the real person. Aoya! The screams echoed throughout the empty Shibuya neighborhood. At this moment, Jinren wished that he could die like Tuagen. This kind of tearing pain from the depths of his soul seemed to have happened to him somewhere before. Finally, as his consciousness faded, he finally remembered. It turns out that the pain that Yoshino Junpei felt when his clone sent it back last time was caused by this demon in front of him. Huayu is dead. Tuagen is dead. And now, even my desire to die has become a luxury. At this moment, Jinren regretted it. Lu Hu's suggestion was correct. The prison gate should be left to the devil Xiao Lu. Gojo Satoru will at least give himself a quick death. The real person's screams naturally reached the ears of the college students on the high tower in the distance. So a natural disaster-level special curse spirit can also make such a miserable cry. Zen Temple Maki sighed as he looked at the real person kneeling on the ground below. However, such a voice made her feel inexplicably relieved. While wiping the blood off her sister's battle axe, Yu complained, "Look, Xiao Lu's smile is so scary. Even from such a distance, it's creepy. People who don't know would think that Jinren is a good person, and Xiao Lu is a curse master who does all kinds of evil. So, sister, it's better for you to stay away from Xiao Lu from now on." TSK, what do you know, little brat? Clean your axe properly. Xiao Lu is obviously smiling very handsomely. Nobara Kujisaki retorted with a frown. Maybe it was because Xiao Lu saved her again. Anyway, she now likes Xiao Lu more and more. Therefore, she would not allow Yu to slander Xiao Lu. The Zen Temple Jibi couldn't help but ask, "Hey, aren't you curious about why the real person suddenly screamed like crazy? It looks like he was being tortured. If I'm not presbyopic, Xiao Lu didn't seem to do anything to that special cursed spirit called Jinren just now, right? Why did you suddenly scream?" This statement also aroused the curiosity of other people in the college. Right, Xiao Lu doesn't seem to have taken any action. In their eyes, the real person knelt on the ground and trembled constantly. Xiao Lu himself also stood there motionless with a grim smile. Being so far away, it was impossible to know what strange technique Xiao Lu had used. Kujisaki Nobara's eyes lit up, and she guessed, could it be an illusion? Among these people, she is the one who understands Xiao Lu's abilities better. Just now, Xiao Lu's eyes seemed to flash red. If I remember correctly, it was an illusion. Dong Tang from Kyoto Academy suffered from this trick. Mei Mei nodded. Kujisaki is half right. Xiao Lu was indeed using an illusion just now, but it was an illusion of a higher level. Its name is Tsukuyami. Tsukuyami. Hearing this, everyone showed curiosity. From the name, it seems pretty awesome. I just don't know what the real person sees in the illusion world at this moment. Or what did you feel? At this time, Mei Mei continued with a smile. According to Xiao Lu's words, the real person should be in great pain at this moment. He should be in an illusion space right now, and is enjoying inhuman torture. This kind of pain goes far beyond the physical body and directly affects the soul, and the weakness of a real person happens to be the soul. It may only be a few minutes in the outside world, but 3 days and 3 nights may have passed in the Tsukuyami illusion where the real person is. After hearing Mei Mei's explanation, everyone's faces showed shock. What? 3 days and 3 nights. In this world, There is such a terrifying illusion. Doesn't that mean that if the person being pulled into the illusion doesn't have a strong enough willpower, he will be tortured into a fool? And all this, as the caster, Xia Lu, only needs a glance? Kujisaki Nobara suddenly exclaimed, I see. Now it finally makes sense. No wonder these natural disaster-level special curse spirits always close their eyes when facing Xia Lu. I was very confused at first. It turns out they were always on guard against Xia Lu's move. Knowing the situation, Yu couldn't help but shrink his neck, feeling a little scared. It seems that I have to be more careful when facing Xia Lu in the future. If he trapped himself in the Tsukuyami space and made me write summer homework for 3 days and 3 nights, his spirit would definitely collapse. Scary just thinking about it. After all, this guy might really do such a thing. Yu looked at her sister, Mei, and stammered. Sister, I am his brother-in-law after all. He won't use this trick on me, right? Mei pushed her long hair behind her ears, raised her eyebrows slightly, and said with a half-smile, That depends on whether you behave well in the future. Sadness. On the other side, the people in the Zen temple opened their mouths wide, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Before, Maki always said that he was not even a finger better than Xia Lu. Now looking at it this way, it seems that she was not wrong. Whether it was the strength he had shown before or this illusion called Tsukuyami, it was extremely shocking. After all, the head of the special grade cursed spirit token that once put him in danger and even caused him to lose his hand was still under Xia Lu's feet. To exaggerate a little, Xia Lu didn't even need to use his hands to hit me. Just a look was enough. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Although Gojo Satoru was sealed, he made a good decision in the beginning. He actually attracted such a monster. I don't know where he found Xia Lu. If Xia Lu were to join the Zenin family and assist my son Zen and Naoya. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Maki's cold shout. Haha, assist your son Naoya? An old man still likes to daydream at his age. Do you think Zen and Naoya is worthy? Even if it is the position of Zenin Patriarch, Xia Lu may not be interested in him. Zenin Naobi's beard stood up due to his popularity, but he didn't know how to refute it for a moment. Compared to this, his son Zenin Naoya seemed a little cheap. However, he didn't care too much about Maki's rudeness to him. After all, the two sisters were looked down upon in the Chanyuan family, and their own son mocked them for no reason. At that time, as the master of the Zen temple, he did not stop this situation. But there is nothing that can be done about it. The Chanyuan family believes in strength and bloodline. At this moment, Nanami, who was at the back, suddenly spoke. Why hasn't Itadori come yet? Who among you is working with Itadori to find the surviving humans? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Yeah, where are the Itadori people? Apart from the thousands of people who were trapped on the 5th floor below ground in the subway station, there shouldn't be many survivors within the area covered by the tent. Why didn't Itadori come back? Kujisaki Nobara, I was working with Maki-san. We only found a few unconscious survivors. We handed them over to the assistant supervisor and then gathered here. Mei, I am responsible for rescuing the humans trapped on the negative 5th floor. After you used a spell to teleport them, we came here. Soon, the others also shook their heads, indicating that they had not seen Itadori. In this regard, Nanami could only sigh helplessly. Itadori is a very responsible kid. He will probably search the entire Shibuya area before he stops. I hope so. That's what I think. Meanwhile, below the block, Xia Lu grabbed the real person's head and lifted him up in the air. At this moment, the real person was already dying and no longer had the strength to resist. He tilted his head, his eyes were unfocused, and he kept muttering, Kill me, kill me. Obviously, under the torture of Tsukuyami, death has become a luxury for him. Xia Lu ignored his words and continued to ask, still being stubborn, Are you going to tell me or not? The real person opened his eyes with difficulty and was full of doubt. What exactly do you want me to say? From beginning to end, for 3 whole days and 3 nights, you didn't even ask. You asked. You asked me. You didn't ask anything. What can I say? Having said this, The real person used up almost the last bit of his strength and roared out in despair, tears of despair falling uncontrollably. The thought of being tortured to death for 3 consecutive days and nights, and it all came down to the other party forgetting to ask. If Xia Lu had asked herself earlier, she might have been liberated earlier. Devil. He is the real devil. Didn't I ask? I'm so sorry. Xia Lu touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. I was so addicted to torturing Lu Zizhenren that I seem to have forgotten to ask him. But it doesn't matter. There is no need to sympathize with Lu Zizhenren. Ahem. Then let me ask you, where's the coral hidden? You are all one of the 4 great natural disasters, so you should be able to sense its location easily, right? Tell me where it is, and I'll give you a good time, or I'll let you have a good enjoyment. It's no use closing your eyes. I can slowly burn you with the black flames of Amaterasu, or forcefully remove your eyelids. When these words fell into the ears of the real person, he shuddered involuntarily, and his whole body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. But seeing the gorgeous scarlet patterns in Xia Lu's pupils slowly turning again, the real person no longer hesitated. After sensing the unique scent of Lohu's magical power, he stretched out his finger and pointed at the dark office building in the distance. That's where the coral is. Give me a quick death. At the same time, the real person said silently in his heart, Lohu, please forgive me. I really don't want to go through that kind of torture again. Xia Lu looked in the direction the immortal pointed, thinking secretly in his heart. It seems that the real person did not deceive himself, and it is exactly the same as the office building in the plot. Lohu must have found the unconscious Itadori, and might have already started feeding Sukuna's finger to Itadori. In that case, Xia Lu threw the real person to the ground like trash and activated Amaterasu at the same time. Raging, the terrifying black flames were like the fire of hell, instantly engulfing the real person. Since the real person was determined to die, he no longer had any extra power to resist. In an instant, it was refined. Before he died, the real person stared at Xia Lu viciously and suddenly laughed like crazy. Ha ha! Do you think you won? Lohu has prepared a great gift for you. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Looking at the charred ground, Xia Lu's lips slightly raised. Big gift? It was indeed a great gift for him. Do you think you don't know what Lohu is doing now? What he is waiting for is the awakening of Ibusuki Nuwa. Everything before this was just a warm-up for him now. Of course, the same is true of the original story. The real outbreak of the Shibuya incident officially began when Sukuna woke up. At the same time, Shibuya office building. Nanako and Mimiko were sweating profusely as they carefully pried open the mouth of the unconscious Itadori. Then, they stuffed their own Sukuna hands into Itadori's mouth. Behind the 2 women, there was a group of fire-gravel insects flapping their wings. After doing all this, Nanako swallowed her saliva, looked at Lohu, who was smoking behind her, and stammered. All fed. We have already fed him both of our fingers. Let us go. Call. Lohu blew out a puff of smoke, put the summoned fire-gravel worm back into the mouth of the pot, and said expressionlessly, I'll let you live one more day for now. Stand aside and don't leave without my permission. It has heard that given Sukuna's character, these 2 women might be able to be sacrificed to Sukuna. Then, Lohu took out an old box, tore off the seal, and opened the box. Boom! An extremely evil and overbearing curse instantly enveloped the entire room. Nanako and Mimiko hugged each other and looked at Sukuna's finger in the box with fear. After a careful count, there are actually 10 of them. Are you crazy? If you feed him so much at once, Sukuna will wake up, and then the whole country will. Shut up. If you say one more word, I will burn you to ashes. Lohu's purpose this time is to awaken Ryaman Sukuna. What does it have to do with the safety of the entire country? Even if it means losing my own life. Just now, as one of the 4 great natural disasters, it felt that the auras of Zhenren and Toagen had completely disappeared. Apparently, they all died at the hands of that damn Xia Lu. The only one who can kill Xia Lu now is Sukuna. the cursed king from 1,000 years ago. Thinking of this, Lahu began to take out his fingers and feed them into Itadori's mouth. Xiao Yujia once said, Itadori's is the strongest container that only appears once in 1,000 years. Even if he swallowed 20 of Sukuna's fingers, he would not give Sukuna control of the body. But this is the case of feeding one stick a day. If Itadori is asked to eat more than 10 fingers at a time, he will not have enough time to adapt. Therefore, Sukuna will temporarily take control of the body. As the coral continued to feed, the curse aura on Itadori continued to rise, and the unique patterns of the Curse King began to appear on his face. This way, Itadori will have at least 15 fingers inside his body. Killing Xia Lu should be no problem. Please, stop feeding me. You can't afford the consequences. As the curse grew stronger, Nanako and the other person beside them had difficulty breathing. Luhu became annoyed and reached out his hand, wanting to teach the two of them a lesson. But the next second, his eyes suddenly widened. I saw that my outstretched arm was broken without me noticing, and the cut was neat and smooth. Then, the real devil's voice came to my ears. I'll give you 1 second. Take your hand away. Go away. Sukuna's deep and hoarse voice sounded. Lahu immediately stepped back and stood side by side with Nanako and the other girl. The terrifying evil aura swept over him. Luhu's eyes widened, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, not daring to make the slightest rash move. The Nanako sisters who were wearing JK clothes were already frightened by the evil aura emanating from Sukuna, and they dared not even breathe hard. Only by supporting each other can they barely stand firm. Looking at Sukuna, who was slowly approaching him, Lohu's Adam's apple was choked with sobs, and his back felt hairy. What a terrifying aura. This is a crushing force from a higher level of life. Is this the cursed king from 1,000 years ago, Ryomen Sukuna? This is a completely different strength from Gojo Satoru, an irresistible yet suffocating pressure. I don't know which one of them is stronger, but Sukuna will definitely kill Xia Lu. Sukuna lifted his hair expressionlessly and said indifferently, You hold your head too high. Hearing this, Luhu immediately knelt on one knee, while the two sisters beside him prostrated themselves on the ground tremblingly. The next moment, swish! A slash that was so fast that it could not be caught by the naked eye passed by at an extremely fast speed. The wall behind him was instantly cut in half like tofu, and because Luhu knelt on one knee, 1/3 of his head was directly cut off. Thick blood spurted out. Luhu endured the severe pain and fear, but his body still couldn't help trembling. Your awareness is obviously not as high as theirs, Volcano Head. As soon as these words were spoken, Luhu's whole body trembled instantly, and he immediately buried his head a little more. But it never knelt down like the two sisters beside it. It is a natural disaster, and the last bit of pride in its heart won't allow it to do this. For the sake of those 10 fingers, tell me, Volcano Head. Sukuna put his hands in his pockets and looked with interest at Lohu, who was still reluctant to recover from his injuries. Leakage Pot took a deep breath and said, Please help me kill a sorcerer named Xia Lu. In return, I will do my best to find the remaining fingers for you. Did you hear that? You are more hated than me, the Curse King. Ha ha ha. Sukuna suddenly gave a strange smile to the air in front of him. Hearing this, Luhu suddenly turned around and looked. I saw Xia Lu appear behind the 3 people silently. When did you? Luhu looked at Xia Lu in disbelief. Xia Lu looked at Luhu, who had a confused look on her face, and the 2 sisters beside her who were wearing JK costumes. Presumably, they are Nanako and Mimiko who want to kill Nozomi and free Geto's body, right? How did the chamber pot get cut off? What a pity. Xia Lu pretended to sigh in disappointment, then looked at Sukuna, who was smiling strangely in front of him, and then said to himself, As expected of Ryomen Sukuna, he actually has 4 eyes, wow. After all, Sukuna's eyes might be a disaster to others, but they are more beneficial to him. What do you mean? Sukuna looked at Xia Lu in confusion. Are you scared? I only had 3 fingers of strength back then, and I let you take the limelight. Now I will slowly torture you to death, and begging for mercy will be useless. Scared, Xiao Lu scratched his ears and said calmly, I just think you have too many eyes which are dazzling. I will randomly blind 2 of them later. Hiss! As soon as these words came out, the 2 sisters on the ground were so frightened that their hearts were beating wildly and cold sweat dripped down their hair onto their hands. Did you hear that correctly? He wants to poke. Blind Ryomen Sukuna's eyes? Is this person tired of living? Or did he drink fake wine? How dare you provoke Ryomen Sukuna like this? However, Lohu was more concerned about what Sukuna said before. It turns out that Xiao Lu had fought with Sukuna before, and, judging from Sukuna's tone, he seemed to be suppressed by Xiao Lu, but then it breathed a sigh of relief, because at that time Sukuna was only as strong as 3 fingers, and it could have 1 even if it had been in his place. But now Sukuna has the strength of 15 fingers. This is far from being calculated as 5 times the strength. Xiao Lu's words completely angered Sukuna. Xiao Lu, this idiot, is too arrogant and conceited. Not only did he come to Sukuna's house to seek death, he also said something like he would poke Sukuna's eyes out. How ridiculous! This way, he no longer had to worry about whether Sukuna would kill him. Xiao Lu will definitely die today. Instead of getting angry, Sukuna sneered, You're still so sharp-tongued. Do you still think I'm the same 3 fingers strong as before? Xiao Lu, it won't stop me from poking your eyes. Sukuna, I'll give you 1 more chance to speak, otherwise I'll chop you into minced meat and feed it to the dogs right away. Xiao Lu, get lost. Sukuna's face suddenly darkened. The air around suddenly condensed. Hiss! Lohu and the other 2 gasped and fell to their knees, not daring to make a sound. Crazy, really crazy. At the same time, Shibuya Tower. Everyone in the college looked at the office building in the distance that had lost power with curious eyes. Strange. Why did Xiao Lu suddenly go to the office building? Did he find the location of the volcano? But it's been so long, and there's no sign of a fight. Nobara Kujisaki couldn't help but hold her chin in her hand and asked in confusion. Nanami frowned. Why don't we let Mei Mei use the crow shikigami to observe? For a moment, everyone looked at Mei Mei expectantly. It's good to have Xiao Lu as the backbone. They originally had a fight to the death with the special grade cursed spirits, but now they can just sit on this high tower and watch the show. If security had not been completely lifted yet, they would even want to buy some popcorn to eat while watching the movie. Moreover, Xiao Lu had already eliminated 3 of the 4 great natural disasters, and the remaining 1 would probably not be able to escape Xiao Lu's clutches. Yu Yu put her hands on her hips and said in dissatisfaction, You guys really treat my elder sister as a tool? Kujisaki Nobara. Tisk, Mei Mei hasn't even said anything yet. What are you yelling about, little brat? Sadness. You. As the 2 were arguing, Mei Mei suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, her face extremely solemn. The situation is not good. My crow was chopped into pieces before it even got close to the office building. Most importantly, I felt an extremely terrifying evil aura at the last moment. It's exactly the same as the previous Ingji Children's Palace. Nanami's expression suddenly changed. You mean, Ryomen Sukuna? Mei Mei nodded solemnly. Apart from Ryomen Sukuna, who else could exude such a frightening, evil aura? What? Ryomen Sukuna actually woke up? That proves that Itadori is also in that building, and his body is occupied by Sukuna. Mei Mei nodded, took the battle axe from Yu Yu, and said in a deep voice, I'm afraid the real war is about to begin. Itadori might have been captured by that volcano cursed spirit, and this time Sukuna's aura is much stronger than what I felt before. Do you remember the finger of Sukuna that was stolen at the sister exchange meeting? Kujisaki Nobara, Mei Mei's sister, are you saying that volcano head fed all of Sukuna's fingers to Itadori? So their ultimate goal is to wake up Sukuna. So now, how many fingers are inside Itadori? Mei Mei, I guess besides the fingers in the college, the other party also has his own collection. So, there are at least 10 of them in Itadori's body now. More than 10. Just then, boom, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. A fire exploded in the distant office building, and a figure could be vaguely seen in the billowing smoke, flying backwards like a cannonball. Everyone in the college exclaimed, "It's Tiger? No, it's Sukuna." Then, Xiaolu's familiar figure appeared in the field of vision. Whoosh! Xiaolu flashed by, hanging upside down, and appeared behind Sukuna. He quickly formed seals with both hands and blew out a ball of fire from his mouth. The fireball swept up the surrounding buildings and condensed into a huge fireball that burned towards Sukuna. In the blink of an eye, Sukuna had fallen to the ground. He put his hands in his pockets, attached the magic power to his feet, and moved through the streets like skating. Looking at the huge fireball coming towards him in the sky, Sukuna sneered. "Playing with fire in front of me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out his hands and clapped them casually. Bang! The fireball seemed to be controlled, falling to the ground uncontrollably at a high speed, setting off a large area of flames. Beep beep! The huge explosion caused the sirens of surrounding electric vehicles to sound nonstop. When the smoke cleared, Sukuna spread his hands and said disdainfully, "That's it? How boring." Swish! Just as he finished speaking, a blurry shadow flashed by. Just as Sukuna was about to turn his head, he felt a huge push from behind and was blown away. Bang, bang, bang. Sukuna's body flew forward like a kite with its string cut off, crashing through all the buildings along the way. However, Sukuna still maintained an excited smile on his face. "That's a little more qualified. Try harder and do your best to please me." Sukuna opened his arms and let himself fly backwards and crash through layer after layer of buildings, as if he was enjoying the thrill of free fall. For him now, these attacks can barely be considered as massage. This time, he's going to take it slow. "Really? You want to dance too?" Suddenly, Xiaolu's indifferent voice came to his ears. Sukuna opened his small eyes on his cheekbones with a little surprise and glanced diagonally behind him. This guy was able to avoid my perception and go behind me in advance. Thinking of this, Sukuna suddenly closed his eyes, because Xiaolu's 2 fingers have already poked over. Court death. Sukuna was furious. This guy actually wanted to poke his eyes out? Just as he raised his hand to launch an attack, the collar behind his neck suddenly tightened. Then the whole person was thrown directly into the air. Xiaolu used Flying Thunder God, and yellow lightning flashed continuously in the night sky. Inside the office building, a big hole had been smashed in the wall. Nanako and Mimiko lay by the window, looking down with blank faces. Mr. Volcano Head, who has the upper hand? Xiaolu and Sukuna are so fast that they can cross an entire city block in a flash. With the strength of both of them, it was impossible to see their battle clearly. I thought that Xiaolu was looking for death, but I didn't expect he was so powerful. If I saw correctly, the first person to be kicked out was Sukuna, right? Lu, who silently used his magical power to repair the wound on his forehead, and glanced at the 2 women calmly. Humph! Sukuna is obviously just joking now. Once he gets serious, Xiaolu will definitely die. In his opinion, Sukuna didn't even use the most basic slashing attack. What else could he do but play? I never considered Xiaolu as my opponent. At the same time, Shibuya Tower. The heads of the people in the college swayed rhythmically with the lightning in the sky. In their sight, they could only barely make out the golden trail left in the sky. So fast, I can't even catch its afterimage. I never thought that after swallowing so many fingers, Xiaolu could still suppress Sukuna's fight. Mei said objectively, "At this stage, both of them are still in the trial stage, and it is impossible to tell who will win the battle." The monk in the Zen temple opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say for a long time. In the face of such an outrageous speed, can the 24 frames per second projection spell that I am so proud of really keep up? Obviously, the answer is no. Whether it was Xiaolu or Sukuna, in front of these 2 people, I was as slow as a snail. The lower block. Xiaolu looked at Sukuna, who was unharmed across from him, and sighed. There are 2 points that make Ryman Sukuna truly strong. First, the bondage is broken and the lone space is cut. The second is the resistance of its body to blows. In the original novel, he not only withstood the powerful attacks of the high school students many times, but also survived Gojo Satoru's close-range hollow style. It is obviously unlikely that my fist will cause much damage to it. Thinking of this, Xiao Lu smiled and looked at Su Nuo. You are not as fast as me. Sooner or later, I will poke your eyes. How about you just obey me? That way you can at least keep your dignity. Idiot. Sukuna grinned evilly and clenched his fists, making a crackling sound. You haven't figured out your position yet. Before he finished speaking, a purple light and shadow appeared on his face. I remember this trick. Boom! Susanoo swung his sword violently. Sukuna instantly flew backwards and crashed deeply into the unfinished building behind him, stirring up a cloud of dust. Xiao Lu released Susanoo, felt the real blow, and said with a smile, "It feels good." However, the next second, a big hole appeared in the wall. Sukuna walked over leisurely, holding a drink in his right hand and popcorn he got from somewhere in his left hand, as if nothing had happened. It seemed as if the previous blow did not cause much damage to him. With that blow just now, Sukuna's clothes had been cut open, but the deep cut on his chest was quickly repaired by the reverse curse technique. Only light scratches are left. Sukuna took a sip of the drink in his hand and immediately frowned. Is it still so unpalatable after 1,000 years? Xiao Lu. It's free, but you still have so many requests. Haha, I'm the king of curses, and I still have to pay for things. After saying that, Sukuna spat out the drink at his feet, and then threw the bottle behind him. Oink oink. The slashing attack was launched, and the drink was instantly cut into countless small pieces. This is how things that I hate end up, and you. At this point, Sukuna suddenly opened his eyes wide. What? Xiao Lu came to Sukuna's side in an instant and threw a black punch, accompanied by black lightning. Bang! Sukuna was completely unable to react, his face twisted, and he was blown hundreds of meters away. Amazing speed. Sukuna supported himself on the surface of the building with one hand, hanging upside down, and couldn't help but sigh. Then he suddenly raised his head, grinned at the air in front of him, and shouted, "Come on!" Whoosh! Xiao Lu arrived. Sukuna raised his hand decisively and said calmly, "Slash it." Swish! The invisible sewing machine swept across Xiao Lu's body like a laser. Sukuna raised a triumphant smile. No matter how fast you are, can you be faster than my slash? However, the next second, his expression froze. I saw that Xiao Lu, which was cut into pieces of meat, suddenly turned into 4 half-cut wooden stakes. Sukuna's expression was a little dull. What? Then he immediately recalled that Xiao Lu had used this trick to deceive his eyes when he was at Ingji Children's Palace. Chi, are all the techniques this guy is using just magic tricks? Just as Sukuna quickly turned his 4 eyes to look for Xiao Lu's location, a strange light suddenly flashed behind him. Sukuna felt his whole body go numb from being stared at, and he turned around to look, but he found that his vision was dark, and then 2 pairs of eyes suddenly opened, like the devil's eyes in hell. It was about to drag him into the endless abyss. The scarlet jade pupils and the purple eyes filled with mysterious patterns occupied his entire field of vision. For a moment, Sukuna's mind fell into a brief trance, and he did not put up any resistance to Xiao Lu's oncoming kick. With a blue chakra flame attached to the body's surface, Xiao Lu's kick was like a sharp axe, sweeping across Sukuna's chest. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and Sukuna flew back, then quickly stopped. Ha 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 ha! Sukuna looked at Xiao Lu standing on the roof, and suddenly laughed strangely. Illusion? Over the past thousands of years, many so-called righteous magicians have used it on me. But in the end, I dug out all their eyes with my own hands and then stomped them to pieces. So, the inheritance of contemporary sorcerers who can perform illusions should be broken. Are you their descendant? Thinking of this, Sukuna couldn't help but laugh. No wonder this kid wanted to poke his own eyes out all the time. Was he trying to avenge his elders? Xiao Lu was also a little surprised. 1,000 years ago, some sorcerers could perform illusions? But on second thought, it does make sense. The world of sorcery has all kinds of strange techniques, so it's normal to have illusions. It seems that Sukuna is very resistant to illusions. But it is not surprising. As the Curse King from 1,000 years ago, his mental power is probably not weaker than his own strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to survive the siege by so many magicians who were skilled in illusions back then. However, there's one thing that Sukuna may have misunderstood. His own illusion technique is not comparable to that of the group of people back then. Sukuna probably hasn't tried Tsukuyami yet, right? But if you want to trick Sukuna, it's best to catch him by surprise. Thinking of this, Xiao Lu formed seals with both hands. Would release. Wood dragon technique. As Xiao Lu quickly completed the hand seal, the ground below suddenly shook violently, and then suddenly a huge gap appeared. A huge figure flew out from the crack. Roar, roar, roar. The terrifying dragon roar resounded throughout Shibuya. In fact, the sound penetrates everyone's eardrum. The terrifying might made many weaker people's hands and feet go limp. Everyone looked up at the sky in horror. I saw a huge wooden dragon hovering in the sky, looking around like a living being. Under Xiao Lu's control, the wooden dragon swooped down towards Sukuna, and the buildings along the way collapsed. Sukuna kept shuttling back and forth in the streets, avoiding the wooden dragon's attack. Shibuya Tower. Everyone in the college was completely dumbfounded. What a horrible feeling of oppression. Is this really a technique that can do this? Zen Temple Jibi looked at the giant dragon hovering in the sky and sighed. Teacher Mei, I admit that I spoke a little loudly before. The moment the wooden dragon was summoned, it crushed all the surrounding buildings. The range of such an attack is probably more than 500 meters, right? Thinking back to when he had questioned Xiao Lu before, his face turned red. Fortunately, they were hiding far away, otherwise they would have been affected. At the same time, inside the office building, the leaking pot was lost in thought as it stared at the huge wooden dragon in the distant sky. Mr. Volcano Head, what is the current situation of the battle? Nanako looked timid, but mustered up the courage to ask again. Compared with Xiao Lu and Sukuna, the quarrel that almost killed them before didn't seem so scary anymore. Seems like that makes some sense. Unlike Lohu, who unconditionally supported Sukuna in killing Xiao Lu, they had only one goal. They will give everything to anyone who can help them kill the guy who occupies Geto's body. Even if it is, life doesn't matter. Just then, 2 footsteps suddenly sounded behind me. It's really unexpected. I didn't expect that Ryumin Sukuna couldn't kill him in such a short time. Is it possible that the world of curses will have another person with extraordinary strength? The person who spoke was Shuguru Geto. At this time, next to him, a girl wearing black and white robes and with bangs and white mushroom-like hair suddenly retorted. The strength that Lord Sukuna has shown so far is just the tip of the iceberg. As long as he wants, no one could survive his blow. This was true 1,000 years ago, and it is still true now 1,000 years later. Li Mei's face was cold, and her words were beyond question. If anyone dares to refute him at this time, he will kill the other person without hesitation. Sugar Oil, Jia, held the prison gate with the 5-5 sealed in it, squinted his eyes, and smiled. Okay, I know that you, Raimai, are a loyal subordinate of Ryumin Sukuna. It would be best if you could kill Xiao Lu. Aren't all of you watching the battle with this mentality? Are you right, Lohu? He then looked at the 2 sisters who were hostile to him with some surprise and said playfully, Why? You don't bow to your leader when you see him. Nanako grabbed Mimiko's arm tightly and said through gritted teeth, You are not our leader. You are just a parasite that steals other people's bodies. At this moment, a terrifying aura spread throughout Shibuya and attracted everyone's attention. Lohu's lips curved slightly. Sukuna, now we are getting serious. High in the sky, Sukuna stopped and looked at the wooden dragon that was roaring at him, then slowly raised his hands. Infinity. 8. Infinite solutions. As soon as he finished speaking, countless slashing attacks occurred within 100 meters around him. At this moment, The huge wooden dragon that was charging forward seemed to have turned into food on a chopping board and was instantly cut into countless pieces of wood of equal size. Sukuna looked down at Xiao Lu and said with a disdainful smile, "What other moves do you have? Use them all. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Seeing this scene, Xiao Lu couldn't help but sigh. Sukuna's knife skills are pretty good. No wonder the name of the field contains the word cook. Since you like cutting, I'll let you cut as much as you want today. Then, Xiao Lu pressed his hands on the ground. Would release. Tree World Advent. Boom! Countless twisted and distorted trees broke out of the ground. As if they had life, they rolled towards Sukuna in the sky. For a time, the high-rise buildings and blocks around Shibuya were almost completely submerged in a sea of wood. Soon, most of Shibuya became a green primeval forest. Looking at this shocking scene, Sukuna's eyes were filled with excitement. I really didn't expect that he could perform such an extraordinary technique. Even I feel a little ashamed of myself. But Sukuna raised his hands again and grinned evilly. "Give me as much as you want, and I'll cut as much as you want." Oink oink! Countless slashes broke through the air, chopping all the twisted giant trees into pieces. Then, the number of wood releases that were born far exceeded that of wood dragons. Under the surging of this endless sea of wood, Sukuna, who was slashing, could only prevent the giant trees from getting close for a while. Unless Sukuna immediately activates the domain to subdue demons and control the chef. Seeing this, Xiao Lu smashed the beverage vending machine on the street with one punch and took out a bottle of Coke from it. While drinking and watching Sukuna's performance, he wanted to see how long Sukuna could last. See this scene. The corner of Kujisaki Nobara's mouth twitched at the high tower. Are these two playing fruit cutting? Look at Sukuna's expression now. It seems like he is enjoying the cutting. Xiao Lu is such a jerk. He actually sat there and drank a beverage. Mei held her forehead, sighed, and said, "Yes, it is not good to solve Su Nu earlier." He actually still has the thought of watching Su Nu cut fruit while drinking a drink. However, this also indirectly reflects that Xiao Lu is not under much pressure in the battle against Sukuna, which makes everyone in the high school feel relieved. Nanami was speechless. "Do you want to look at what you were saying? Xiao Lu is now fighting against the Curse King from 1,000 years ago. If you are not careful enough, you will lose your life if you are on the same level as Gojo Satoru. If Xiao Lu loses and Gojo Satoru is sealed and can't get out, it shouldn't be hard to imagine what the consequences will be, right?" Zen Temple Zibrin. I agree. Although it is helpful, it is obvious that no one present, including me, can intervene in a battle of this level. To put it simply, it's a gift if you go there. Only Okatsu Yuta, Kajuku Yuki, or a special grade sorcerer of that level can help. Mei, by the way, didn't Tuta go make a phone call? As long as he can call Jujo Yuki over, the balance of the war will tilt towards us. Nanami, I think it's a little difficult. A woman who only knows how to travel may not come even if the world is destroyed tomorrow. At the same time, inside the office building, several scattered invisible wind blades cut through Li Mei's neck, and blood oozed out of the wound. Li Mei reached out and touched the wound, then put the fingers stained with the wound in her mouth. Her eyes slightly narrowed, revealing an expression of great enjoyment. As expected of Lord Sukuna, his strength is still as strong as before. The blood from the wounds he inflicted has become delicious. Seeing this scene, Lu Hu and the others' mouths twitched slightly. Who would have thought that Li Mei, who looked so proud on the surface, actually had such a side? Li Mei ignored the strange looks from others, but crossed her arms, raised her chin, and said proudly, "Although we have to admit that the boy named Xiao Lu is quite capable, it is clear that Master Sukuna is even more powerful. Faced with an attack of this magnitude, I was able to smash it all. I couldn't hurt him at all. Xiao Yujia, why do we feel like Xiao Lu is teasing Sukuna? Look, he still has the mood to drink." As soon as these words came out, Li Mei was instantly unhappy. He glanced at them coldly. "If you dare to say such disrespectful words again, our cooperation will be terminated immediately." Xiaoyoji laughed sarcastically. If I remember correctly, you were just a cook at Ryman Sukuna, right? Without Sukuna's consent, do you dare? As soon as these words were spoken, Li Mei's face instantly darkened. Boom! Snap! The whole room was instantly frozen. The temperature suddenly dropped to negative numbers. The two sisters Nanako, who were the weakest, were so cold that their legs and feet were shaking, and they could only hug each other to keep warm. Xiaoyoji was not moved, but looked at Louhu and said calmly, Louhu, thank you for your help. After Louhu used his magic power to raise the temperature, he persuaded, no matter what, Xia Lu must die today. Even if he fights Sukuna on equal terms, we can still take advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, right? Xiaoyu praised. You have become much more smooth-talking, Louhu. Louhu looked at Xiaoyu deeply. Master, Toagan both died at the hands of Xiaolu. If he hadn't been more careful, he might not be alive today. Shugarageto, are you blaming me for not saving the real Togan? Louhu snorted coldly and turned his head away, ignoring him. You and I both know that before, even if I took action, I couldn't protect the real people. I'm not good at fighting. Xiaoyu felt a little regretful. Among the 4 great natural disasters, Jinren is the one he favors the most. Although in terms of strength, the real person is the weakest. But both his talent and learning ability are amazing. If he is allowed to continue to grow, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses Louhu. By then, he will be able to absorb the real person and turn it into nutrients. But unfortunately, with so many layers of tents set up in advance for Xiaolu, even the eye stones accumulated over the years were almost used up on this day. But in the end, it failed to stop him from intervening in the battle. Fortunately, Gojo Satoru was sealed, and the Shibuya incident was not in vain. After calming down, Li Mei pondered for a while and suddenly said, I agree with Kazanta's proposal. It would be best if I could help Lord Sukuna. But there must be a prerequisite. That is, we must not ruin Master Sukuna's interest. This office building is relatively close to the people on the battlefield. If they really want to take action, they will definitely be able to do so before the senior college students. Now both sides can sense each other's aura, so it's better to wait for the battle to unfold. At this moment, Kaizai suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, Look, the sky, the sky. What are you yelling about? Louhu scolded the 2 girls, saying that if he was not worried that Sukuna might still need them, he would have burned them to ashes long ago. Then Louhu turned his head and looked up at the sky, following their gaze. Then he widened his eyes and stood there in a daze. Snap! The cigarette stem fell out of his mouth and hit the ground. An extremely bizarre scene appeared. The entire sky turned blood red. Flocks of crows circled in the air, making ominous hoarse cries. If you look closely, you can even find that the crow's eyes are actually scarlet, and there are even a few black magatama in its pupils. The enchanting and sad red contains magatama, etc. These eyes are Xiaolu. Louhu exclaimed, Illusion. It's an illusion. It actually forgot to remind Sukuna of this. If it were to say, Xiaolu's strongest point is not those super standard spells, nor is it the strange black flame that cannot be extinguished. It was the impossible to defend against illusion. Li Mei said dissatisfiedly, Why are you yelling so much? Master Sukuna is not afraid of these unorthodox methods. Listen, Mushroom Head, Xiaolu's illusion is not an unorthodox technique. We'd better take action now. Louhu knew that when Xiaolu used illusion, he would also enter the illusion space with the other party. So theoretically speaking, this is the best time to launch a sneak attack. It didn't know how good Sukuna's ability to resist illusions was, so maybe he wouldn't lose his mind and attack it like he did last time. But he will definitely be affected by the illusion. After all, Sukuna has so many eyes. If he doesn't fall for the illusion, who will? Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Louhu is right. Xiaolu's illusion can't be compared with those magicians from thousands of years ago. Also, has anyone in the world of sorcery ever been able to materialize an illusion? After saying this, he looked up at the blood-red sky, then at the prison gate that sealed Gojo Satoru in his hand, and murmured. Before I sealed Gojo Satoru, he said that someone could take over the position of the strongest person in the current era at any time. I still didn't quite believe it at the time, but obviously, this person showed up. How could Gojo Satoru actually say such a thing? If that is true, then I must think carefully about it. Thinking of this, Li Mei clenched her fists and stared at Xia Lu, who was squatting on a telephone pole in the distance. For some reason, even though we were so far apart, I could still feel a strange power from him, especially those eyes that were always flashing red. Even if they were not looking at each other, they could make him feel a little palpitated. Could this be an ominous force? Just as Li Mei looked at him carefully, trying to see through him, Xia Lu in the distance seemed to sense something. He raised his hand to cover his Rinnegan, and his gaze quickly looked towards the office building in the distance, then locked onto Raimai and grinned. You, Li Mei involuntarily took 2 steps back, holding her chest and breathing rapidly, with a few drops of cold sweat oozing out of her forehead. This guy is really extraordinary, even though they were so far apart. Just the moment of looking at each other was enough to make him feel fearful. Seeing Li Mei being defeated, Lu Hu felt an inexplicable pleasure in his heart, but he warned her seriously. I advise you not to look that guy in the eye. At the same time, he sneered in his heart. Only this arrogant and ignorant mushroom head would be stupid enough to take the initiative to look into those eyes. If you think you are from ancient times and look down on today's sorcerers, you will die miserably. It's not just Xia Lu. It is always remembered that there are several special grades in the college that have never been seen. Xia Yojia smiled and nodded. That's right, Lo Hu. They, including myself, all closed their eyes when facing Xia Lu. This time, Li Mei did not freeze the room in anger, but looked solemn and said stubbornly, although Lord Sukuna is definitely stronger than Xia Lu, he is an extremely cunning person. You can tell from the smile you turned around just now. So I reluctantly agreed to Huo Shanda's proposal and launched a surprise attack on Xia Lu. Let's put an end to this farce as soon as possible. In response to this, Lu Hu cursed in his heart. TSK, you expressionless mushroom girl, why are you pretending to be so proud? If it hadn't considered Sukuna's ability to kill Xia Lu, would it have gone to such great lengths to feed its fingers? If Sukuna didn't have this ability, I wouldn't give those fingers to Sukuna even if I had to feed them to the dogs. Then let's get going. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures jumped down from a building that was more than 20 stories high. As a result, the only ones left in the office building were Nanako and her sister, who were shivering in the corner. Nanako, what should we do? Now I hope that the man named Xia Lu can win. He is from the academy and is a mortal enemy of this group of people. If he wins, maybe he will take action to get rid of the B*************************** D who occupies Master Geto's body. But from what we can see now, our chances of winning are not very high. After all, the pressure of fighting Sukuna is already very high, if we are attacked by Huo Shantu and the others. Although those 3 people just now are much inferior to Sukuna, they are all top-class strongmen. Nanako, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised her head and said with a firm look, "Then let's go tell the High Commissioner about this. If we let them take action, there might still be a chance. If Sukuna wins, what value do these 2 have for Sukuna to use? But if the college wins, I will have a lot of bargaining chips. For example, tell them the hiding places of many curse masters and the plan mentioned by the fake Geto Suguru just now." The 2 women had only one goal from beginning to end. That is to free Master Geto's body. The other side, Mei Mei frowned slightly. The sky was blood red. This should be Xia Lu's trick. But just now I seem to vaguely sense 3 powerful auras. Could it be that the cursed spirits intervened? But my crow did not observe. Nanami came over and said, "Mei Mei, did you sense it too?" Well, just now there were 3 powerful waves of magical energy passing by quickly, but suspiciously my crow did not notice it. Is it an illusion? Just as the 2 were wondering, 2 girls suddenly came running hurriedly from behind. It was Nanako and Mimiko. Both of them were panting. Mei Mei looked at him, raised her eyebrows, and raised her battle axe. Cursor, wait, we have something important to say. 3 special class players are heading towards the center of the battlefield. Their purpose is to launch a surprise attack on Xiaolu. Facing the scrutiny of his senior staff, the 2 were afraid that they would not believe them, so they continued to speak. One has a volcano head, and I think he's a fake Geto Suguru, and the other has a mushroom head, and he's said to be Sukuna's cook. Then, the 2 women frankly explained what had happened and their purpose. Only in this way can we quickly gain the trust of the college. Upon hearing this, all the senior experts present were stunned. Mei, Nanami, it seems our feeling was correct. That group of people are getting restless. Kujisaki Nobara looked anxious. Cunning cursed spirit. Let's go and help. Help! Zen Temple Zibrin laughed at himself and looked at his broken arm. A disabled old man, plus Nanami who is seriously injured. The only one who is doing better is Miss Mei. 2 of our only 3 first-level sorcerers are disabled, while the other side has 3 special-level sorcerers in their prime. Are you sure you're not going to cause trouble for Xiaolu? After these words were spoken, everyone present fell silent. Although the old man from the Zen temple said something unpleasant, it was true. Fushiguro Megumi looked determined. How about I let Moxaluo come out? The Zen temple's GB people glared at him fiercely. If we can't control it, everyone here will die. Others may not have a specific idea of how powerful the alien god, General Moxaluo, is, but as the former head of the Zen temple, he knows how terrifying it is. If Fushiguro fails to subdue Moxaluo, the consequences will be disastrous. Didn't you say that Xiaolu is the same as Gojo, Satoru, that he is at his strongest when he is alone? Unless there is a special grade sorcerer who can help, otherwise he will just be a hindrance. As soon as the words fell, the roar of a motorcycle came from behind. Ding ding. Oh, I heard you're short of special grade here. What do you think of me? Everyone turned around suddenly. Motorcycle girl? No, Kajuka Yuki. A slim brown-haired woman wearing tight jeans and sunglasses took off her helmet, looked at everyone, and smiled. You actually came? Also, this is Shibuya Tower. How did you manage to get up here on a motorcycle? Juju Yuki took the key, put it on his fingertips, and turned it in circles as usual, and walked slowly towards him. Although it's annoying to have my travel plans interrupted, if I don't come, Dongtang and Yaga Laodang will almost blow up my phone. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone with a bored look on her face, stretched out her slender fingers, and slid it up and down twice casually. The phone screen showed all missed calls. As for how I rode my bike up here, I naturally found a slope and rode up there. Is this difficult for a special grade sorcerer? It's just basic operations. After saying this, she put one hand on her waist, raised her chin slightly, and looked proud. Everyone, is it true that no one praises me? That's really sad. Okay, tell me what's going on now. Okay. Why did half of Shibuya become a primeval forest along the way? Then, the senior officials gave a quick introduction to what had happened. After understanding it, Juju Yuki's eyes flashed with excitement. So that Xiaolu is already this strong? He can actually fight Sukuna back and forth. What a fascinating guy. I wonder what kind of woman he likes. Thinking of this, she waved to everyone and said casually, Don't worry, Tudu and that weirdo who claims to be Itadori's brother will block their way. They should be able to hold out until I arrive. At the same time, center of the battlefield, Xiaolu felt that the time had come and waved his hand to release the wood release technique. Sukuna put his hands in his pockets, suspended in the air, looking at Xiaolu standing on the electric pole. The technique is very powerful, but unfortunately, it can't get close to me. Xiaolu opened her lips slightly and whispered as if hypnotizing. Really? Why not take a look around? What trick are you planning? Sukuna was disdainful and glanced up at the sky. A blood moon in the sky? This is sudden. Gaga. A dense flock of crows suddenly appeared in front of him and swallowed Sukuna up. Sukuna sneered. You think you can trap me with just these crows? Just as he was about to raise his hand to attack, The crows surrounding him suddenly opened their bloodshot eyes one by one. The next moment, Sukuna came to a mysterious space. The whole person was tied to a cross without anyone noticing, with his limbs nailed shut and unable to move. It was as if the cursed power in his body did not exist. Is this an illusion? Is there an illusion that can achieve this level? Just as Sukuna was thinking in his heart, a voice echoed, "Welcome to the world of Tsukuyumi." Xiao Lu suddenly appeared in front of Sukuna. In this Tsukuyumi space, he is a god. Let me do the math. Technically, you should be the second guest here. As he spoke, Xiao Lu transformed into a blood-stained execution knife. For the next 72 hours, I will continue to stab you with a knife. This is not an ordinary illusion. The pain you endure in this Tsukuyumi space will reflect reality. Well, enjoy it. Swish. The execution knife pierced through the abdomen fiercely. Sukuna's pupils suddenly widened, his whole body tensed up, and his fists clenched tightly. Oink oink. Xiao Lu is like a tireless machine, constantly repeating the work at hand. The white knife goes in, the red knife comes out, over and over again. Sukuna was sweating profusely at this moment, and for the first time, a trace of fear arose in his heart. What kind of illusion is this? It can actually pull me directly into the illusion space? Even all the magicians who knew illusions that he had fought against thousands of years ago had never made him feel such pain. Physical strength cannot be used, spell power cannot be activated, and even the domain cannot be expanded. The cross behind him seemed like a shackle, restricting all his abilities. The Curse King at this moment is no different from an ordinary person. Xiao Lu couldn't help but sigh. As expected of Ryan and Sukuna, he hasn't even hummed a single word until now. Such willpower is truly extraordinary. Thinking back to when he tortured Lizzie Jinren before, he should have started begging for mercy by now. Xiao Lu kept moving his hands, looked at Sukuna, and said jokingly, "If you beg for mercy, I will let you go." Ha ha ha. Do you think such a little trick will make me beg for mercy? Sukuna's face was ferocious and his voice was extremely hoarse. After you get out, I will let you taste my torture. TSK, Xiao Lu sneered. There will be something even more powerful waiting for him when he gets out. Suddenly, Xiao Lu raised his hand and slapped his head. The movement of his hand stopped. He almost overlooked a problem. Sukuna might have the ability to transfer the damage to Itadori's mind, or transfer the pain he endures to Itadori in half. If that's the case, if they keep poking like this, Itadori will probably collapse before Sukuna collapses. After all, in the original work, when he occupied Fushiguro Megumi's body, he often let the unlucky Fushiguro Megumi take Gojo Satoru's infinite space. After 2 shots of infinite void, Fushiguro Megumi must have been washed away by the spam messages and turned into a fool. Fortunately, I thought of this, it's not too late. Then, Xiao Lu raised his head and focused his right Sharingan on Sukuna's eyes. Soon, Sukuna's pupils began to dilate, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. If you want to do this in the outside world, it may be difficult, but this is his Tsukuyumi world. Not long after, a soul was peeled out. Itadori, in his spirit form, opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. Xiao Lu, what's going on? Where is this? Also, isn't it Sukuna who has taken over my consciousness? Suddenly, Itadori looked startled and stepped back in fear. How did Sukuna get nailed to the cross? Am I dreaming? Xiao Lu patted Itadori's face and handed him the long knife with a smile. Although I can't help you regain control of your body, I can help you get rid of the hatred in your heart. Do I have a chance to stab Sukuna with a knife? Itadori looked down at the long knife in his hand with an incredulous tone. The hand holding the knife began to tremble slightly with excitement. Ryaman Sukuna caused him to be sentenced to death, and he also used his body to try to hurt his friends many times. This demon who regards human life as worthless. If we were to say who Itadori hated the most, first it was Mahito, and secondly, it was Sukuna who occupied his body. Thinking of this, Itadori tightly grasped the hilt of the knife and stabbed Sukuna fiercely. Xiao Lu found a vacant space nearby, sat down, and looked at the scene with interest. Rather than torturing Sukuna himself, letting Itadori do it obviously made Sukuna even angrier. Fortunately, I thought of this, otherwise I would have hurt my own people by mistake. Not far from where Xia Lu and Sukuna fought, Lu Hu looked at Xia Lu and Sukuna, who were motionless in the sky, and said solemnly, "I didn't expect that the Curse King would also be affected. Xia Lu's illusion is simply outrageous. It even felt that this was beyond the scope of what the technique could do. No matter how powerful the illusion is, it will never destroy Sukuna-sama's mind. It's just an illusion. Master Sukuna must be feeling very relaxed right now, and he should be able to break free of it soon." Lime looked at Sukuna in the sky, her eyes full of admiration, and her tone was extremely proud. In the crusade 1,000 years ago, anyone who used illusions against Sukuna was attacked by Sukuna's powerful mental power. In the end, some die, and some go crazy. Well, let's deal with these two stubborn obstacles first. Otherwise, once the illusion ends, there will be no such good opportunity for a sneak attack again. Kaiju narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Tudu and Zhang Xiang, who were blocking the way ahead. "Lohu Hei, Zhang Xiang, do you want to be a traitor?" Thick smoke rose from the Mount Fuji above Lohu's head, and he looked at Zhang Xiang with anger in his eyes. This guy looked like he was still asleep since he dealt with Gojo Satoru in the subway station. The attack launched was even more powerless. It would be fine if he didn't help, but now he's trying to stop them. Zhang Xiang snorted coldly and stared at Lu Hu and the others. "Traitors? You are the deceivers. I will never let go of anyone who dares to hurt my brother." After squatting at the elevator door and isolating himself for an hour, Zhang Xiang finally recognized his inner self. No matter what happened before, Itadori is still his brother, and these people actually used Itadori's body as a vessel to summon Sukuna. As a good brother, he must save Itadori even at the cost of his own life. And he only needs to help the high school and subdue Sukuna. And then Itadori's consciousness will be restored. "Brother?" Lohu looked at Itadori in the sky. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. "Itadori is actually your brother?" Suguru Geto smiled calmly, as if he was thinking of his own deeds hundreds of years ago. Then he looked up at the little witch Nishimiya Tao, who was riding a magic broom in the air. The senior college figured it out pretty quickly. With Nishimiya Momo's signal, the final battle of Shibuya officially begins. The new generation of sorcerers hiding in the ruins in the distance began to attack. Location: right below Nishimiya Momo. Komojishin said, and drew his bow decisively. As his fingers loosened their grip on the bow, 3 arrows imbued with magical power shot out into the air. Then, the 3 arrows shot out quickly turned into a dark blue rain of arrows in the air, lighting up the entire dark sky. Zen Temple Mai, who was lying on the roof of the ruins, was holding a sniper rifle and had already aimed at Sugar Oil Jia's head. After holding his breath and concentrating, his slender fingers pulled the trigger at a steady speed. Bang! The recoil caused her body to tremble slightly, and a high-speed spinning bullet cut through the air and burst out. On the distant plain, Suguru Geto first raised his hand to grab the bullet that was shot at his forehead and crushed it. Then he squinted his eyes and smiled, looking at the rain of arrows coming from the sky, and dodged them all at high speed. At this moment, a blue figure suddenly flashed in the night. Sanlunxia lowered her body. Her eyes were sharp, and a simple field under her feet covered herself. "Draw your sword and cut." Swish! A flash of cold light appeared. But the next second, Sanlunxia revealed a look of shock. Her unexpected full-strength attack was actually caught by the opponent with his bare hands. Snap! With a clanging sound, the long sword in Sanlunxia's hand broke into pieces. How is this possible? During the brief shock, Xia big hand had already grabbed him. If this attack hits, the weaker Sanluan Xia will definitely die. Just then, bang! A clear and loud high five sounded in the distance. Sanlunxia's position was instantly swapped, and she appeared behind Dantang and Zhangxiang. Dantang frowned and scolded. If you are so weak, don't come up and hold us back. But the strike just now was very decisive, stronger than the two of them. As he spoke, Tudu looked towards Kumo and Zenimai in the ruined building behind him. San Luan Xia breathed a sigh of relief, and her expression returned to her original weak and timid look. The combined attack of the three high school students lasted only a moment, but did not cause any effect on Getsu. Dantang looked at Xia Yojia, Lo Hu, and Li Mei with a serious face, cursing in his heart. Is this bad woman, Yuki Kujuku, serious? The strength of these three people is at least special level. How long can we hold them back with our own fighting power? Fortunately, if his unjust game is used properly, it can interfere with the opponent. Xia Yojia patted the dust off his shoulders. Change position instantly? Not a bad ability. At this time, Lu Hu, who was standing beside him, looked at him deeply and said, "Didn't you say that you are not good at fighting?" Judging from the fight just now, Gedo Xiaoyo didn't even use any spells during the whole process. He dodged 3 consecutive attacks with ease. Raimai on the side didn't care at all. In her mind, no technique could compare to Sukuna-sama's slashing power, including the ice-condensing spell she possessed. Xiaoyojia smiled and said, "How could I have the heart to lie to you, Hu Bao? I'm not good at fighting, but—" At this point, Gedo Xiaoyo smiled strangely, and his robe and long hair moved without wind. Ultimate fan. Whirlpool. As he finished his words, a huge vortex appeared behind him. This vortex is composed of countless cursed spirits, among which there is a rainbow dragon coiled. At this moment, Nozomi finally stopped pretending. Gojo Satoru had been sealed, and he did not continue to hide his strength. This move is the ultimate secret of the cursed spirit manipulation technique mastered by Gedo Suguru, Extreme. Thinking of this, Susuwa couldn't help but sigh. It has to be said that Gedo Suguru's talent is strong. Theoretically, there is no limit to the cursed spirit manipulation technique. He would never have thought that this wonderful technique he developed has a similarity to Lohu's Extreme Meteor, but he improved it again. Now this technique can not only extract all the techniques of the cursed spirits, but also extract the techniques mastered by the cursed spirits for its own use. Perform flexible and varied attacks. As the vortex emitted a beam of light, it hit everyone in the academy. At the critical moment, a stronger new Een slash blocked the attack. Everyone looked closely and saw that it was Kuzukabe who rushed to the battlefield, the furious panda, and Yudaheim, who was blessing the two with magical powers. Dantang, we all know the plan. I will do my best to stop them and hold on until Jujo Yuki arrives. But let me make it clear first. If I can't beat you, I will run away. It's impossible to end my life, not in this lifetime. As more and more people from the college arrived, a trace of impatience appeared on Xia Yojia's face. Although these people posed no threat to him, no one could guarantee whether those special grade ones would come. Once the special forces intervene, the plan to kill Xia Lu will be shattered. Thinking of this, he sighed and looked at Lo Hu and Li Mei. Do you two want to continue watching the show? If it's any later, Xia Lu's illusion will end, and he will kill us. Hearing this, Li Mei stood up and looked at Lu Hu. You find a chance to attack Xia Lu, and I will take care of the people here. Lu Hu nodded and began to look for an opportunity. But who would have thought that Zhang Xiang, who had not taken any action, would suddenly explode, and his face was extremely gloomy at the moment. At this moment, he finally recognized the true identity of Shuguru Jie. Kamo Kenrin, you deserve to die. The sudden roar stunned everyone present. Why? You guys. Everyone in the high school turned their eyes to Kumo Jishin, who had just arrived. Kumo Jishin, who was always indifferent, opened his mouth in shock and pointed at himself in disbelief. Xiaoyuji closed his eyes and smiled faintly. You finally recognized me, but it's not entirely correct. Kumo Kento is just one of my many names. I have played many roles, both male and female. How was it? Interesting, wasn't it? At this moment, Zhang Xiang didn't care about what he said. He clenched his fists and walked towards Xia Yojia angrily. And with every step he took, his aura was rising exponentially. D. You actually asked me to kill my own relatives. Zhang Xiang's anger at this moment has reached its peak. It turns out that all of this was planned by Geto Suguru. The bloody massacre, the bad appearance, Itadori, and even himself were just pawns that the other party could use and discard at any time. It can even be said that he was the one who planned Shui Tu Huai Xiang's death. This made the brothers' pride explode completely. Everything that Xia Yojia did was extremely evil and could not be tolerated. Hey, I told you that I can handle all of you bastards by myself. Li Mei suddenly blocked Zhang Xiang's way and looked at everyone in the college as if they were garbage. Finally, her eyes rested on the angry Zhang Xiang, and she said with great disdain, "And you're just a slightly higher level of trash." Without saying a word, Zhang Xiang began to condense hot blood in front of him. At this moment, he was already blinded by anger. He would kill anyone who dared to stop him from defeating Geto Suguru. The terrifying pressure of red blood made everyone present feel fearful. Lu Hu cursed in his heart. This guy was really trying to take advantage of the situation. He is totally different from the person he was at the subway station before. If he was willing to use such strength at that time, he would have attacked Gojo Satoru with all his strength. Hwayuda, maybe he won't have to die. And Kamo Norihiko in the back was completely stunned. Red blood technique. He will never admit his mistake. Such a terrifying feeling of blood pressure. It far exceeds my own. Could it be that this is the highest realm of the ancestral technique? Could this man in front of me have any connection with the Kamo family? Swish. The angry attack begins. A blood-red laser that was condensed and compressed to the extreme burst out. Li Mei also felt the huge energy contained in this attack, so he did not dare to be careless. He raised his hand and condensed several layers of thick ice walls to block it. Bang! The blood-red laser was extremely fast and pierced through layer after layer of ice walls. It finally forced Li Mei back several steps before its power was completely exhausted. Seeing this, Zhang Xiang didn't stop at all and clapped his hands suddenly. He actually controlled the red blood laser to sweep towards Xia Yojia and the other two. Even the three powerful ones did not dare to use their bodies to resist the crazy attack of the swelling one. Faced with the crazy attack from the swelling head, all he could do was keep dodging for a while. Boom! Wherever the blood-red laser swept, the ground beneath everyone's feet was cut into pieces. Even the unfinished building in the distance was cut in half and collapsed with a loud bang. Seeing this scene, everyone in the college was also confused. The panda scratched his fur in confusion. This guy shouldn't be from our college, right? Dong Tang. I met him on the way. He said he was Itadori's dearest Ollie-chan. Now it seems that he was not lying. Yudaheim smiled and said, "No matter what, this is a good thing for us." At least his shot was very effective in limiting the three opponents, wasn't it? We just need to stop them from attacking Xia Lu. As for the prison gate that seals Gojo Satoru in Geto Xia Yu's hands, leave it to Xia Lu. She always believed in her heart that Xia Lu could win, even if her opponent was Sukuna. Thinking of this, Yudaheim couldn't help but look at Xia Lu and Sukuna, who were frozen in the air. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened and her red lips slightly opened. Lu smiled at her from high above, then put a finger at the corner of his mouth, making a shushing gesture. He actually woke up? Did he mean to stop bluffing? Could it be that he wanted to use himself as bait to deliberately attract the enemy to launch a sneak attack? That's right. Although there are only 3 people on the opposite side, they are all top-notch. If you just want to escape, there's almost no chance of killing you. So was all of this part of Xia Lu's plan? Yudaheim couldn't help but shudder. What a terrifying guy. Not only is he powerful, but he can always control the battle situation in his hands. And the enemy he faced was Ryaman Sukuna. He actually still wanted to plot against those 3 special-level players? After thinking about it for a while, Yudaheim tried to calm down and pretend that he didn't see anything. What we need to do now is to let nature take its course and not let the other party notice anything unusual. If the high school graduates suddenly evacuate, even a fool will be able to see that there is something fishy going on. In fact, Xiaolu had just exited the Tsugumi space not long ago and happened to discover this situation, so he took advantage of the situation. How could Yudaheim's idea be so outrageous? He handed over the authority of execution to Itadori, who is currently stabbing Sukuna in the back. Sukuna was yelling and cursing in the Tsukuyumi space in an unpleasant way. Perhaps he couldn't accept that a weakling like Itadori could be tortured at will. Zhang Xiang's attack continued, but Li Mei was unwilling to dodge any further. Rubbish, do you think that anger can make up for the difference in strength between us? Li Mei leaped into the air, avoiding the sweep of the red blood ray, and stepped on a piece of cut gravel in the air. She sneered, put her hand to the corner of her mouth, and then blew out a breath of cold air. Ice condensation spell. Frostwind. Call. Suddenly, the cold wind howled. The pale, blue ice crystals swept across the ground at an extremely fast speed like a toppling tsunami, freezing it instantly. The chill was as cold as a dragon, sweeping through everyone in the college in an instant. Snap! In an instant, all the students in the college were frozen in place by the huge block of ice. Even the flies flying low in the sky and the ants crawling in the cracks of the soil were frozen into ice sculptures in an instant. What? My body can't move. Tuda Yudaheim and others who were about to launch an attack widened their eyes in horror. They were all frozen in place, unable to move, not daring to make the slightest rash move, because any struggle may cause the body to be torn into pieces. What a powerful freezing spell. Is this the sorcerer from the heyday 1,000 years ago? When everyone chose to use their magic power to slowly melt the ice, Zhang Xiang didn't care at all. Although he was frozen in place, his eyes full of unwillingness stared at Shuguru Geto. At the same time, he controlled the red blood to quickly heat his body surface, endured the severe, tearing pain to break the ice, and freed his hands first. Long before, he had fought a life-and-death battle with Itadori, which consumed a lot of his energy, and the blood production in his body could not keep up with the consumption. Moreover, after losing his mind just now, he released the red blood technique with all his strength without considering the consequences, which also exhausted him. But so what? For Itadori's safety, even if I die of exhaustion, it doesn't matter. Li Mei sneered and first activated the reverse curse technique to restore the palm that was previously pierced by the red blood. Then in an instant, he came in front of Zhang Xiang, condensed ice spikes on his fingers, and slowly stabbed them into Zhang Xiang's eyes. At the same time, the other hand slowly raised. Ice condensation spell, straight false. The pouring ice cubes were, as sharp as a knife, and accurately attacked the frozen high school sorcerer. However, the next second, all of Li Mei's attacks were shattered, and the frozen senior officers regained their freedom. Everyone focuses on the front. A female voice sounded. Sure enough, only by saving the situation at the right time can we attract everyone's attention. The only female special grade sorcerer in the high school finally arrived at the battlefield. Jujio Yuki put her long hair behind her ears and looked at Shuguru Geto. Long time no see, Xiaoyu. Kyujuki Yuki. Shuguru Jia completely put away his playful attitude and looked at the woman who suddenly appeared in front of him with a serious expression, and the skeleton snake form god surrounding her. Everyone in the college also looked at her with curiosity. It turns out that she's the one who claims that you may not see her once a year, who hangs out abroad all day, and who asks everyone she meets what kind of woman you like. One of the 4 special grades, 99 Yuki, it turned out to be very unreliable. Judging from what she said just now, this woman had arrived at the battlefield a long time ago, but had been slow to take action. The purpose is to save people at the right time, as she said. Seeing this, Kyuzukabe didn't have much of an opinion. Instead, he shrugged his shoulders, took a long breath, and whispered, "Great! The special grade sorcerer has finally arrived. There shouldn't be anything for me to do next, so I might as well find a quiet alley to fish. The panda grabbed Kyusuke by the collar, lifted him up, shook him, and yelled, "Hey, don't say that in public. We're all sorcerers, okay?" Kyusuke was unmoved and said with a lack of motivation, "But I really want to go home." Tuda was looking at Kajuku Yuki's back seriously. "It is this woman, my guide, my enlightenment teacher. But the only thing I want to complain about is that after tricking him into entering the jujitsu high school, he just dropped the responsibility and disappeared." Juju Yuki put one hand on his waist, with a smile on his face the whole time, and turned to greet everyone at the college. Afterwards, she did not rush to launch an attack, but continued to look at Sugar Oil Ghetto. "I wanted to continue discussing with you what is the best and most perfect solution to eliminate all cursed spirits in the world. But it's a pity." At this point, Jujo Yuki sighed regretfully, because you are no longer the same Ghetto Suguru from the past. Many years ago, the two had discussed this issue in the corridor of the High Commissioner. This indirectly accelerated Ghetto Suguru's path to evil, but Yuki Kyuju, who started the topic, came up with two different answers. The first is to free all of humanity from curse power. The second point is to make all human beings become sorcerers. But now she is more inclined to the first option. Suddenly Jojo Yuki's expression changed, as if he realized something. Could it be that the darkening of Ghetto Shiyo back then had something to do with what I said? I don't think so. Well, it seems that Ghetto Suguru's betrayal happened shortly after he finished talking to me. But for her, the sudden sense of self-blame was instantly buried, and instead, an important thing flashed through her mind. She looked unusually serious, staring at Shuguru Jia seriously. Seeing this scene, Dongtong's breathing stagnated, and he stood up straight, as if he was facing a great enemy. "Here we go." "Ah, Dongtang, what are you talking about? What's coming? Is she going to use a big move?" "If that's the case, let's just run. Ahem, retreat." Kyusuke sheathed his sword, frowned, and quietly retreated behind the crowd. The next moment, Jujo Yuki took a few steps forward and said, "Since you have occupied Ghetto's body for so many years, so you should know what kind of women he likes, right? Tell me what you want, and I'll spare your life. This is very important to me, just like collecting stamps at comic conventions." After saying this, Jujo Yuji looked excited and looked at Xia Yujia with anticipation. After these words were spoken, not only the people in the college, but even Lo Hu and Li Mei from Ghetto Suguru's camp were speechless. Aren't there any normal ones among those special grade students in the technical college? They have investigated the relevant information of those special grade students from the technical college. Okatsu Yuta, who is having pure love with a cursed spirit, and Kajuki Yuki, who asks everyone what kind of woman they like. And the gambler who had been fired a long time ago, Hyo Jinsi. So, Xia Lu is the most normal one? Kyusuke's mouth twitched wildly. That's it? I thought she was going to use some big move. Also, Dongtang, please don't suddenly make that expression of facing a powerful enemy. The moment he received the order from his superiors to join the Shibuya battlefield, Kyusuke made up his mind. If you get a little scratched, leave Shibuya immediately. Nothing is more important than his personal safety. At the same time, Zenimai and others who were in the same class as Dongtang seemed to understand the reason for all this. It turns out that Dongtang learned this phrase of asking people what type of women they like from her. Xiaoyuja shook his head. "Unfortunately, I hollowed out everything inside this body, including his brain. So, I can't answer your question." But when his memory was completely erased, almost all of it was about Gojo Satoru. As for the memories of women, there were very few. After saying that, Xiaoyujia gave a look to Lohu, who was standing beside him. The latter understood and quietly looked at Xia Lu, who had his eyes closed in the air. "Really? What a pity. I'll have no choice but to kill you then." Jujo Yuki was a little disappointed, and just when he was about to start the spell, there was a loud bang, and Lohu bypassed everyone's sight and attacked Xia Lu in the sky. "What? What time is this? TSK. I didn't expect the most cunning one is this volcano head." Seeing this, Jujo Yuki had to give up the use of the technique and instead aimed at Louhu. Then, the Shikigami surrounding her automatically curled up into a ball and kicked in the direction of Louhu. Louhu flew across the block at high speed and jumped to the top of a tall building. A smile of success appeared on its lips, and a blazing flame condensed in its hands. He flashed and instantly came to Xiao Lu's side. "Hey, I finally got the chance. Although it was a sneak attack, there's nothing I can do about it. You're just too strong. I will be the one to avenge the true man and Tuo Jin." As for the attack from Jujo Yuki behind him, he naturally didn't need to worry about it. When, sure enough, a mirror-shaped cursed spirit appeared behind Louhu and bounced back Jujo Yuki's attack. At the same time, Li Mei cast the ice spell again. But this time, her target is only Dantang, who can transfer people instantly. Seeing this scene, everyone in the college secretly said in their hearts, "Oh no." Once Xiao Lu is attacked, it means his technique will be interrupted and Sukuna will break free. By then, Xiao Lu will be seriously injured or even die. Who can stop Ryomen Sukuna? Dantang kept dodging the freezing attacks and had no chance to clap his hands to activate the unjust game technique. Only Yudaheim breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile. Finally, I fell for it. High in the sky, Luhu's hand was attached with flames, and he aimed at Xiao Lu and used the Black Tiger Heart Digger. If this move hits, and Xiao Lu is completely unprepared, he will surely die. However, the next second, Xiao Lu suddenly opened his eyes and instantly grabbed Luhu's neck. "It's easy to deal with you." Bang! A powerful whip kick landed firmly on Luhu's face, twisting his entire face and causing saliva to fly. After Louhu fell heavily to the ground, it rolled like a rolling gourd all the way to Xia Yojie's feet and barely stopped. Louhu covered his swollen face with his hands, staring up at the sky in disbelief with his eyes wide open. Xiao Lu stretched his neck and looked down with a smile on his face. How is this possible? When did he wake up? And Sukuna hasn't woken up yet, which means he hasn't canceled the illusion. Could it be that I was wrong from the beginning, and as the caster, his actions were not affected? In other words, Xiao Lu has always been awake. Damn it, this cunning guy has been pretending all along. The coral is just impatient and easily irritable, but that doesn't mean it is a fool. After thinking about it, I soon understood it all. Xiao Yu shook his head helplessly. He knew that the plan to kill Xiao Lu had failed, but Sukuna had not woken up yet. Apparently, it was not enough for Sukuro to kill Xiao Lu. Ha! Xiao Yoji laughed at himself and looked at the prison gate in his hand. Gojo Satoru, it seems that you were right. Without you, he can indeed be called the strongest of the contemporary world. But do you think that this is all I have planned for thousands of years? Thinking of this, Xiao Yoji swept his eyes over all the people in the high school and revealed an extremely ferocious smile. It seems that the 1,000-year-old layout will be forced to start early. As he spoke, he squatted down and put his hands on the ground. As an old monster who has lived for 1,000 years, long before the Shibuya incident, he had prepared for the worst. In exchange for providing 1,000 artificial cursed spirits, he obtained a ray of the real person's soul, thus mastering the transformation of inaction. Transformation through inaction. Opening. As he finished speaking, the palm of his hand pressed against the ground emitted light. In just a moment, a huge formation suddenly appeared under his feet. As the purple light lit up, the obscure and mysterious runes on the ground also lit up. Everyone sensed an ominous aura and looked up to the sky. Lightning flashed across the dark sky, and a formation composed of runes covered the entire earth. An ancient, long, ominous bell sound spread throughout Shibuya. Then, the dark aura of cursed spirits filled the entire land, and countless overlapping screams seemed to pierce everyone's eardrums. Countless cursed spirits that have been sleeping for thousands of years have broken out of the ground, and they will hunt humans recklessly. Ordinary people will face the crisis of extinction. All over Japan, people were screaming in agony. After doing all this, Nozomi tore off the veil of gentleness that belonged only to Geto Suguru. Instead, there were only those ferocious eyes that revealed endless evil. Well, Pandora's box has been opened. The cursed spirit that I bound thousands of years ago has been released. There are also thousands of curse masters who signed a contract with me 1,000 years ago who will awaken. They will subvert the entire world. At the same time, a black door appeared behind him, and Suguru Geto through the prison gate to Jujo Yuki. If you want Gojo to understand, please participate in the greatest game in history. As for the name of this game, I call it Death in Return. Finally, Xiaoyojia looked deeply at Lu, then squinted at the sleeping Sukuna and said bluntly, "With your 15-finger strength, you can't kill Xiao Lu, let alone defeat Gojo Satoru. If you figure it out, we can work together. I'm sure you can hear it, Sukuna." Finally, I declare that the Heian era, the heyday of sorcery, has arrived again. After leaving behind an evil smile, he disappeared into the endless darkness. At this moment, everyone in the college fell into deep thought. Will the heyday of the magic world come again? Also, what is the greatest game of all time? Death in Return. Jujuyuki looked serious. It seems that the situation is not good. As a top-class sorcerer, she could vaguely sense that the world of sorcery had undergone earth-shaking changes. Who is the person who occupies Xia Yuji's body? How could he be so capable? Xiao Lu returned to the ground and was thoughtful. Just now from the air, I can see that Shibuya is now almost full of cursed spirits. Even though the noose did not devour the real person, the spell was still activated. If I remember correctly, with the operation of the noose, many powerful magicians will appear. He naturally understood the death and destruction return journey. Okatsuyuta Sentai defeated 4 people alone and killed the gambling apprentice Chung Jinsi in a battle against the strongest person 400 years ago, Lu Ziyun. Then there is the battle between the high school and Sukuna, and the Calabash brothers save their grandfather one by one. Careful! Just as Xiao Lu was thinking, Lohu and Li Mei below suddenly launched an attack. The frost curtain blocked Xiao Lu's retreat, and Lohu summoned fire to burn towards Xiao Lu. Seeing this, Xiao Lu was not panicked at all and activated the divine power void. The two's indiscriminate attacks all passed through Xiao Lu's body without causing any effect. When the smoke and dust cleared, an extremely terrifying curse pressure instantly spread out, sweeping over everyone present. Xiao Lu frowned slightly and saw Li Mei kneeling on one knee respectfully, looking at Sukuna with great piety. It turned out that they were just attacking in detail, and their real purpose was to wake up Sukuna. Having lost the Tsukuyami space that he personally controlled, he would naturally be easily affected by the outside world. "Hey, wake up! How is the experience?" Xiao Lu didn't care about Sukuna's anger at all, and instead joked. But one thing is certain, Sukuna was so angry that Tsukuyami must have made him suffer a lot. It's just that his willpower was too strong, and he just held on. Sukuna touched Raimai's head, causing the latter to squint her eyes and act as if she was enjoying it very much. Lohu opened his mouth. He would never have thought that after Sukuna patted his head twice, the previously cool-looking mushroom head would actually become a kitten trying to please its owner. "Li Mei, 1,000 years have passed. I kind of miss your cooking skills." Li Mei's face flushed with excitement. "It is my honor to receive your praise. Well, you have been the most loyal person in the past 1,000 years. Wait until I chop him into minced meat, and then I'll taste your cooking skills." After saying that, Sukuna fixed his gaze on Xiao Lu. If looks could kill, Xiao Lu would have died hundreds of times already. Your illusion technique really opened my eyes. If you were here 1,000 years ago, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been so easy for me to kill all those magicians. But that's all. To me, the pain is just a tickle. Xiao Lu looked at Sukuna with contempt. Open your eyes and speak if you have the guts. Or can the king of curses get sand in his eyes? Isn't it said that Tsukuyami is just a tickle to him? Then what does it mean that you closed all 4 eyes? You, Sukuna, do you also follow your heart sometimes? Puff. Ha ha. Hearing Xiao Lu's teasing, Jujo Yuki couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Yalu is really good at making people angry. If you look closely, you can see that Sukuna's face is almost turning purple with anger. One interesting guy. I must ask him what kind of women he likes afterwards. Sukuna-sama, please don't fall for his provocation. Lohu, who was kneeling on one knee, was afraid that Sukuna would get excited and really open his eyes. What if Xiao Lu cast another illusion? Wouldn't its previous warning be in vain? Yes, sir, this guy only uses these unorthodox methods to restrict you. Remigan echoed. Sukuna shook his head, although he was more arrogant than anyone else. He had to admit that the illusion was powerful. And after several fights, I also realized that Xiao Lu is not simple. He has not yet recovered his full strength, but we can no longer underestimate him, as we did before. Thinking of this, Sukuna grinned and spread his own aura. For a moment, the cursed spirits wandering in every corner of Shibuya seemed to be summoned, roaring and rushing towards Xiao Lu. You two, go and consume his magical power together. Sukuna believed that Xiao Lu had released superstandard techniques continuously before. Coupled with the illusion just now, it must have consumed a lot of his energy. If we want to kill Xiao Lu safely, we must further consume him. Xiao Lu, you just fight Sukuna, and leave the rest to us. Juju Yuki cast a wink at Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu shook his head and glanced at Yudaheim. Yudaheim, who knows Xiao Lu, will understand it immediately. She looked at Kujiki Yuki. Ahem. Yuki-senpai. Let's move away first, otherwise we will be affected. Besides, with us here, Xiao Lu might not be able to display his full strength. Juju Yuki looked at the cursed spirits pouring in from all around him, frowning in confusion. I'm a top-class sorcerer after all. Will I be affected as well? Although Xiao Lu's fight with Sukuna must be very powerful, but as a special class person, she shouldn't be unable to withstand the aftermath, right? The most important thing is that she seemed to have done nothing when she rushed to the battlefield this time. It's fine to let her hold back Huo Shantu and Li Mei, but you can't really let her just be a bystander, right? Dantang advised. Big sister, listen to teacher Yudaheim. He vaguely remembered that at the sister exchange meeting, Xiao Lu rolled out an oversized Rasengan. That range, that damage. It's better to stay away. In order to prevent Xiao Lu from having any worries, I will go first. Kusakabe nodded repeatedly, turned around, and left without any hesitation. A battle of this magnitude was no longer something he could intervene in. Was he going to stay and be cannon fodder? Jujo Yuki sighed and said, well, let's retreat 500 meters first. 500 meters is the maximum distance I can support instantly. If Xiao Lu has an accident, I can still help. Soon, everyone in the college evacuated to the ruined district 500 meters away. Jujo Yuki was on the top of the building, looking in the direction of Xiao Lu, and said with some disappointment, did we retreat too far? We can't even see the aftermath of the battle. It seems that she also wants to see the duel between Xiao Lu and Sukuna. I think this position is a bit dangerous. Looking back, I saw Mei Mei and others also arrive with other people. Jujo Yuki raised an eyebrow. Is it dangerous so far away? Can that guy flatten the entire Shibuya? Looking at the battlefield in the distance where there was no movement, she felt a little impatient. Although she had exorcised powerful cursed spirits abroad, she still felt no pressure. As a berserker, she naturally felt itchy and wanted to fight Sukuna. Let's see how powerful the rumored Cursed King is. Also, no matter how wide the range of Xiao Lu's technique is, can it be as wide as her technique? In the technical high school, only a few people know her technique, called Star Wrath. Ability to give itself imaginary mass. If she wanted, she could even summon a black hole. So, strictly speaking, there should be no one in the world of spells whose spells have a greater power and range than hers. Suddenly remembering something, she threw the prison gate in her hand to Nanami. From my impression, he seems to be the most reliable one among them. For a moment, everyone's attention was attracted by Yumenjiang. Is this the prison gate territory that even Gojo-Go Sensei can seal? It's so ugly, with those densely packed eyes, a trypophobic nightmare. Curious baby Kudasaki Nobara took out a hammer and knocked it a few times, making a crisp sound of metal collision. The others leaned forward to try to listen to the sounds inside. Well, if Gojo Suru hadn't been sealed, would I have come all the way from abroad? At this point, Jujio Yuki wondered, will the other party actually take the initiative to hand over the prison gate territory to us? Could it be related to the subsequent method of unlocking the seal? Forget it. I'll just have to let Gojo Satoru stay in there for a while. The most important thing now is Sukuna. At this moment, Kuzukabe suddenly realized something. Do you feel the ground shaking? It seems, a distant battlefield. Louhu and Lime looked at Xiaolu and said proudly, use whatever moves you have left. Otherwise, when Sukuna-sama recovers, you won't have another chance. Looking at the group of cursed spirits rushing towards him frantically, Xiaolu's eyes flashed with excitement. He looked at Sukuna and the other two, his left eye glowing purple, and he grinned. Then I'll let you see the power of the Samsara eye. After saying that, he bent his body slightly, kicked the ground suddenly, and grabbed the air on both sides with both hands. Earth-shattering star. Boom! The earth suddenly shook violently. At this moment, tall buildings, cars, soil, and even underground subway stations were uprooted. As if they were influenced by some mysterious force, they gathered in the air and soon formed a huge earth. The surrounding cars were honking nonstop because of the violent shaking. Suddenly, the ground beneath Limei's feet began to crack, forcing the two to withdraw. Raimai, the power of the wheel eye? What is this unseen technique? Looking at the huge sphere that blocked out the sun and condensed in the sky, Louhu was completely dumbfounded. Is this a meteorite? If this thing falls down, I'm afraid I'll be reunited with Hua Yu and the others immediately. The group of cursed spirits under the meteorite also showed their inner fear and wanted to escape in all directions. Limei, we can't help for now. Evacuate first. Louhu shouted to Limei behind him. Limei nodded blankly. She also planned to hide for the time being. Only by keeping herself safe could she better help Master Sukuna. Just as the two were about to leave, a figure flashed by, and a pair of large hands suddenly pressed down on their shoulders. The two were startled and their eyes widened. Good, so fast. When was he?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.